say live, and it's saying live now, indicating that we are in fact live from Ohio. It's All American Beef. You like my new Fathom? Did you see it yesterday? Did I point it out to you?
Yeah, I saw that statue.
Awesome.
Yep. Wearing your awesome detractor hat, All American Beef returns for some more detractions.
Oh my God, rookie! I did Jesus fuck.
Goodying has arrived, and
It's
Angus
here.
has read some of the book.
I've gotten, as Renowned Zero loves me pointing out, I got my AI art cover of Goodyng, the polemoth. Goodyng. They really hate me saying Goodyng that way. How am I saying it wrong?
It's fun to say it that way.
Goodying. What? There's no I, so I can't say Goodying. Goodyng. I don't.
Goodying.
I don't know. Mate. I put like a little twang to it. It sounds a little fun. It sounds like it's got a little spring in its step. I don't know.
You can't have fun here. Can't have fun.
So much fun in this sandbox.
You can't play that way. You can't play that way. No, can't play it that way.
What is up, Red? Howdy doody. Oh my God. What a fucking mess. I'm like really mad actually. What's up, Apex? I'm really mad. People hyped up Dirty Red Baron, whatever the fuck Mike Barron's Twitter name is. Oh, that's crazy. So I went to the drive-thru, got a Coke, and it's got Daredevil. So it's like perfect to talk comics today.
Hail Apex Comics.
Superior Cola, rookie. Superior. See that? Daredevil's on that. What's on your Pepsi?
I just have plain Cola.
You got the Superior Diet Cola. Good on you, man. But anyway, I'm mad at Comicsgate and Rippaverse. Of course, Rippatards, because they're just parroting Eric. They're like, oh, Mike Barron, legendary titan of comics, Mike Barron. Yeah, because I just hear his fucking name all the time. Of like, man, that's one of the top writers I ever got to check out. Nope, never actually fucking heard of him. I only know of him because he's in Comicsgate. And so because he's got history, he has street cred. But I bought his fucking Bronze Star. People were hyping up. It's mid at best. It's like an okay, like I would put it time wise. It feels like a 70s comic. It feels very safe. There's nothing pushing the boundaries. The art's kind of fucking ugly. It's a taste thing, but I think the art's kind of ugly. It's consistent, but don't like the art. It's whatever. It's a very forgettable story. I'm like, okay, is this really supposed to be like Mike Barron, like high quality? Okay, I'm not impressed. This though, fucking Goodyng. This is like worse than ISON. It's worse than Yair. It literally is probably the worst thing I've ever read thus far in my life. So I'm very excited to read future Mike Barron projects because I expect it to actually be worse and more laughable than Eric July's writing. And dude, we're gonna go through a lot of this. I'll turn the camera down the table and be showing you this stuff. The opening page is hilarious, but first I want to kick off with Jim Satala. He might join the chat later. He's got his schedule already set for BTM. He's a producer, or I don't know what his title is exactly, but he's like a second in command, I guess, of BTM. And I like Jim. But yeah, he tagged me. He's the one that kind of woke me up today. I slept in way late today. And he tagged me and a bunch of other people in this post about Goodyng. He had like kind of like a Twitter 2-part review of like, I liked it. And I'm like, oh boy, okay. So like that makes me feel a little more excited. And I am disappointed. I'm disappointed you, Jim. Disappointed in EVS for ever promoting Mike Barron. I get it. He's got a name. He's got street cred. So, you know, beggars can't be choosers, I guess. In Comicsgate, we are the Third Reich of comics as far as the mainstream's concerned. So it's an uphill battle of any credibility. I get it, but fuck, dude, this guy sucks. Really sucks. Like, honestly, I'd rather read something by Indy Andrew, and he's a real F slur.
So soy-based Jeremy, good to see an old account around.
Yeah, what's up? Hey, there you are. Sorry, I'm trying to like, my mind's bouncing over because I just finished it, and Jesus Christ, it literally ends. It literally ends with the line by Goodyng. His final line of the book is, "Thanks for the heads up, guys."
Thanks for the heads up.
Thanks for the heads up,
guys.
No, I really don't think he's a gay op, and we'll go through it. But first, I got to find the gym post that kind of woke me up and got me. Oh yeah, Goodyng should be here today. Fuck yeah, Goodyng time. Okay, let me screen share this. And you have not backed it yet, rookie. Is that right?
No.
Are you deficient?
I just don't. No, I've got other ones I got to read. I got a lot of other ones I got to read. I don't want to buy new ones right now.
This is like
at least great. based on what's going on with Rippaverse right now, there's plenty I can detract from later. He'll be making more all the time. There'll be like monthly ones and plenty of room for detractions.
It's like a period. It's monthly.
Okay, if I miss some, he'll just have more that'll be cheaper probably. So even more.
Oh man, I missed on the trash. Oh yeah. Darn it! Oh, no. All right, so this was like and Rookie, like I'm sitting here, and then Rookie's like going through my post while I'm eating a burger, and I'm like, oh fuck yeah, I forgot I took a picture of that, and I'm like, what is he reading? It sounds familiar, but like, what is this dog shit? And I'm like, oh dude, I only read the first 2 paragraphs, so like I don't even know what it says. I just stopped. It was so fucking bad. This is the opening page. All right, so you get the Rippaverse ethics that don't actually mean shit, like every book, and you get all the credits. Mike Baron, the writer, Will Conrad, the artist, Jay Brown, the colorist. So this is interesting. Eric July is editor-in-chief. Jen and Sylvia are lead editors. Andrew Rodriguez is editor, and then Carol Brown is associate. So you got 1, 2, 3, 4. You got 5 people as editors on top of Mike Baron probably editing himself before he even turns it in. So you got 6 editors, and then you got Kanan Wise, an art editor. He's lead, so I'm assuming there's other art editors. How many hands are in this pie?
A lot of hands. It's very tight. It's very tight bowl.
Here's the opening pitch. Let me see. So I got the cheapest one. So I got Mark Evans cover. And Renown was really triggered that I said it looked like AI art, because it does. But anyway, so the opening first paragraph pitch is, Cato Goodyng is the eclectic genius of floor sport. His Goodyng services came to save the day when Avery Silverman's ranch was attacked in a blaze by the mysterious creatures known as the Devilings. Oh, so that's the hell monkeys are called Devilings.
The devil what?
Devlings. They're spelled Devlings. Lings. Devlings.
Okay. It sounds like when I was it's like when I was coming out of high school. When I was coming out of high school, I was making all these like alien creatures, but I couldn't come up with names. So my filler names were just like the easiest things I could think of, like the Octoquadrodon. I'm like, there's 8 things, and there's like a 4th set, and then Dawn sounds cool, like a dinosaur. So Octoquadrodon, whoa, or the Tentacloid, whoa. Like, these are lame names, but like I'll admit they're lame. I don't think he'll admit these are lame.
That's what's like really annoying.
I mean, I guess they'll probably say a lot of comic things are stupid. And it's like, well, okay, then I guess I'll point out that those are stupid too. Like, I don't know what
it's like, right? But everyone else has fun with like, those stupid things. You're like, really
we
didn't
get defensive about it, as far as I could tell. Yeah,
it's like I was watching the Comics Explained video of there's this like 2011 What If comic that he is assuming is why Robert Downey Jr. is going to be like what the story template's going to be,
how he's going to be Dr. Doom.
Yeah, and it's basically Dr. Doom. They both go to college together. They're roommates. So instead of Reed Richards, it's Dr. Doom is his roommate at college. Doom has had to work for everything he's gotten. Tony, of course, is a playboy. He fucking doesn't appreciate really the privilege he's gotten. And so Doom,
iron spoon in his mouth.
Yeah, Doom enlists him to help make something in the basement of the university or wherever, some project.
Then he blows him off to bang some chick.
And then he turns out he like restrains him. He's like, see, I just dangled this carrot in front of you and you just like fucking blinded yourself. And I got you right where I want you. He's like, you don't take anything you have sacred, so I'm going to take it from you. And so he like Freaky Fridays themselves. But he also in this, I guess, like hides that truth from Tony in his
like
mind.
In a switching bodies kind of way.
Yeah, like Freaky Friday, they switch bodies
Okay.
through this machine. But it's only Tony that's hooked up, it seems. So it's a little, I got to read it to verify the consistency. But yeah, Freaky Friday, but he also like obscures the memory of this point from Tony. So he always thinks he's Victor Von Doom. And so he goes back to like Varia as like a destitute loser, and he has to like work up the ladder again. But he makes like a Doom Iron Man suit that's all about defense and protection. And then Tony Stark becomes a piece of shit, more than likely killed his own dad to take over the company, not hear no from him, and becomes like a real piece of shit. So they kind of fulfill the same legacies in different ways. And so it's a cool kind of blurring of the lines of the two characters. I've never really, I mean, maybe there's a history there, but like, again, I'm a comics novice, so I don't know. But it's kind of cool to see these two characters that I've never really seen interact before in any like substantial way, be like cross each other's paths directly and kind of mimic each other. And I don't know, it's cool. It's cool. Like, as wacky and silly as it was, some of the dialogue, the word bubbles of like thought were like 70s kind of dialogue style, kind of corny or like kind of melodramatic or something, like early Claremont comics I've read of X-Men, in a good way. Like, there's like this corniness, like, it's like, alas, I will have to defeat this person, that kind of, it's like, it's kind of corny or stale, but it's like fun in its stale. Yeah.
Curse you,
kind of. Yeah, not that preposterous, but like that.
Yeah.
Anyway, so this is the opening page of the fucking book after the credits, and this is Mike Baron, and I was so fucking lost, I literally stopped, and so I only like followed up with Ricky reading this. So we're gonna suffer through this together, and you're gonna see why I'm like, who the fuck ever promoted this F slur? This guy sucks. He's worse than the Sauce, he's worse than Eric, he's worse than NDA Andrew. Give me a woke comic book. It's worse than that. It's worse than I Am Starfire. It's worse than like any trans DC character. Don't ever fucking cry about Pregnant Joker, which was a like Looney Tunes style gag. Don't ever cry about that. That was funny and slapstick and goofy. And it's meant to be, because it's like all based off Zatanna fucking with Joker. Magic, it's whatever. Don't ever cry about that and then tell me this fucking writer, Mike Baron, is good. Fuck you. I don't care if you're Comic Skate, Rippaverse. I'm even EVS, you promoting them. Like, I get it. I get being pragmatic. You gotta, I'm all about the pragmatic thought of like, who cares about morality? Let's succeed, but you promote this fucking retard. No, I don't trust anything you promote now. Aside from your own shit, EVS, I'm always going to be hesitant to buy anything you promote, because you're promoting your friend to be nice to him, and I get it, but I've been spurring a little too much now. So this is, just so you understand, these are usually at the end of the books. They're like a thank you from the
I heard those at the back of the book.
Those are the start. And we read the Soskas one with their diatribe about families escaped Soviets or whatever, and blah blah blah. And it's like, what does this have to do with Yaira? But whatever. Okay. This is like, wow. So he says, I didn't know who Eric July was until he burst forth one day like Athena out of Zeus's skull. That's kind of gay already.
Yeah, it's already like, okay, so Athena, all right, July.
Athena's like the Greek Virgin Mary. She's like, hallowed be thy name. Eternal virgin, purity symbol.
You'd associate her with femininity, if anything.
Yeah, I mean, she's not
like strong feminine.
Yeah, she is like warrior. She's like the
goddess
nun.
Of war, sorta.
She's like the nun. The Greeks separate. They have like shades of femininity in different avatars. With Athena is like, the sex, the lust, the uncontrolled desire of women. That's a Aphrodite. Hera is like the raging cunt wife that's always jealous. She really matches the spirit of matrimony on the female side, especially getting cheated on in her rage. And then Athena is like the pure sacred spirit that a woman can possess. she springs forth from Zeus's head. That's kind of profound that like the All-Father actually has a deity sprung from his head that arguably can be more superior in some way. So that's kind of a profound idea, especially for like thousands of years ago. And then you see him call Eric Athena, and it's like, that's kind of gay.
Yeah,
it's kind of an insult.
But anyway,
only Eric wasn't just Athena. He was Hermes, who first realized we needed a new publisher. I mean, God. So I don't know what he means, because he's talking about gods. Funny. So what? I don't know if he's saying like an aside, like, I mean, God, or if he's talking about like, it's so weird.
Gods, and then like the end of it needs a new publisher. It's just like, okay.
He's like, it needs a new publisher. I mean, God. And it's like, wait, what?
Okay. I get that's supposed to be a joke. Like he accidentally broke the analogy, and I don't know. You need a new god, but he said publisher. Whoopsie doopsie.
I guess he's talking about Marvel DC, but it's just cringe, especially when you're already making Eric. You're calling him like all
this whole analogy is flawed from the start. I don't know. Just call him something else.
Just call him Adonis or call him Apollo. Like just stick to something simple. We needed a shining light to guide us. Apollo's kind of one of the key figures of the Iliad. So I don't know, the whole play gets started is because of Apollo. So like, yeah. And told Hephaestus to split open Zeus's skull so that Athena might be born. Eric was all these Greek gods rolled into one. Rippaverse was his Athena.
So
he's Athena that makes Athena from his Athena head.
This type of praise is also just weird to me. Just like
it's a fucking cult.
He values all these Greek gods, and he's so amazing.
This
is
like culty shit.
It's just another. He's so amazing, is what this sounds like to me. This whole paragraph is he's so amazing.
This is like what was that CW like? Didn't someone from CW like Smallville have like a sex cult?
Probably
Nexium or something.
Probably. I don't know.
I could just see it starting this way.
You have to constantly praise Eric.
It's so weird. Like no one could be like, yeah, we really butted heads. One of the most I love football, right? One of the most iconic teams in NFL history is the '85 Chicago Bears. And guess what? Mike Ditka and Ryan hated each other. Ryan actually should have got the job. The rookies on that team, when he was on the chopping block, wanted him as their coach, and they shoehorned in Mike Ditka because of his celebrity, his bad boy nature. And so Ryan kind of got, shafted, and they worked together seamlessly basically for 1 year to make the '85 Bears. They never had a legacy outside of that when they should have. And it's very well documented, very well understood. These guys kind of hate each other, but they like put it all aside for the common goal of the Super Bowl. And it worked, and they have one of the greatest teams ever. But it's like tragic because they didn't last, so it's a very interesting dichotomy. But Shaq and Kobe, that lasted for a while. They clearly had very jarring personalities with each other. That's usually how it works. Some of the best like teammates aren't like buddies. And I hate this like Disney-fication of everybody that like, oh yeah, we made something, we're all buddies and we're all teammates. Like, just say like, Eric wants this, and fuck you, Eric. I'm going to do it this way. And he saw like it worked, but he edited certain ways, and I didn't think about that. And we made something together.
Make the commentary or compliment more about the project itself rather than like praising of one person so much. I don't know. It's so weird.
It's literally like Rogue One. I was so excited to watch the behind the scenes of Rogue One, and they basically, because we know it had a development hell for the third act, especially.
Yeah,
and it kind of shows because the trailers doesn't match up with the movie, and it would be very interesting to know what that was instead of them just brushing on the rug.
That's where you'd put it, is in the behind the scenes. You talk about it,
like it's the whole like alternate endings. Like sometimes you get alternate endings because you get studio meddling.
Well, even in Rippaverse's Yaira live action trailer, Like they had a stupid behind the scenes thing, but all it was them going, it was so fun to work with Eric and stuff, and this was amazing. And they could have explained in there, like they could have said useful things, and like, yes, all the people running away, there's supposed to be ice, like it's supposed to be covered in ice, and like supposed to be like a blizzard happening, but we couldn't make the effects, so that's why it looks like they're running from nothing. You know, it's a goof mistake, but we didn't have time. Or something. It was more expensive than we thought it was going to be, but we hope people enjoyed it anyway. I don't know, something like that.
You know what? I gotta address this. Red asked, did you see the poster back? I'm so fucking mad. See, like again, Tony is way better at grifting than I am, because I noticed that, and I just like, oh, whatever, they fucked up, like, haha. But you know, let me.
You didn't make a tweet about it.
Yeah, I was like, well, let me see what the rest of the book is before I start shitting on it, and then like right away, I started reading it. It's like this opening page, and then don't mess with Texas. I'm like, all right, fuck, and just everything, just you know, it became like I have to tweet the whole fucking book today to actually share my problems. So like I kind of like I saw that, didn't want to harp on it, and then I ended up seeing way more problems. And so I just kind of forgot about it. I'm like, damn it, Tony. Like, people are going to notice that more and cling to that little detail more than any story criticism or universe criticism I'm going to give. And it's annoying. And it's like, it was right there. I had it. Anyway. But no, that's me complimenting Tony, though, because he's got such a good mind for the game that I don't. But
still learning.
Apex says, I will buy Horseman. I'm morbidly curious. All right. So there's a bunch of usually there's like 2 pages at the end of ads. This one has like 6 pages of ads for Rippaverse shit and Rippasyn and Rippazine. But the first one, solo myself. Solo. There you go. Thank you. The first one is up next, the Horseman. Welcome to Floorspark. And it says, this summer, things start to heat up in Floorspark as we welcome a new hero to town who brings with him a whole heap load of trouble. ... That's it. That's the tweet. Like, oh, I love this shit. It's so bad. All right, let's keep reading this dog shit.
Let's try.
Something wrong with. See, I was confused too because like some of his words and stuff, his phrasing is already fucked up in this Greek thing. So I'm like, something went wrong with the us. And I'm like,
I thought, that's what I read. First. Like, I think it means the U.S.
And then, okay, this is gonna make sense. Okay. So I'll have to read it out to y'all, and it'll make sense. So something went wrong with the U.S. Something horrendous which had caused it to shatter and reform as 7 different countries, each consumed with their own survival and no longer wanting a union. Yet there was a new city, Floorspark. And so then I'm confused. I'm like, oh, so he went from praising Eric to out of nowhere shifting it to talking about a civil war made 7 countries out of America.
There's zero transition in anything. And this is the first time this is mentioned, I think.
Yeah, like we just thought it was like, Texas, and then everyone else surrounding them is America and Mexico. Yeah, so now like, now in this weird thank you letter bullshit fluffer piece, we're getting actual details about the world, and it's really weird way. This is like the detail of Palpatine in Rise of Skywalker. It comes from Fortnite,
right?
It's not even in like an EU book or anything or a comic. It's from Fortnite, and it's like I'm not playing fucking gay 12-year-old children game Fortnite. To get Star Wars info. Fuck you. It's weird. And so it's like, okay. So I kept going back to this page, and like some point talking about 4 corners. So I come back here and he says, let me see. A brand new city, barely 50 years old, but fully grown despite its age, with a flourishing tech industry such as Projexis and Goodyng Industries, a vibrant downtown, and presumably some rundown sections. What? Like,
no, so I hate this sentence again. At the beginning, he's like, what did he say? It's a flourishing thing that's growing, but it's still doing okay. So it's like, just
this is what I talk about every fucking time. When you write
words,
you should try to write as little words as possible to delineate your idea.
Like it sounds more goobly gobbly. Like you can't get. It's 50 years old, but he's also pretty spry and young. Even though he broke his knee once, but he's doing pretty good. He's bounced back. It's like, No. Just say he's doing all right.
Pick a lane. Is it good or is it bad? Because it's like, oh, it's a great city. We do have like a bunch of ghettos, but it's pretty cool too.
Is that we presumably might have some areas that aren't.
You don't know. You're writing this.
Just say that they do, even if you don't. Even if that's somehow wrong information, who cares? There's some rundown areas in this flourishing city. It's like, why even mention this? I don't even know. It's just why mention it at all?
It's like go to downtown Philly. It's a beautiful city, and then like start going outside of that, and you're like, oh no, fuck. You know, that's every city. You know, you get like fucking Indianapolis. I went to the barn, the big barn stadium, which is awesome. It's downtown. Downtown is shit in Indianapolis. It's in a rundown. So you would never imagine that glorious monument to Peyton Manning that he built would be in such a shitty place of Indianapolis, but it is. Okay, so there was also a new development, Excepts. That's what Eric calls the superhumans he created. They're not superheroes. Perhaps that term died with the United States. Some Excepts did good. Others,
this is even okay. The word Except sounds so much worse coming from Mike Baron for some reason, or the way he's saying it. It just sounds worse. Like powered people. Those Excepts, just I don't know the way it's sounding. It just sounds weird to me.
Right, it's like Invincible.
That says they're not superheroes. Just okay, right.
Like Invincible is kind of a cringe name for a hero, but it's with like a high school kid. He's like, I got it. I am invincible.
Well, I think they kind of make fun of it a little too. Yeah. It's not, and then even though that's his name, he gets his ass kicked all the time. So, I don't know. There's some irony to it, at least.
Yeah.
At least.
All right. So Isom was the first among them. His real name.
That already is weird too. So they have this war 50 years ago. Isom's the first Except, they say. But then
Brian Solari was part of the War of Separation.
But then the wasn't the doctors, weren't they like, we have no fucking idea if he's an Except or not or something.
They're like well, we can't tell. He's not showing up in our primary test. We'll have to do more in-depth blood tests.
They're not showing up in our brief records of Texas.
No. It's not that. Texas. It's not that. Like it seems from what I remember reading, I saw him that quick little blurb. Me, good faith, trying to interpret this world is that this is a detail of like, all right, they figured out blood testing for Excepts, just like mutants and X-Men, but he might be a special case where it's like his identifiers are actually way more finite, and you need, instead of like a swab from like a finger prick like diabetes test, that you would need a in-depth blood analysis, like when you're testing blood, your zinc, tongue, and shit,
anal, whatever.
Well, I mean, if you're in China, they test for anal for COVID, which isn't just a little sidebar there. That's not exactly strange, because it's a bad way to test for COVID because that's your waist. So it's like that's gonna be the last place the COVID's at is in your ass because you're expelling it. So that's going to give you a false positive if you find COVID in your ass versus in your intake systems. It's like an exhaust for a car. That's like the last place you're going to check a whole bunch of problems. Like, all right. So I saw the first moment. His real name is Avery Silman, and he had a past. Wow, who would have thought?
When I read that he had a past, I'm like, I wouldn't expect like a comic book creator, especially like a
legendary titan of the industry, Mike Baron.
He's a person that has a past. Like,
I'm a fucking retard.
Yeah, I'll bet.
They all have pasts.
It's like to clarify, in case my last sentence confused you.
What is it? Eric says we're breaking the atom.
They have pasts as well.
We're splitting the atom, guys. To which Eric hinted in the first two issues. He fanned his characters like a poker player with a winning hand. Aside from Isom, there was Alpha Core, the first Except team up group. Darren Fontano, Darren's a fucking Except too?
Darren Fontano, wait.
He's talking about Look at the context of this paragraph. He's like, some Excepts did good, others not so much. That's a reference to the first book with Darren saying not so much.
Yeah.
And then he's like, Isom was the first among them. Then there is Alpha Core. And then he follows it with Darren Fontano, an old friend of Avery's and a nightclub owner, the mysterious Yaira, the even more mysterious Bloodruth, who rides around on a dragon, and of course, the tech genius Goodyng. Also, this is a weird way to like trail off, like, oh yeah, and like, you know, kind of like passively, yeah, there's also Goodyng in the mix, whatever. I just wrote him his first issue, fucking barely known character in this world that supposedly people really want to know about. Also he's here, I guess. You know, it's
what is the point of him writing any of this?
It's like this is like the Avengers was like, dude, I can't wait to see Hulk and Thor, and they're gonna fight Loki, the Chitauri. That means Thanos is gonna be, maybe Thanos will pop up in the movie. Oh yeah, there's Hawkeye too. Like,
yeah, we got the Hulk, we got Iron Man, we got Captain America, we've got Thor. We've got
that one.
We also have Hawkeye.
Ooh,
also got Hawkeye.
Who the fuck cares about?
You might as well lead with we've got Hawkeye, we've got Black Widow.
You know, I feel bad. I feel bad for Kanan White because he drew that fucking Burger Man book. That is way cooler than what the fuck, whatever the fuck that this is. I haven't even read that book yet. If you want me to read that book, me and Ricky, send us $6 so we can get the PDF. The Burger Book by Kanan White.
So Angus, what is the point of him writing any of this? This is
I don't know.
Of the book.
I don't know.
It's like okay, like so far with the information that's given, I guess you could shorten it to one paragraph where he's like, you know, there's you know, you guys want to know the history of Texas or something around here? There's a whole war. There's this and that, and just like a couple of things. There's a bunch of superheroes out there or a bunch of people with powers. But even then, I don't even know what the point is. Like, what is the point? I thought
this is
he was thanking Eric, and then he's just like babbling on about this, and I don't know, man.
This really says everything.
Like, why is it here?
This really says everything. Saw my old pal Chuck writing a new book. I called Eric up and asked if I could write for the Rippaverse, and he said yes. So literally, it's like crackhead Chappelle does. Like, you got any crack?
Well, to me, it also sounds like a kid or something. I was walking down to the street, and then I saw my mom, and then I said hi, and then the store owner opened me and gave me a chocolate bar. He said, "Yeah, I can have one." It's like I know. It's just like.
It's like Eric.
I don't know why he's saying this.
Remember the clip of VBS where he's like, yeah, it's like she wears a cowboy hat and she has a castle and she rides a dragon and she's got wolves. It's like, dude, you gotta stop like at some point. Like, he asked me to write a book about Goodyng. He didn't have a first name, so I called him Cato, who composed the first history of Rome. Cato was for pointing to another nation posed to, I think he's supposed to say poised.
That's what I was thinking, because I'm like, pose. Okay, yeah, poised makes more sense.
Yeah, because you do say like prepared to wipe Rome off the map or poised to wipe Rome off the map. Carthage must be destroyed, he told the Roman Senate over and over again. They failed to destroy Carthage, so Hannibal brought Carthage to them. All right, and so I read that, I'm thinking, all right, so there's gonna be some analogy of Cato warns people and no one listens to him, and then he proves them wrong and that they should have listened to him the whole time. That never is a case in this book. So what the fuck? Goodyng the polemoth, as Eric used to say, traces the visionary's life from grade school through high school, college, his first gig at a big tech firm, and finally busting loose from the controls of others to founding his own business. I also trace the progress of the man who would become his nemesis, Ronald Hodges, a high school bully who embarks on a path to reinvent himself as the master criminal. Wait for it, Splatterpuss.
I seriously thought my eyes were like just not reading the word properly.
That's not right.
I don't have my glass. I don't have my glasses on. I'm like, that can't be what he's written here. What? Oh, it is. Oh.
Yeah. My editors, the movie making Saska sisters, approved. Eric encouraged me to make up more characters, so I did. I wish I could tell you about them.
Who writes like this? They told me to do something, and then I did. Like, who?
Happy to be here.
Would you write these words down, Angus? Really? Like, ever? Like, you know, Rookie said that he's coming to Ohio, and then he did. Like, He told me to wash my hands, and then I did. Like, I don't know who writes this down.
This is the legendary titan of the comic industry, Mike Baron, rookie. Know your fucking role.
Like, honestly, all I'm thinking about is basic like English structuring of like a paragraph and like a page.
Just
Like,
talking to
it's
people.
like, what is so your introductory paragraph was awful because it doesn't get us into what the sandwich of your fucking thing is. Talking basics, Angus. And it's just like, nope, just some random shit there, and then randomly talking about the world, I guess, and some of the characters at random, and then he's like, I saw him do a thing, and then I wanted to do it, so then I called him, and then he said yeah, and I was like, okay, and then he was oh my gosh, and it's like, I don't do what is the point of this, man? What do you really want to say here? Like, yeah, I was doing okay in my life or something, and then I just wanted, I liked what they were doing over here. I had some ideas in my head, and he wanted me to write this character. So I love Roman history. I'm trying to think of how I can apply that into his story. Something like that. I don't know. Just trying to think of something there.
This was Todd Crawford's reaction to that picture I posted.
He's quite.
Oh, let me find Jim Satala's.
We haven't even gotten into the book yet, man. This is that first page of fun.
So much fun.
We have fun here. We're having fun, Angus.
I'm having fun.
If we don't say we're having fun, we're not having fun.
I am having fun.
Gotta say we're having fun to enjoy stuff. Yeah, smiles on our faces won't tell you that.
I'm just so amazed. Like you're
seething and coping
millions of bucks to make dog shit, and then you have to pretend you like it.
Hey, they said not everything's going to be as awesome as ISOM. Okay. Eric even said that himself. Yeah. Wait, so Yaira was the mammoth and Goodyng was the polymath? That was a bad joke.
Worth it though.
Yeah.
Let me find
not all our hits, guys. Not all our hits.
Oh wait, I can just go to his messages and find him that way. All right, Jim Satala. Let me see what he posted. This is like awoken me to like, oh yeah, I gotta check my mail. Like, oh boy, new Rippa shit's here. Where did it go? Oh man, it's down a ways. Where the fuck is? You've posted so much now. Fuck you.
Yeah, Tank Ferret really wanted it to be good, but nope. Sorry. The Nerd Way says, "Are we sure Mike Baron wrote this, or did Eric write it and sign Baron's name?"
No, I really think Mike just sucks worse than Eric. Actually.
Yeah. So everything the Rippaverse has put out has been pure trash. I mean, yeah, pretty much. It burns us, precious. That's what we said earlier.
Yeah,
I was thinking.
It burns us.
It burns us. So what are his powers?
Okay. So let me share this.
Jim just did a review live on BTM.
Okay. We'll have to check that out in the future. Someone give me the timestamp so we can have that in our back pocket. But Jim here tags me, EVS, Shane Davis, Malin, Renown Zero, Low Watermark, Unkept Turtle, I don't know that guy, BTM, Vito, what was this fucking Cecil, Masterson, B.A. Turner, myself, Frog Tony. And so he says, first thoughts after reading is it's an origin story for Kato Gooding. It tracks well and moves at a great pace. The writing is clean and clear, notwithstanding the addition of more oddly spelled character names. My only complaint is the story seems incomplete for what has been sold as a one-shot. Yeah, no, it just ends kind of abruptly. And it's like, all right, so where is the like Gooding will return in Gooding 2? Like, I'm lost. It like they shared in the art, one of the pages they shared where it's like the top and bottom panels are the same, but they like just moved a character or something. That is the last page of the book. And it's like, what? Let me see. It ends on a cliffhanger with his main adversary escaping from jail. That being said, it's a book I would continue to buy because it has an interesting character whose possibilities are limitless. The biggest Easter egg in the book comes from Mike's letter. Brother Ruth rides a dragon. Didn't see that in any Dokumonk. Well, I mean, you should probably assume that because she has the dragon in ISOM too. So Doesn't it like grab?
But who's read that though?
What's your favorite part? Clearly, Jim didn't read I Some Too.
A dragon, a wolf, an alligator.
Yeah, look, it's in I Some Too. She rides it in I Some Too, and then he grabs the foot because I guess it'd be gay to.
He's tickling the dragon.
I guess it'd be gay. Yeah, see, multiple times in I Some Too, he does this shit where he avoids like being gay, quote unquote, where like the robot like holds the woman, but then Isom like holds the shoulder of the other side of the robot.
Mm-hmm.
When it's like you can't fly, so it'd be smart for him to, since there's no like attachments, so it would be smart for him to hold you. He's a robot. It's not gay. But then here it's like he would have to ride bitch like on a motorcycle where you're holding the rider. You can't do that.
Yeah. Vaughn's Haunted Castle says she rides the dragon in I Some Too. What the fuck? It's fucking purple. Yeah, it's Barney.
Hey, what's up, Vaughn? Do you want a link, Vaughn? Let me know because I'll pitch to you. You can go through this with us. I'm gonna start going through the book. I'm going to dip out for a second so I can switch the camera down to the table, move my computer probably this way. So Ricky, I'm going to bring up Jim shared this. I want to talk about last night. It'll be perfect. Kind of we'll segue for a moment. Talking about SDCC, the San Diego Comic-Con. There was okay, here it is. I'm sending you the link and you can bring this up and talk about it with the peoples while I set up private chat. All right, here we go. There you go, Ricky. So pull that up.
I shall pull it up.
And I'll be right back.
Pull it up. Pull it up. All right. All right. One sec there, folks. Hold on. Okay. There you go. Got my face for you. Nice and pretty. I'm going to pull that up for you. 1 second now. All right. There we go. Okay. So police bursts into Comic-Con. Sex trafficking ring in San Diego arrests 14 suspects. Jesus Christ. I did not know that's what that was going to be about. Even if you just said it, I wasn't fully listening. Wow. What the hell? That's insane. They bust the trafficking thing in there and arrest 14 suspects. Post Millennial says that. My gosh. I assume you want me to open this up to read it. I guess I'll do that. Why not? Here. I gotta get rid of the ads there. My goodness. Okay, so I gotta reshare for that screen. 1 sec there, folks. While you readjust that. Okay. Stupid ads. I hate opening these things with that. Anyway, let me get my reading glasses on there, folks. Can't barely read that without them on there. A human trafficking sting operation at Comic-Con in San Diego, California earlier this week resulted in the arrest of 14 suspects and uncovered 10 potential victims. My gosh. Between July 25th and 27th, undercover officers infiltrated the popular convention and tracked down the would-be traffickers and victims by posing as potential sex buyers and sellers. Wow, I did not know that's what could go on at a Comic-Con. From what I hear, I hear that they're not going to maybe have the San Diego one that often anymore, even though it's like the biggest one. Let me know if that's true. Don't know if that's anything in regards to this. I thought in general they're just having decreasing numbers every year or so. But all right, neither of those names allegedly involved in the criminal operation, nor those who suffered as a result, have been publicly revealed, though it was noted that one of the victims was only 16 years old. According to the press release issued by California Attorney General Rob Bonta, the investigation was undertaken by California Department of Justice's San Diego Human Trafficking Task Force. Ooh, that's a mouthful right there. Upon apprehending the suspects and locating the victims, authorities arrested the former and provided the latter with child welfare services and adult and juvenile support services advocates. Unfortunately, sex traffickers capitalize on large-scale events such as Comic-Con to exploit their victims for profit, Bonanza said. These arrests send a clear message to those potential offenders that their criminal behavior will not be tolerated. We are grateful to all our dedicated partners involved in the San Diego Human Trafficking Task Force. Jesus Christ, that is a mouthful. Whose collaboration has been invaluable. We take great pride in our office's commitment to uplifting vulnerable Californians by offering them assistance and guidance when they need it most. His sentiments were shared by Christopher Davis, special agent in charge of Homeland Security investigations in San Diego. He noted that while highly attended events like these allow us to showcase our growing and beautiful city, when people use these events as an opportunity to prey upon minors, HSI and our law enforcement partners will find you and bring you to before a court of law to face criminal charges. He made it clear that there is no place for alleged predators to operate in our city, and HSI is committed to helping the victims of these crimes. All right. That seems to be about the end of that right there. Wow. Holy fuck. All right. Did not see that coming. Not for Comic-Con, but what do you guys think down here? Yeah, it says, oh crap. Yeah, agreed. My gosh, Vaughn says, so less cosplayers than usual at this so less cosplayers than usual at this I guess. Did you hear all that, Angus? You're muted, but gee willikers.
Sorry, I didn't realize I was muted on the computer part.
Yep.
But yeah, no, it's crazy stuff. I mean, it makes sense because you got like all sorts of media, you got all sorts of like foreign people coming like, woo, I love this person. I want to see that person. I want to see this character. Here's an update on a movie. It makes a lot of sense. It's an internationally known event. You have just unlimited potential of all sorts of clientele perusing through there. So it makes a lot of sense for it to be.
It's like
same with like sporting events, Super Bowl, NBA Finals, like any of these big things could be trafficking events because you have the police most focused on the venue itself and the high profile money makers, because ultimately this is all like tax revenue for the cities. So no, it makes sense. It's just kind of like, I guess we're all kind of blindsided by, we didn't really think about Chris Hansen having to come to Comic-Con.
ever since Trump's attempted assassination, there's been all these predators coming out every week. Can we go a week without one? Dr. Disrespect, Chris What's His Face. I'm sure there's somebody else.
His face. What's her face?
And then
Chris, what's her face?
Sure.
Don't misgender the predators.
He pitted lead or something. Pitted lead around.
All right. Let me set my camera. I'm gonna show some more Twitter stuff. Yeah, I wanted to do the service to Jim for sending that to me, and I didn't cover it last night, so that's why we brought it up while I fixed my camera to show you the comic. But before that, I want to go through some of the highlights that I tweeted today of this book over the last few hours. And it's crazy too because I had to go to the library to print out some shipping labels for eBay, and then lo and behold, in like the little store area at the front of things off the shelves that they're selling,
you saw ISOM.
Oh, no, that'd be funny as fuck because that would mean I paid 33 cents for a copy of ISOM. But no, like I was telling you yesterday, like I love The Handmaid's Tale. I watched the whole show. It's available thus far. I'm really getting into it. I really appreciate the idea of this dystopia. And then lo and behold, I find a hardcover, pretty pristine copy from the library for sale of the sequel, Testaments. So it's like, oh, what a perfect day. I get Goodyng. It's dog shit. Mike Barron sucks. And I also got the Testaments book. So awesome. And hanging out with you good people. But let me
What do you mean, you good people?
Let me bring up my Twitter. Find my media. All right, let's pull this up. I want to share the highlights that stuck out to me before I go through anything else. All right, so here, the first page We have Brian's. This is like, I guess, a radio or news line. Says Brian Solari's Exceptionals have sent the invaders packing. Now, invaders would mean America or one of the other countries that have been made from the dividing of 7 countries of what is formerly America. Colonel Rolf Winston remarked, and I quote, "They'll think twice before messing with Texas again." Oh God. Just like the repetitiveness of this shit, where it's like they have no sense of invention.
Well, like, so even if they're trying to go with a "don't mess with Texas" theme or something, you don't have to directly say the words "don't mess with Texas." Like, that's really lame. Be more creative in what you're trying to convey with what you mean here.
All right, so here is, we get like an opening, I don't know, 5-10 pages of kid Goodyng. Now we're at young man graduating high school Goodyng, and some black guy approaches him and says, "Mr. Goodyng, I'm Ross Broderick from Hartman University. Have you heard of us?" He's like, "Yes, sir. Hartman is famous for its health mechanical engineering programs. That's what I'd like to talk to you about. We'd like to offer you a science scholarship." "Seriously?" "Absolutely. I read your piece on boom boxes." There's a follow-up to this. Don't worry. Don't you hate... fuck, that's getting... "Don't you hate those things? You're sitting at a stoplight and a throbbing bass pulls up next to you. Your solution is ingenious. Have you put it into practice?" "It's just a theory." "Hartman doesn't offer science scholarships, Mr. Broderick. What company are you with?" "See, that's why we want to recruit you. Would you like a beer?" Oh shit, we got a groomer in the Rippaverse.
"See, I can't tell you where we are. I have to be secret about that too."
"I'm 17. I can't have a beer." "Well, let's get some lemonade and a hot
Wait, is that actually a line of dialogue?
This is from the book, yeah.
Oh, I thought you were like making fun of it.
I'm sharing it. I'm sharing it.
I see it now, but it's like, I thought you were like doing like a South Park thing where they're like, "Do you kids want anything?" "No, we just want coffee."
He's like, "Have you heard of Madwire? They make phones. Among other things. Full ride for your masters, including room, board, and a monthly stipend." "Let me think about it, sir."
It's like, again, I understand his like wanting to have mystery, but my God, so this was nothing again.
And so later on in the book, we're seeing the adult villain from the bully from high school that we'll see.
That little boy put thumbtacks on that chair.
"Why'd you sign up?" Says, "This is Texas. This is my country. I want to give back." You says, "I want to kill people," which is like, I mean, that's why I joined the army. So I'm like, I legitimately like, okay, you got me, Mike. This is good. And oh, this was great. Okay, so in the plot, the bad guy, he gets fucked. I think he's a Marine. He gets fucked along with his buddy, Eric Spies, because they like bust some compound with like drugs or money or both, and they like pocket some of it, and so they got busted. So they got sent to 12 years hard labor in prison. But then this guard comes up to him and is like, "Hey, I'll get you out. You just gotta like knock me out and then leave. But if you kill me, the deal's off." So they do, and then this is them hopping into the plane at the rendezvous, and the guy's like, names and birth dates. And he's like, Ronald Hodges, bleep, Eric Spies, bleep, redacted. Like, this is what you do on a document, like a classified document. You redact, you black out lines of information that no one needs to know. You don't have a character say beep. If they're cursing and you don't want to write fuck or whatever the curse word is, you put in like asterisk, pound, exclamation point, at. You don't just black it out. This is so weird.
You assume these guys would know who they are if they're going through the trouble of trying to break them out.
This is so fucking weird, dude.
You think you'd want something more, I don't know, legitimate than a birthday.
Like what I was telling you, what you would do here is, if you wanted to hide the info from the audience for some special reason, you would have the word bubbles be cut off by the panel, where it'd just be like one long line he's saying, but you're only seeing the name, and maybe it's like the first number of the date, but it's cut off the rest of the dates. That's how you do it if you want to hide it. But that is why you write it.
My idea too would be like if they had like in Cyberfrog, they had different color text speech bubbles or whatever. Like if somebody else's speech bubble cut off in front of theirs or something, so it's like you're talking over them. Like I don't know. So like it was said, but we don't see what it was.
Yeah. Again, the trailer makes Gooding look like a F slur, and so this is like him proposing to Gina. So I'm like, I promise Gooding isn't a fraggot. Honest. Look, he's engaged to a woman and everything.
A female woman.
A biological vagina haver, a womb haver. They had to make a point, make sure he's in his origin. They got to make sure, just so you know, he's not gay. I know that might have been a question from that trailer, but he's not gay. This is what's funny too. At some point in the plot after the marriage, okay, this is like 2 pages later, is because you see like this on the left is the page flipping from the proposal. So it says, we've instituted a top-down security check. How soon can you put your version into production? He's like, Mr. Quinn, that was just an idea I don't think we're anywhere near. It says Spark. Okay, so the like competitor is Spark Industries.
Really?
Or maybe there's Spark and the other one is like procurement or something. But yeah, one of the companies in this fight is Spark Industries. Which would be fine if it was like Invincible or The Boys or something like that, a parody, a satire, a Watchmen, not competitor, and then you're making an obvious illusion, like
Kate in the chat says Mike Barron's writing is worse than Eric's. How? Why would he be gay? They saved that for Yaira and Bloodroot.
Stoney says this seems almost like a conversation that people would have, but the words are nonsensical. What does medical engineering have to do with noise pollution? Okay, so this is the whole polymath angle that we'll get through in this book. He's a polymath, so he just has his fingers in every pie. And what's annoying is, like I was telling Rookie, like you got kind of the baselines Peter Parker. If not, you got Reed Richards, Tony Stark, Professor X. I don't know much about Black Bolt, but he's part of the Illuminati.
He's supposed to be the leader of the Inhumans. He can't speak at all because his voice will kill everyone.
Yeah.
And
that's so, he's part of the smart guy crew, and that's where Planet Hulk comes in because they trick Hulk because he's like a problem potentially. So they send him to a black hole, and that spits him out on Sakaar or whatever, and that's where Planet Hulk takes place. And then he comes in World War Hulk to fuck up the Illuminati. Doctor Strange is that other guy. So like all these guys, all these super smart guys, they have counters to their personality that like, yeah, they're living great in some way, but they like really fuck themselves in others, if not like hindrances. So Professor X, he's the Library of Alexandria as a person, and yet he's handicapped and stuck in a wheelchair. Like he has one of the greatest powers, but
he can barely.
He's Stephen Hawking.
He can't go upstairs.
Yeah. Versus Wolverine is immortal, but everyone he loves could die by his existence.
And he lost his memory as well.
That too, yeah. So it's like there's always a counter to the power. That's how
he feels the pain too. Like he's immortal, but he can.
You have to have a dichotomy. Like there's a baseline, whatever. Like there's kind of like a globe, a 360 globe of like what you can do with the character. But you always have to have like a kind of defined. This is his power. This is his counter.
That's why with Black Bolt, as dumb as the Inhumans are, like it was a good idea. It's like his words alone are so powerful. Just saying like stop, like a whisper, could like nuke a city essentially. So that means he cannot speak unless it's like you're willing to destroy everything around you because it's that powerful. Like that's a good counter in a way too.
I love whistling.
Yes, he has to. Well, I guess I mean because like he has to have like other aspects to his character, I would think, to make him interesting. Like he's got to be strong. He's got to be able to communicate somehow without speaking. He's hindered a lot, essentially, just with that alone. He's got a big OP power that he can barely ever use.
Yeah. Anyway, so it says Spark is already advertising anything you need. That's not my area of expertise. I specialize in spectrum therapy and disaster mitigation.
That would take 2 lifetimes.
Drop everything and work on. Oh, that's funny. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, Yaira has 2 PhDs, so Dokumon's like that would take 2 whole lifetimes, and yet Goodyng has got all these studies in all these different fields of technology,
and he's a human,
just a human, 1 life. Like, oh my god, drop everything and work on the reactor. I don't recall submitting a proposal.
Wait. They're having Spark Industries person work on a reactor.
Yes.
Really?
Everything you do, everything you create belongs to Madwire. It's in your contract. I'll give my answer tomorrow.
Like, if you're gonna have it be called Spark Industries, have it not be so similar to Stark Industries.
And this is the follow-up. All right. So it says, my contract has 3 years to go. And she's like, can they sue you? No, but there's a clause that everything I develop while working there belongs to them, even if I did it on my own time. We'd have to downsize. I have to go with my gut. I can get funding. Won't you be indebted to them? Life is full of trade-offs. It's never good to be perfect. It's never going to be perfect. I'd be in charge. I'd own my ideas. All right, so then he goes to Madwire, is where he's working, and the security guy's like, I'm sorry, sir. You've been banned from entering. He said, I work here. Sir, your personal belongings will be delivered to you later this week.
So we've got Rippa Send, the mail service in Rippaverse. We'll send it to you in no time.
This guy also moonlights on the weekends at Isomnox's grave for security purposes. Just so
make sure that all the urinary levels are at 0.
So I say here, you're telling me the super smart child prodigy Polemuth got hoodwinked into a bad contract, not even bribed, just a scientist wowing his professors at school for fake physics shit, but can't read a bad deal. And I said, never sell me Mike Barron shit again, Comicsgate/Rippaverse. This dude is as bad a writer as Eric July. Actually, he's fucking worse now that I've read this whole thing. Let me see if there's anything else. Yeah, this is Mike Barron, by the way.
I think I've seen him on EBS's shows here and there.
And so it's like, what did I really expect when I see this? Like, why did I ever have?
Well, honestly, not what was written. I wouldn't have expected any of that.
All right, so this is the last thing I said. Oh no, okay. So Splatterpuss confirmed. Someone's like, do my eyes deceive me, or is that villain really named Splatterpuss?
That's literally what I said. I'm like, I need to adjust my glasses. Like,
this man is a trained killer. Do you know what they call him? Splatterpuss. He can make your head explode. And I said Goodyng hates N-words confirmed. All right, so this is right after security shit. Okay, this is great. All right, so boom, bada boom, bada boom. She's like, turn it off. And then he flips his device on. She's like, where'd it go? He says, the force field responds to certain frequencies and fries the circuits. I call it bass jammer. All right. And then we get the next page. You're in the ghetto in one of these possibly destitute. What did he say in that blurb? What did let me look at?
He was like, presumably there's some destitute areas or something.
Yeah, he says, so Florspark, it's a new 50-year-old city, but it's fully
flourishing
grown, and it's flourishing tech industries such as Projectus and Goodyng Industries, a vibrant downtown, and presumably some rundown sections. All right, so we're in the somewhat possibly rundown section, the ghetto of Florspark. All right, and so this guy is in the truck with them. I don't know who the fuck this guy is. He's like, what are we seeing?
He's
because he just got fired from Badwire, and now he's making Goodyng Industries. I don't know who the fuck this guy is.
He's Chuckman.
And it's like, what are we seeing? Because people who love their music so much, they feel compelled to share it with the whole world. He's like, and then they shut off, and someone's like, thank you, Jesus. And they're like, it stopped. Maybe it's an EMP. And he's like, how much do you need? And then we're seeing like a little montage of him making other shit. So it's like, activists are considering a lawsuit against bass jammer inventor Kato Goodyng, claiming it interferes with their freedom of expression. And then we see this new thing. Gooding's Savor Saber, which infuses meat while you cut it, flying off the shelves. What the fuck does that mean?
Well,
it infuses meat with what?
Infuses meat.
Which infuses meat while you cut. What does that mean? Like, is it putting flavor in the cut? Is it seasoning my steak while I cut it to put it on the grill?
What was Savor Saber? What?
You see what I'm talking about?
Is that
what
like
the fuck
a
is
cocaine thing in there? No.
What the fuck is this? And well, you get a follow up with the Savor Saber later when he fights Splatterpuss, and we'll get into it. Let me catch up with you in the chat.
Blood taste delicious.
Let me get with y'all in the chat. What's going on? He didn't even finish anything for him, but isn't allowed in the lab. Yeah, they literally just said, "Hey, make this shit for me." He's like, "I'll let you know tomorrow." And then I guess as I'm talking with Gina, he's saying no, but he comes to the lab anyway. And they're like, "You're done. We'll send your shit to you." And then just magically, he makes the bass jammer to target black people in their loud music.
He already made it.
And this goes back to when he was 17, at least, if not earlier, because that guy from the company that pulled him in and sponsored his masters is like, "Oh, I read your thing about boom boxes." So it's like for like years, he's had it out against black people and their loud music. That's why I said Gooding hates N-words.
Trying to take back boom boxes for white people, you know.
Yeah, no, I did notice that. Yeah, the bubbles at the wrong head. It's pointing to the guy that's freaked out that probably owns the boombox car, but then it's someone in the background saying, "Thank you, Jesus." This really is a sequence of events that don't transition together well. Exactly. That's why I'm like, Jim, what the fuck are you saying? Why are you promoting this fucking book? It's not good. What are you talking about? Now they're gonna go out and steal more stereos. Yeah, you just that's funny. Yeah, Gooding actually contributes to the crime.
He's trying to bring more business to Horseman's neck of the woods. You know,
how can Goodyear the Plymouth be worse than Isom? You're right. Thank you, Pope.
Because it made less than $3.7 million.
Oh no,
that's why
you got Pope. Fuck, what was Pope Benedict XVI? Ratzinger. You got Joseph Ratzinger as your avatar. I feel bad for that guy. He was stuck in a fucking corner with his papacy. I see that's a good guy. You can hate the Catholic Church, think they're a bunch of pedos or whatever, but like he came into a kind of pre-Me Too era targeting the Catholic Church with its sins of some of its ranking members shuffling diddlers around instead of prosecuting them or turning them over to the police in their respective jurisdictions, their dioceses. And so Ratzinger was trying to like, all right, how do I manage this and discipline these guys however is proper while also not tarnishing, while trying to keep it under wraps so it doesn't tarnish the overall prospects of the Catholic Church and our mission. Like, and then also this guy was in the Hitler Youth, so he always gets lambasted for that when he was a child. That was like, you join this, of course, like you have to. I feel bad for him. So it's very interesting to see, being ex-Catholic, it's very interesting to see someone use him for an avatar, even if it's to mock him. I do feel bad for that guy. On the bright side, says Sasatini 28. On the right side, it's not as bad as Yair or Isom, but not saying much. It's like Alpha Core, boring as shit, but slightly more polished. I don't know about that. We're going to look into it now. All right. So, Rookie, you're going to have to man, because unfortunately,
I'll man the chat.
Yeah, you're going to have to man chicks. I got to zoom in to read what I'm showing y'all because the camera's upside down. So I have to have the book upside down from myself.
Yeah, I'm going to solo your thing so everybody can see it better too.
All right. Now I'm going to full screen myself so I can see everything. All right.
Full screen yourself or you wreck yourself.
All right. So it starts out, we're somewhere in Texas. You hear the "Don't Mess with Texas" thing from a commander. And Cato is here in his bedroom reading something, but this is probably 3D assets. because that poster's backwards. It should be facing us, but it's spelled backwards.
Maybe that's an intentional Easter egg. That's a portal to a mirror universe.
But yeah, so Gooding's having dinner with his family. We never learn who the fuck his mom, dad, or sister are. But
that's a story for another time.
Right. It's literally Maz Kanata. But he's like, yeah, I'm doing arithmetic and shit, and I'm doing calculus. And like, calculus? You're in grade school. And he's like, well, the teacher called y'all. You just never got back to him. And so they're like, oh, well, I guess we'll have to thank him for, what he's doing. But he's like, yeah, don't like make a big deal because I don't want like the other kids to pick on me. And so they're nagging about that. And he goes to school. He's got a bully. All right. So it's like, all right, we're going to, school's starting, you'll find your schedules. But then he gets whacked with a fucking rubber band by his bully, Mr. Ronald McDonald Hodges. All right. And he gets picked on, going to his locker. He's late. And Gina, his crush, whatever, she's like taking up for him. And principal's bothering him. He's like, well, don't worry, sir. I'll take care of him. He's like, don't do anything stupid.
He puts tax he's on like, thing and that.
Yeah, we had to get that. Yeah. All right. So back at school, she's like, what are you going to do with that bully? He's like, well, don't worry. And so like, all right, bye-bye. And then we're back to school.
He's going to ask him to prom.
Going back to school. And the guy's like, I'm going to punch you. And he does, but it ends up, let me see, make sure. Yeah. Okay. So he's getting bullied again. And so he figures it out. He puts fucking thumbtacks on a board under his shirt. So the next time this kid fucks with him, where are we? Yeah, he bloodies his hand.
Yow!
Yeah. So just so you know, my camera or my computer is like off to the side here. So I'm like actually reading it from the computer. So it's like, this is awkward, but it's not as bad as when I had my tripod trying to read around it. So
yeah.
See,
real quick sentence says, I'm honestly lost at where the Rippaverse goes from here. 38K on Rippazine 2 and less than 10K books sold. It's not a good sign for the future. It feels more like the Rippaverse will be done for by next year at most. Never expected it to fall so quick.
God, I hope not. This is so fun. I don't want Eric to close shop until he just gets so tired of getting laughed at.
When did Goodyng become TVMA with blood and stuff? Yeah. that is actually pretty funny.
All right. So what the
especially when they show Isom like kill people in Isom 1.
Okay, so for whatever reason, Mike Barron tries to like say smarter shit to his retarded Rippatard audience. So he's mentioning Shakespeare later in this book. He mentions Battleship Potemkin. So they're watching Battleship Potemkin. I watched this in a film class. Very profound. Lots of homages to it, especially Godfather on the Steps is an iconic homage to this film. Very iconic. Great work of socialist propaganda and media. So this whole propaganda in pop culture is nothing new. It's literally 100 years old now. And yeah, the Russians and the Nazis helped revolutionize film editing and messaging. Anyway, teacher in class after or right before the thumbtacks is like, who knows what Potemkin means? Anyone listening? Gooding. He says, sir, it's a metaphor that carries the ultimate purpose of providing an elaborate facade designed to hide an undiscernible reality. Undesirable reality. Sorry, it's a little blurry on my computer. It's like, what? Who is this? Why? Huh? Like the most I've seen like Marvel do, at least like in the films, was like the WandaVision, where they're talking about the was it Theseus's ship? The idea of like if the ship leaves port and then over time you change every board of the ship, is it still the same ship? And that's like some sort of philosophical quandary.
Or like a simpler one of the hammer. If you change the blade and then you change the handle, like, it's going to be a new hammer now. Just
all right, so this is this page. All right, so he's giving a commencement speech as valedictorian, and Gina's fawning over him. So he got a real Gary Stu in high school. Besides, the one problem is the bully that after the thumbtacks never escalates further.
I think that's really dumb.
It's really fucking lame.
He'd
this
be
guy
like,
has
"Ow,
no challenges."
I didn't know." So he punched his thumbtacks.
Yeah,
right.
That's it. And that's before high school, or
and then
right
he thought, and then he's like, "I'll never mess with him again."
Yeah, it's like,
I feel like he'd go,
really
"Wow, my hand is so messed up. I'm going to give him a freaking swirly. Like, I don't need to punch him in the stomach. Like, what did he account for the rest of his body?"
Yeah, and so this scene
could break his arm.
This scene is where Ross Broderick grooms him for their company or whatever, and says they're going a full ride for his master's degree. All right, so then abruptly we cut to adult
master's degree. Yes,
we cut to adult Ronald McDonald Hodges at a Marine. Wait, I'm trying to think really quick. So, see, this is retarded because I think he's supposed to be a Marine. And we find out later he's in training, and it says Fort Pickens. And why I point this out is like, just do simple fucking research. All right, so I'm trying to think. Air Force has bases. Army has forts. Navy has ports or docks. I can't remember exactly. I think there's different names depending on the facility for the Navy. We'll say naval base specifically. Air Force has base. Army has forts. Marines have camps.
Yeah, true.
Now you could say, well, they're training at a Army base, which isn't far-fetched. I mean, I was at an Army base in AIT, and we had like Romanian Special Forces training for our medic school. So it's whatever. You can cross-train. I'm not saying that, but it's just like, I just don't, like, put a little bit of effort in. Like, I talk about this with World War Hulk. They're in New York City, and then the Hulk crashes down and starts causing mayhem and fucking up Doctor Strange. And then instantly the army is there. And it's like, yeah, they have a base in, I think, Brooklyn, but just readying in a civilian stateside city, New York City, biggest city here, and just already being on the scene in the calamity of Hulk, like, it doesn't make sense. There should be a delay of like, fuck, we can't get there. All the traffic, all the taxi cabs, all the people crosswalking. It takes forever to get across the city to respond. It's not efficient. You actually should probably just fly people in by chopper, airborne or air assault. It's just a little thing like that. Just do some fucking research to, like, if you put just a little crumb of effort into studying like the basic ideas, it makes everything more believable. And it's like, they don't put effort in anything. It's just like, oh, Marines. Yeah. Military, whatever. Yeah, they punch each other. Makes sense. But anyway, they're doing some hand-to-hand combat, and this other guy says, a touch, I do confess. And so I guess that's a Shakespeare line. So he gets his ass kicked by this Eric Spiess guy. And this kind of makes them friends instantly because, like, wow, every day a jughead fucking says Shakespeare. So he's like enamored with the guy to some extent. So now he's got a buddy. The bad guy's got a buddy in the military. All right, we cut to Goodyng. He's going to school, and then, what the fuck? My girlfriend's here. I can't cheat on her if she's here. Like, no, he doesn't say that. But he's surprised, I guess, because he's like, well, you're not fucking smart. How are you at my school? But I guess somehow she can afford it or got a scholarship to go to nursing school. So they are going to she's doing some mission work at, like, I guess, a Catholic food pantry. And so she invites him to come along, and then they'll go check out the band later, which is called Ultimate Spinach Revival.
Oh, no.
See how cool and wacky Mike Barron is?
Real quick, we got Galaxy Stranger in the chat. What's up? It says the entire Rippaverse takes place in the state of Texas. Yeah.
No, this one actually starts hopping around internationally a little bit.
Ah.
Yeah, yeah.
We got the Pope that says, "How exactly is Goodyng a polymath?" All I've known is that his expertise is tech stuff.
Yeah,
polymath.
Yeah, he's a polymath of tech, which is just a tech guy. Like, I don't know. Shut up.
And then we got Keely Chow in the chat. What's up?
Keely Chow.
Keely Chow.
How do you like a Koreans meeting at Olympics?
Galaxy Stranger says, Goodyng is my favorite candy bar.
Mr. Good Bar or whatever.
Something like that.
One of those chewy old man bars from like the 30s. But yeah, they go see Ultimate Spinach Revival after they do charity shit. And
is that maybe the name of Eric's first band he was a part of for some reason?
Or maybe Mike's trying to relate to him. Like, yeah, I had a really wacky band I was into in the 70s in the underground called Ultimate Spinach Revival. I think you'd really like them, Eric. He's like, yeah, I don't know about that white corny shit, Mike.
Yeah, you can count on carrots. That's our next band.
Count on carrots. Anyway, so you get like, all right, cool. We're gonna do a military drop-in mission, an insertion of some kind, seek and destroy. I don't know yet. But they come in. This is Ronald McDonald Hodges and Eric Speece in this crew. They're invading this compound for some reason. Again, we have no idea where they're assigned in the Marines, what their real task is. And this is Texas exclusive. So we have no idea what the structure of the military is. We have no idea what the mission is they're doing, what they're seeking. All right. But they shoot like a flare or something and distract people, and they slip in. And they're like, hey, get them. Pow, pow, pow. They kill everybody in the compound. And then they give each other a look, and they're like, yeah, let's take some of this drug money for ourselves. And then like instantly, there's no like actual falling through of like we're seeing them like get caught, be done with their money, be done with their drugs. Just instantly they're busted. Instant karma off panel.
That's more fun. The drama is better that way. We'll get into that in another book.
Ronald McDonald Hodges, the Texas Military Appeals Court, finds you guilty of theft of contraband, possession with intent to distribute, and bringing shame to the army of the great country of Texas. Okay, so it is the army. For some reason, I thought he was a Marine. Oh, this is why, because he's in a Marine base camp. He's at Camp Tarragon. So that was my mix-up. So sorry, Mike. And I absolve you of my complaints about the base camp.
You're gonna be clipped, and you're gonna be made a fool of.
Well, I mean, if you actually clip that out of context, you're like a real piece of shit. Because I'm like, hey, whoops, sorry, Mike. You actually weren't a dumb fuck this one time in the book.
Too late.
All right, so they're picking up trash at Camp Tarragon, and it's like, how'd you boy like to get out of here? And so this is the whole like, hey, knock me out, don't kill me, and go to the rendezvous point, and you will be in for whoever hired me to tell you to hire you. All right, so they do it, and this is where you get the fucking names and the redacted fucking birth dates in the speech. So fucking weird. All right, and then they go to a private airfield near Colorado called Bromhouse.
Near Colorado, yes.
It's like, from what I understand, this company's located in Four Corners. All right, so I'm assuming, putting this all together, Colorado, that Four Corners is one of the new 7 nations of America. All right, that's how I'm putting this together. Maybe I'll be shown wrong later down the line, but that's how I put it together. Four Corners is his own country. And so saying near Colorado, it's like, all right, so which of the other 3 states would this be then?
Right.
All right, what's going on here? This is where I kind of get fuzzy. I'm James Silk. I created, so he's telling them about like what he wants them to do, that they won't have to worry about other shit. And let me see. It's easier if I just read it straight to myself. I'll flip it back for you. He says, we have a contract to disrupt a gain of function lab in Argentina. You train for cold weather in Alaska. You're cool under pressure. Corny. It's fine, but it's corny. It's like Texas doesn't recognize Argentina. First of all, you've like destroyed the Union of America, of the U.S., how the fuck do you get to dictate not recognizing established countries?
Yeah.
So weird. But he tells them what they need to do, and they're like, yeah, what's it pay? And so they're bad guys because they want money. That's kind of like the simple morality I'm getting from this.
Yeah.
All right. And so here is Goodyng. He is chatting with his professor. Let me see. It says, you want to use antimatter to put out fires? It's like, yes, sir. Even the smallest matter antimatter meeting would results in a catastrophic explosion. Sir, my research shows that modifying quarks with light below the 380 range will result in a controlled blast with 250-meter radius. Even if you're right, that's still a pretty big blast. So, sir, I believe I can expand it in the event of a big fire, and I'm working to reduce its circumference for smaller fires. It's brilliant work. It's brilliant work in either case. You've earned an A, and the semester's only half over. Let me know if you need any letters of recommendation. And he's like, yes, yippee, and clicks his heels like a twink.
Yay.
Like a fucking F slur.
Oh boy. I'm just so enthralled.
All right, so this is at Novato Research Facility. What does that say? Cerro Aconcagua, Mendoza province near the Chilean border, elevation 22,000 feet. All right, so they're doing an experiment on this guy. What are they doing here? How long
trying to see how long he can go reading the Rippaverse comics before committing,
how long can he combine with a human? How many test subjects do we have? It's like as many as we need. All right, so they're bad guys, so they're willing to test on innumerable subjects to get it right. If we're successful, what's to stop the subject from turning on us? Bullets. Once they understand that what we're offering, they'll agree to the procedure. All right. Stormfront moving in. Do not leave the facility. All right. So this is when they're like coming in, they're getting airdropped, which is like, why would you have a jet airdrop? It seems like they're having a jet airdrop them. You should have a chopper, or with it being, I mean, yeah, they've had mountainous chopper drops in Afghanistan. Maybe not that high. I don't know. But you'd assume it'd be like a Halo drop at this point. You'd have a big cargo plane way up in the sky, not a fucking jet. Jets don't carry personnel. They carry the pilots. The pilots operate all that machinery. There's no room for other people. I mean, I guess you get working in it. They're in like a fucking one of the drop spots on the bottom of the plane. It's weird. That's like what, the fuel tanks down there? I don't know. It's just, again, just do a little bit of research on military shit and understand like what equipment would make sense. Or make completely new shit where you can just say, I made it up, so fuck you.
Yeah.
Like, we're not in the 60s where you can just say, oh, James Bond carries a fucking helicopter in a briefcase. Like, so that's what I mean. Like, it's annoying. Like, we're at a point now you can't just wing this kind of stuff. We are all nerds. We look into this shit. All right, so they invade. They kill a bunch of people because they're trying to get this shit. And his buddy gets zapped, so he has to rescue him. So they're becoming more gay with each other, more entranced. I think Speece fucks his leg up, so they gotta get to the rendezvous site. And again, they're in a chopper, so the chopper's here. So why the fuck did you use a jet? Makes no sense. All right, let me see what we got here. It's hard to, it's showing up blurry on the computer. Welcome to Madwire, Mr. Goodyng. This is the bullpen. Most of our creators first appear as theory, or most of our creations first appearance theory. It can take months, sometimes years before we can monetize it. Everybody knows about your X-ray specs. One of the most successful inventions. It allows a doctor to look inside the human body in real time without waiting for a picture. So I'm confused because I read ISOM thinking this is like modern day. Like it's very comparable to us, but they just got some fantastical elements, superheroes and hell monkeys. But it's like the real world. But then, as you'll see, it seems like this is like a future city or something. And so I'm just like, what is this? Is this like a fucking future sci-fi? I'm confused because this is supposed to be.
Chow just became a month member, or he's been a member for 1 month. Been a member for 1 month.
Thank you, Keely Chow, for your support. I appreciate it. And yeah, be sure to share this.
Godfo Universe is in the chat as well.
Godfo Universe
says, got to jump on another stream tonight, but have fun.
Damn it. I was thinking about you. I need to actually read your new book to review it. I've been thinking about doing a review. Godfo, even if you're gone, I've been thinking about doing a review for your first book. And it'd probably be just a simple summary, like more of like a pitch of like, hey, if you like this are kind of like templates he's using in this manga. That's like 1984. And yeah, I'll read your bio file probably next week. I got to go to Cleveland area next week because Meth Gator, the film, is releasing this weekend. And so I won't be free till next week to go see it. And I got to go all the way to Brunswick to
You're just
watch
a
it.
knockoff now.
Oh, no. I can already tell it's nothing like what I'm doing.
No, I know. But that's what people will say when they see Meth Gator.
Yeah, Mad Max tagged me in that. That was cool. Vaughn says, no offense, but all of Gooding's inventions are retarded so far. Comical.
Honestly, the last like 3 minutes, I've totally tuned out with what you've gone over in the book. I'm just like,
Dear man, what's up? Hey, I hope your hand's getting better. I do like your art, man. I've been wondering why you don't put more art out, but now it makes sense with your pinched nerve. Says Gooding sounds like pudding. I can't take it serious. It's apparently some like
pudding,
some urban dictionary slang.
Gooding is like a name, but I don't know.
Yeah, thank you, Keely Chow. All right. But yeah, so he's just like super duper smart, makes everything awesome, has no like problems in his life, he's got a wife already.
Abomination AJ just dropped in the chat as well. He said that he hopes that Bloodruth is good.
Oh, it's gonna be good in the sense it's awful.
Great. The filmmakers, the Saska sisters.
The correct pronunciation is Goody Nig.
I like that one.
Hey, AJ, if you're still in the chat, I think we showed it earlier, right? I don't know if we got that part in the book, but Gooding at the start, he's getting groomed by a prospective employer that's wanting to fund his education to work for him. And yeah, it's right here. And he's like, oh, I read your theory about boom boxes. And then later in the book, he uses this device to silence boom boxes. And it's like in the ghetto. And so it's clearly like those fucking Negroes in their loud cars and their boom boxes.
Dude, that'll sell really well for all the white people in those types of neighborhoods to try to get to be like, I will stop you. You won't turn down your music. I will stop your music.
Stop laughing, bro. Gooding is gear from Static. Are you talking about Static Shock? I don't know much about that character. It just looks, especially the new versions they're putting out, DC, it looks gay. Never been interested to watch Static Shock because like I grew up with Freakazoid, so then I see this like shocky guy. This look gay,
sparkly guy.
Yeah. All right, let me get back to this. This is such a headache, honestly.
No, like seriously, I legit was tuning out. I was like saying, yeah. I was really listening.
Yeah, and the problem for y'all that might be new in here, the problem is my camera. This is backwards, so I have to put the book backwards, and I have to try to read it through the computer, or I have to just flip it around to read it myself. So that's the mess up. This is the mess up here. I got to figure out a setup to go over my desk to point down straight. But this works for the meantime. But yeah, he's super duper smart, made a super duper X-ray machine. He's super awesome. He's working for these people. I got us some court time. Okay, so yeah, they're gonna go play tennis with some people. I don't know who the fuck these people are. Let me see. What's their names? Marta and Klaus. Oh, I got Von Klaus in the book. And Goodyng beats him at tennis. So you suck, Von Klaus. Gina told us you were with Madwire. What do you do? Molecular stuff. We're not allowed to discuss it. All right. So then,
of course, no, I'm not surprised. NDA.
Yeah, NDA. Jesus Christ.
Har.
And then he is nervous. He proposes. She fucking assaults him in the fucking restaurant. And the guy's like, "May I tell you about our special?" What the fuck? So they get married. They're on a boat, having fun. Mr. Goodyng, your company has been trying to reach you. What's up, Mr. Quinn? All right, so this is where he finds out that so I guess he works for Spark Industries. Yeah, and so this is the whole like, you need to make this reactor because the competitor's already on it. All right, but then instantly, I guess he says no, and so then they instantly like can his ass and not even try to like work with him or restructure his contract. You know, like that's what they do in the NFL or the NBA. And I was like, oh man, we do not want to lose this money maker. This is like the anchor of our team we've built around. We don't want to lose LeBron. What can we throw at him? What can we afford to keep him on the team? Fuck, he went to Miami. I think if like you're making tech, you'd be a bit more invested than the NBA in your high profile, workers. I'm just saying, it's like it goes from, oh, we're getting married, oh, come in and do this, and then, oh, you're fired.
Yeah,
this is as bad as Yaira, where it's like, hey, here's this old lady, then, oh, look, we're in the nursing home, but actually it's also her layer. What?
Yeah.
And this is what I'm talking about. This is the bass jammer. So he's figured out all these years later, he's utilized and made the bass jammer. Kind of like Batman and Dark Knight Rises, where he like shuts off the electric in his vicinity before the guy shoots his gun. And this is great. This is great. So everyone's like, it stopped. Oh, it must be an EMP. So they're freaking out. And this white guy that I guess hates the ghetto in their loud music, it's like, how much do you need? And then they're talking about people might sue for civil rights violations with this bass jammer. And then abruptly, it's like, also he invented the Goodyng Savor Saber, which infuses meat while you cut. It's flying off the shelves. And it's like, what the fuck does it infuse into the cut? Like, what are you talking about? It's just like this opening. Love. It's just like this opening page of like, what are you talking about, Mike? Senile old man. Savor Saber.
Yes.
All right, and then magically, Goodyng's got this super suit. All right, and he's made Goodyng company already. And like, sir, if something goes wrong, I don't want to be charged with manslaughter. All right, so he's got all these super cars and like a super Quinjet or something. And he's like, just do it. He's like, that's not going to help when they arrest me. He says, oh, hell, give me the gun. And he shoots himself. And he's like, voila. So he's made a bulletproof suit for some reason. And then they end up making an MCU movie about him inventing shit for some reason. I don't get it. All right, so they make this MCU movie and they're watching it. She's like, how does it feel watching yourself? She says, I don't relate to this swill. It's laughable. And she quotes my laser fruit labels and what the fuck? My laser fruit labels obviate the need for those irritating little stickers. So that's supposed to be a line in the movie about Goodyng in the Rippaverse universe. He says, I call it laser appraiser. And then she takes him, I guess, to the bedroom. All right, and then he like gets into karate, martial arts. All right, so he's super duper great at martial arts too. Takes out his trainer, but he like tweaked his ankle. This is literally Rey Skywalker, where you're like, Rey never saw. She's like, she got cut by that Praetorian guard. It's like, this is The Empire Strikes Back. She should like lose a hand or something, or get sliced in the face like Kylo. Not a cut on the arm. It's not a struggle.
Yeah.
Fucking. And then his wife's kind of mocking him, and she's like, "Hiya." And then abruptly, like, med flights are good to go. He's like, outstanding. It's like, what? Where are we? What's going on?
Shut up.
And then we cut abruptly back to Ronald McDonald Hodges and his testing with whatever they stole from Argentina. And it's like, can you lower your heart rate further? And so he's able to manipulate his own heart rate, his own body mechanics for some reason with this applications, sort of like Captain America, like Weapon X program, I guess. I have no idea. And then he can do it to other people. All right. And so then they test it on a dog. And then we get the John Wickification panel of him zapping the dog, I guess killing it. And she's like, oh, that was a doggy.
Your favorite parts.
I'm like, I love this guy. This Splatterpuss is awesome.
Not
killing
so
dogs.
The Splatterpuss sounds like the perfect like parody villain name of something.
Of like Doc Ock or something.
Like Doc Ock. He's with his nemesis, Splatterpuss.
Yeah. And so they bring in this guy, and I guess he's been like a traitor or not playing ball. And so Splatterpuss kills him. All right. And it turns out that the guy they killed is like a big company guy. All right. So it says Four Corners District Attorney Paolo Cavalieri was found dead this morning, what appears to be a brain aneurysm. Mr. Cavalieri was in excellent health. His wife found him after he failed to appear for breakfast. Although there's no sign of foul play, Cavalieri's unexpected death occurs 1 week after he announced an investigation into Pueblo-based Procurement Incorporated. Procurement's chairman, James Silk, was unavailable for comment. So James Silk's the guy that first hired Eric Speece and Ronald McDonald Hodges. And so I guess the guy in the truck with him is some worker with Goodyng. He's like, my sources tell me they found him with blood spurting from his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. And then Goodyng's like, my research into magnetic induction in blood work indicates it's possible to artificially induce an aneurysm. And it's like, fuck, dude, all these run-on sentences, like, it's like, hey, I've worked in blood manipulation. We found you can do this. Like, break it up, man. These run-on sentences are so irritating. And if you don't notice, this is like a TV that they're watching. It's supposed to be like some sort of like Star Wars TV. That's why I'm like, is this like a future city? But this is before ISOM. That seems like the real world.
Yeah.
And they have this in like a Times Square in Florence Park. And this is the other problem too. So like we get young Goodyng going to some rinky-dink school in like the suburbs or some shit. And like the whole pitch of the trailer is like, oh, like people in Shadow Valley are overlooked. They don't allocate the resources to help put out fires in Shadow Valley. That's where my services come in. Just buy a subscription. But guess what? Toward the end of this, you'll find out he just says like, you don't have to pay me anything. I'm just going to take care of y'all. And so I was like, why does anyone pay for a subscription?
I don't know.
What is this? All right. So he's talking about this induction shit with the blood or whatever. And then he's like, starts testing something. And he's like, I test everything myself. What did I say? Fuck. Do you have to do this yourself? I test everything myself. Hit it, Zubin. So another guy with a stupid fucking name. And so he does something in his suit, and it's like, voila. It's like, what did he do? I don't know. It's like, all right, I'm testing this thing. It's like, well, what is it? Shut up. And it's like, it was successful.
Shut the hell
up. It was successful. Shut the fuck up. And so then this guy leaves and he's like, yeah, shut the place down. See ya. All right. And so then immediately this guy gets fucking followed after I can't tell if he's like leaking this to someone, because at first I'm reading it's like he's leaking it to the competitors, but then the competitor is also Ronald McDonald Hodges, who works for Silk for Procurement Incorporated, and so he kills Zubin by shaking his hand and blood splattering his splatterpussing him to death.
Yeah.
And so the cops come and they're like, hey, yeah, your guy's dead. Or it's like, yeah, he worked for you, right? And he's like, he does. And it's like, well, he's dead. And so he's like, now he's got this motivation to like take in who's ever doing this. And so even though Texas doesn't recognize Argentina, the one satellite feed they get information from to figure out who this guy is from Argentina, because that's where they're working from, or that's where they stole.
I hate those Argentinians.
That's what's weird. It's like Four Corners area is where procurement is, where James Silk is, and they sent them to Argentina to steal the shit. But then Argentina is not incapacitated and is like the only people actually watching this guy, instead of procurement sending their own drone to like overwatch their asset, do the business.
Yeah.
And that's what I mean. See, look, they got like a Times Square TV, but it's like a hologram.
Well, there we go. Now we know.
And that's why I'm like confused. Like, what is this fucking world? So it's like Ron fucking Hodges. He figures out who the guy is, and he's like, TV's like, autopsy indicates Robbins died from a massive aneurysm. He had no history of heart trouble. Robbins worked for Goodyng Services. Cato Goodyng has not responded to our queries. And Goodyng's like, we will not rest till Robbins' murderer is apprehended and punished to the full extent of the law. And she's like, Ronnie Hodges, the bully? He's like, oh, for fuck's sake, he's coming here, isn't he? And yeah, we're close to being done. I mean, we got a few pages left because like half of this is ads at the back. Oh. Which I don't mind the ads being like, it's nice. I think Image does that, where it's like they wanted to not break up the story and put all the ads in the back of the book to keep a good flow for the reader. All right, so then we find out the villain's name is Splatterpuss from his informant guy. And Goodyng doesn't seem worried. He's got a plan. Shit, sorry. This is backwards again, so it's like hard trying to coordinate this. All right, wait, fuck. There we go. All right, so it's nighttime. He's like waiting for him, and he's like, put her there, buddy. And he's like, go fuck yourself. And they have a little fight. Goodyng throws a plate at him and then starts shooting at him. It does nothing. So I guess this power means he can heal himself like Wolverine, I guess. And then he gets like thrown towards the ceiling or a balcony, but then it looks like he just like instantly flips and takes control. But like, wait, is he flying? I don't think he has a flight suit, so I'm confused. But then he has a Goodyng saber in hand. All right. He swishes it at Splatterpuss, and this is exciting. Splatterpuss catches it, but then it savors in his face, whatever that means. It shoots gas, poison or something in his face.
Sure.
And then he shoots him with a tranquilizer. It's like, well, why wouldn't you just put trank vapor in the blade? If it seems redundant. All right, so they catch him, they take him away. He's talking to the cops, and he's like, "Oh, I look out for myself. I don't need you." And you're like, "Well, don't make it a habit." And he's like, whatever, basically.
Whatever, bro.
And so then this is what's interesting. Goodyng just comes onto the teleprompter in Times Square of FloorSpark. It says, "Good evening. I'm Cato Goodyng. From now on, Goodyng Services will extinguish fires in this county. When you call the fire department, it will go to us." So he's literally becoming a little fascist in FloorSpark and taking over the governmental duties. Yesterday, a fire broke out at Cowboy Condominiums. Our satellite picked up instantly, and we responded within 10 minutes. Fortunately, the building was largely empty, and we were able to get the remaining inhabitants out. Using nanotechnology, we extinguished the fire in less than a minute. There is no cost to you for this service. Just say Goodyng firefighters into your personal device. And then the news cuts in. The killer, known as Splatterpuss, remains in a medically induced coma under police guard. But then his buddy, Eric Speece, sneaks in, pretending he's a Texas Ranger, and gets him out. And then the last page is they're informing Goodyng about this. The cops are. And the last thing Goodyng says is, "Thanks for the heads up, boys." And then that's the book. It's just what? That's it. And so you get the first ad for Horseman. You get the Horseman ad. Get a Ripazine ad. Get a hey, become a member to give us money to make Rippa Studios shit. Rippa Send. And get all the Rippaverse dog shit. Get caught up on dog shit. And get a Yaira statue. I feel like this should probably be the first ad, or maybe the second after Horseman, is get a Yaira statue from McFarlane Toys. And then you get this one of the covers of Goodyng. So that is Goodyng. Here is the back page. Everyone in FloorSpark knows if they are in need, they don't have to simply rely on the police or even the fire department. Fucking run-ons. Offering his own brand of protection and fire services comes Cato Goodyng, the most brilliant mind in town, for a low price with services available to all if there's trouble. Again, he literally just says, "I'll do it for free." What are you talking about? Why is there an ad for Goodyng at all? Knowing well how it feels to be powerless, Cato Goodyng uses his incredible ingenuity. When did he feel powerless? When he had a bully in grade school who he easily took out with thumbtacks, and then the guy never retaliated.
Must be it.
And then he's got like Winter Soldier Wolverine powers, and still he beats him with a fucking saber.
Oh god.
What does he overcome? From humble beginnings, see the path Goodyng has taken to be his very own brand of hero, the hero we all need. Goodyng, the polymath, is written by industry legend Mike Baron, known for his impressive character work and brilliant real-world storytelling. Yeah, where? Eric promotes himself as ISOM and Salvage PI writer. Why don't you say Mike Baron of Nexus and Punisher and Flash? That only builds the credibility of this book as like a sell to people. Will Connor is known for his dynamic work that has actually been off the pages. Goodyng becomes a Rippaverse fan favorite after his appearance in ISOM 2. Now get strapped in for his very own adventure with a new bloody villain to die for. So that was Goodyng. That was awesome, right? Oh, wow. Look at this helmet. It looks like a penis.
Whoa. Amazing.
Yeah,
so
we didn't get any firefighting in this. We didn't get any confrontation with hell demons. Didn't get anyone subscribing to him. We didn't get him saving any children. We didn't see him pet any cows. What the fuck was that trailer?
I don't know. Showed all the wrong things.
Oh my god, this is fucking great. All right, let me situate myself again.
Oh man,
you
chat's gonna have a bit to say on that, aren't they?
Yeah, you catch up with the chat for a second.
Okay. All right, he has a hop suit for show. Wait, that came out of nowhere. Again, where are the transitions? Yeah, they don't really exist in here, not really. Good luck with Goodying 2 after the failure of Goodying 1. What failures? That's imaginary. It's the Horseman now, okay? It's the Horseman now, okay? Fascism is the government controlling services. Goodying is saying he'll be intercepting their calls. Horseman looks like a joke. Possibly.
Yeah, it's fascist. Superheroes intrinsically are fascist. See, unfortunately, everyone buys into the leftist like Overton window of fascism because the Nazis were fascist. So that means fascism is bad. And it's like, I would say all governments are fascist. But superheroes are fascist because they think they have more right to dictate heroism and life-saving interventions than the government that was assigned by the people. So that's why superheroes are fascist, and I'm totally fine with it. I think it falls in line with Spider-Man. Spider-Man's kind of fascist because he's got this idea of like, well, I have power, so I have to act. So he's got a good intention, but it's still like you're not checking with the people if they sign off on you. You're assuming the power with that. It's a counter to the democratic view that we have in the West. That's why superheroes are fascist, and fascism is not bad. Don't let the left dictate your view of it. All governments are fascist. It's not a bad thing. It's just a reality. It's like eugenics. Eugenics is not bad, but the Third Reich has made it a dirty word. So then everyone just, oh, you're going to like, engineer a baby to have whatever eye color you want and gender. That's eugenics. That's evil or something. Yeah, designer babies might be impersonal, but it's not good or bad. It's just a thing. That's my view on it. But yeah, superheroes are intrinsically fascist ideas, and that's not a bad thing. Everyone loves fascism. Our whole history of humanity is almost completely fascist. We love turning over to like one special guy that will get the job done. So just to be clear on it, it's all about Saoirse, your favorite character. Yeah, vigilantism is overstepping the bounds. That's what the whole Captain America Civil War movie was about. Political theory of that movie is like where is the limit of the objective view of things like Spider-Man, where it's like I have the power, so I have to act, versus you're not elected, so stay the fuck out of it. That's basically the argument of Civil War. And yeah. Let me see. Yeah, good news when you failure. Yeah, what the fuck was the hop? What did I say positive? Exactly. Not that I'm against saying something positive about the Rippaverse, but Jesus Christ, this is fucking bad. But yeah, it's been a while since we caught up, AJ. If you want the link, I'll just send it to you if you want to hop in. Because we're gonna talk about Vex Electronica. I think you're friends with her to some extent. I like her. I've only got to stream with her once though. She's always busy. But we're going to look into her in a moment. Rookie, what do you think about Goodyng?
I gotta be honest. I was seriously like, it was not there for a little bit. My commentary just devolved to, wow, yep.
The amazing industry titan Mike Barron. Go fuck yourself if you promote Mike Barron. Dog shit. Absolute dog shit. All right, let me look up Vex because I watched like 30 seconds of her video and I was like instantly like, oh, she always has like the worst fucking takes on movies.
Well, we'll see because I'm with her on that Deadpool.
No, it's like
not very good.
The weird thing about Deadpool commentary, like I watched most of the Biggest Problem. I haven't watched regular media's take on it yet, but like no, everyone crapping on the plot and the narrative and everything's kind of meaningless. Like even within the multiverse idea of you could pull a different whatever into the story, you're reducing that effect. Even everyone's totally right, but I still think it's a good movie for Marvel. It's a good just fresh take for this universe. Like fuck, everyone's crying about like Blade says retarded, and there's like some gay jokes and stuff in the movie. It's like, yeah, this is a step in the right direction. That's why the movie's
See,
good.
my criticism is funny, I think, because it's like when Blade says there's only one Blade, I go, except for the live action TV show that happened where there was another Blade. It was supposed to be the Wesley Snipes Blade, but played by another person. So technically, there's two Blades. But that was more of a wink. Nod
I literally
to,
forgot that show ever existed.
Most people have. Most people don't even know about it.
So it's one of those like, sorry, but it's just like literally had no effect on the world.
Which mine is more like, well, there's only one Blade would mean more if it was true, you know.
I think it was more of a statement. I think it's.
I know it's a statement with
loaded.
Marvel because they're of them trying to make a Blade movie and failing and trying to not have Wesley Snipes or something. That's what is the commentary on.
It's loaded, and it's like, it doesn't matter what they do. There's only one Blade. Me, I'm the real Blade. You know, and honestly, Wesley Snipes, all these years later, still is the epitome of Blade, I would say.
Yeah. So like I can't make a generalized statement about Deadpool and Wolverine because of the nature of it. So like when a lot of people are saying whatever, like it's the cameo movie or it's a useless, pointless movie, multiverse, whatever. Like that's them trying to sum it up somehow. I don't know how I'd sum it up. I just point at a lot of things that, you know, were disappointing. Like, you know, even the final, like the battle where Elektra, Gambit, Blade, and them are like fighting off the guys while they go and deal with what's her face, Cassandra. It's like you could have given them like, you know, a good type of, you know, opponents to showcase some of their skills with, to like a good formidable match of some kind, so that it's not just fighting random mutants or something. Like, so it doesn't feel as generic or something. Like that would help it a little bit, I think, make it a more memorable fight scene. But
yeah.
So you want us to watch a video?
Yeah, I'm about to pull it up. I'm also catching up with my notifications. Dear Man commented on that fucking thing with the blurred out, the blacked out birth dates. Dear Man's like, can't wait for that twist when we find out their birthdays.
This is private information that we'll reveal later. Like how Goku was a Super Saiyan. You know, it's the same thing. Get the information later.
Okay. Let me send the link to fucking AJ if he wants to come in, because it's been way too long for us linking up.
Yeah. He hasn't seen Deadpool and Wolverine.
Well, who cares?
I know, that's fine.
Ryan Reynolds is tweeting out spoilers. Like, who cares? Like,
yeah.
It's not a movie that's really spoiled by spoilers. It's a wacky movie. It's a fun time. It's a dumb, horrible plot, but it's fun. And it's, you know, it's I really hate that. I generally hate Transformers. I hate anything where it's like, it's just a fun time. Fast and Furious, fuck you. But Deadpool actually works like that. So it was just nice to be like, no, I am thinking about how dumb this is, but it's so fun. I can't get around it, you know? It's nice when everybody can just like be on board with dumb shit and no one's really complaining, unless they're arguably trying to, you know, game the system by having a counter opinion. Here we go. Got your link, sending it to you, AJ. Gotta find you a bomb. There you are. Boom, boom, boom. Send it to you, AJ, so you can come in if you want. We're gonna look at Vex Electronica now. Here we go. See, I've only watched 30 seconds of this. As you see, my commentary here, it says PP vagina is an eternal joke. Nice cell phone, Vex. Here we go.
If you enjoyed Deadpool and Wolverine, congratulations, because you're either a terminal man-child who's so deep into collectibles that they all have smears of your dick cheese on them, or have taken a few hockey pucks to the dome, as this wasn't even a film. It was a whole lot of nostalgia bait with a script built solely off of who Disney could afford for a Dancing with the Stars level cameo, and a lot of humor that sounds like this.
Vagina.
Vex.
I've inundated to that joke because it's so old. But like that is a classic joke.
Those type of ones will stand the test of time.
They literally stand the test
more
of time.
complex jokes will be forgotten. The
pee vagina jokes, poo
cavemen,
flatulence jokes, and like Looney Tunes smashing on the head with the club and not killing you for a gag. Those are like the eternal humor of humanity. It's never going to what you might have to restructure how you deliver it over time, but I mean, there's a reason why people still watch Three Stooges 100 years later, because it's just it's like it perfected that fucking slapstick comedy. You know, Jim Carrey's only good because he's kind of mimicking Three Stooges type shit, Looney Tunes shit, you know, like so I'm just like, really? Like that's your complaint, is like it's the level of this kind of humor? It's like, yeah, age old humor. Oh man, you got me. And that's where I started watching. So I'm like, I'm gonna have to react to this.
It's a Deadpool film. What did you expect? Just have fun with it. It's not supposed to be serious.
Wow, you're targeting the handicap community.
They had a cameo like this in the movie. I missed that one.
Disgraceful.
If that's your defense for this film, you're doing yourself a disservice as a paying customer and to the decades of great comic book films we've gotten that managed to honor a long-standing fan base while also exploring intimate relationships and the deeper darknesses of society. Just because they jangled enough keys to give you a nerd-rection doesn't mean it's a good movie, and certainly doesn't mean you should abandon your standards, especially given the state that superhero movies have been in the last several years.
Kill Mark.
Yes.
What does that mean?
What does that mean?
Why did you say that?
Now, I do feel it's necessary to lay out the basic plot premise of Deadpool and Wolverine before I can calmly explain to you why this movie sucks more balls than Ryan Reynolds did to get his $200 million budget. You've been fairly warned. Spoilers ahead. Upon acquiring Cable's Time Watch from the last film and reversing the events of Deadpool 2, Wade finds himself...
Oh, Vanessa's death meant nothing. All these Twitter retards crying out like, oh, the deaths mean nothing. Like, well, Deadpool 2 already undid the whole fucking plot of the movie that you just watched. Like, no one complained. I like how we were selectively outraged. That's what's irritating with like Twitter conversations about Deadpool and multiverse and shit. All right, let me check in. All right, we got AJ. What is up, man?
What the fuck, Black Angus? Why do you have me here?
Why not? I haven't talked to you in a long time.
I hate your side of the independent culture war.
Because we're right, and you picked the wrong horse. Is that why?
Oh fuck no!
Picked the wrong horseman on this one.
Not at all. Not at
all. How can you watch like? I'm literally going page by page showing you like I'm not missing transitions. This is a bad fucking. It's worse than ISOM.
Black Angus. The universe has its issues, man. Again, I've told you my issue has only been y'all's aggressiveness to contribute to this man's downfall. Instead of, if you think it's a shit product, just letting the shit product fail. That's my only issue.
Do you watch Friday Night Tights? Do you watch any of these guys? Do you watch?
Man, honestly, bro, I do not, man. Again, I understand the criticisms with them. Some people call them complaint culture. My thing is they have their place.
Okay, why can't I do it to them? Because they've built their whole channels off of crapping on stuff. Eric especially doesn't actually indulge in any of the products. He sees articles or he'll hear third-party commentary and then put his commentary out there about a thing he has no idea about.
Okay, I get that. That has been y'all's, and this stream is not even for that. Like, I'd be glad to have this conversation, but again, y'all got a bunch of weirdos on y'all side. And I'm actually gonna I'm gonna be talking about something in the future that kind of involves you, but kind of not. I'm gonna say I have no issue with you personally. You've been nothing but respectful. It's your energy I don't like, but you've been nothing but respectful to me, and I'm gonna reciprocate that. I'm gonna give you that. It's a good time when I'm with you. As far as them criticizing, yes, but when y'all use that point, it's these guys are criticizing companies who are not these original creators and have no respect for the original creators or the products, and are coming in and changing them to fit their own agenda. So these dudes are talking about something that they are passionate about, whereas y'all's people, you and the folks like y'all are criticizing individuals that y'all do not like and are actively wanting their downfall. Okay, but Mark Hamill will come out and say all of his like political stuff, and and I'm not a political person. I don't give a shit about right or left, but these people feel attacked because leftists, as they call them, are protected and are free to wish all type of violence on conservative people or voters of Trump. So I feel that if a person and Trump is what do I want to say? He's
divisive.
A proponent. No, he's a proponent of this type of stuff too. He says some wild shit about punching people and violence on all of that type of stuff. So these people feel like, okay, well, if you hate me, then I have the right to go at you the way that I do. But I would say let's take somebody like what's the black chick who played the Reva?
Reva. Yeah, Moses, whatever.
I never saw any of they shit on the character. They'll shit on the product. They never shit on the individual. And I'm talking about these guys. I do see where what do I want to say? Viewers, consumers, or people who hate what's happening do go to these actors and actresses and say some foul shit to them. But I don't see the guys that y'all speak of do this. That's my response to that. And as far as when you say Eric does not consume the content, he looks at like third parties or somebody else that's talking about it. I understand that because I'm in the same boat. I'm gonna say this. Eric has been vocal about not supporting these people a long time ago, and that is why I will listen to Eric more so than the other guys, because he's serious about fuck them, they hate me. I feel that because you know what I'm saying. I'm like, y'all using my skin tone to put out shitty product, and you claim you doing it for me and you love me and all this, but then I see how you handle these characters. I see that as real disrespectful. So in no way am I giving Disney money. So I will do the same thing, which I haven't done it. I haven't been making videos, whatever, but I'm getting back to it. But I will read an article. It's like I still want to pay attention. I still want to know what's happening because the culture war is real. It is happening. I don't want to just be out of the loop and I'm just gonna go stream my little game over here and just have fun. Like, no, real shit is happening. These people are changing the world with our hobbies, with these mediums that we love. So it is important to stay knowledgeable. So I agree with Eric's approach of I'm going to read an article. I'm just going to see what's happening. Just like we can look at a trailer and be like, oh shit, you doing this to that character? Or like how we're looking at the Robert Downey Jr. thing and can speculate, oh, what are they going to do with this? Oh, this feels like an ass pull. If you're knowledgeable of these characters and these stories, then you can see these changes from afar and make a decision. My issue is people who will complain about this shit, but then still spend money to go watch this shit. Or those who seen Deadpool and Wolverine and was like, oh, I love it. It's so amazing. But you just spent all this time shitting on this company. Now we just going to let them slide because of this movie? Or the idea of people saying, spend money on the good stuff so they can understand what we like and they'll change their mind. Like,
I mean, it's really the only avenue I think that'll work. Because if you say,
What do you mean? What avenue? What do you think that's the only avenue that'll work?
Well, like boycotts don't matter because look at Disney. Like we tanked collectively Star Wars fandom and normies. We're not interested either. Tank Solo, and that was a direct response to Last Jedi. Like I promoted boycotting Disney, a Han Solo movie. Didn't matter if it was an Oscar-worthy film; it deserved to tank as a volley against Kathleen Kennedy and the creatives at Lucasfilm to make a point. You know, it's like, yeah, some people are gonna get fired. That sucks, but it's like for the greater good kind of move. It didn't matter. Kathleen Kennedy's got extended repeatedly.
I agree with that. And until everybody is serious about this, shit won't change. But I can at least be principled and stand on, I'm not going to support this company. I'm serious about it. Y'all can go watch and enjoy this shit all you want. Just don't complain when worst case scenario happens. And you're like, what the fuck? How did this happen? Why didn't they listen? You should have.
I quit boycotting because I saw it doesn't matter. You know, and people get triggered when I invoke the bus boycotts of the 50s because it's like hollow ground fucking civil rights and stuff. And it's like, no, that's like the prime example to gauge the effectiveness of a boycott. It doesn't matter the exact fervor of why you're boycotting, but the black consumer of buses were like the main profit source for the bus company. So when they started walking to work, that fucked them, and they had to change their approach and be more tolerant. You know, societal influence made them the companies more tolerant. And so that's how you have to work. And if you don't see the effect, if you don't see the fervor of a collective main body that pays for the product, influencing them, then it clearly isn't going to work. So if you don't have the fervor like a civil rights bus boycott, it's not going to work. And so you can be a boycott all you want and, you know, diss it and just read the articles to crap on it. That's the other thing that I hate is that the whole Eric thing, people commenting on stuff and not actually engaging it and giving it a fair, full scope criticism like Nerdrotic will do. Even if he's got to pander to his audience, he still put the time and effort to see something and is more knowledgeable in his commentary. Even if you hate it, disagree, think he misinterpreted it, at least you see his full scope. And that's more valuable. That's why I give Nerdrotic credit, even though he is pandering to his audience that pays him.
I get that. And with Nerdrotic, apparently what he does is he goes and supports another movie, but then he'll, you know, movie hop and go check out other shit.
Yeah, I did that. I paid for Deadpool 2 when I saw Solo.
And look, I'm fine with that. And again, I think those dudes have their place. Like even folks who don't like Jeremy say he doesn't create. Well, he still has, you know, like a media company. You know, it's he's still doing other things besides complaining. So again, I think those people have their place, and those guys never went as hard in this culture war or backed up Eric in his approach to just completely checking out and not paying attention, like not watching these movies. So it's like they didn't pretend to be something that they weren't.
Yeah, but when you got a track record of years now of commenting on stuff you don't watch, it's disingenuous. Like, because you're influencing your substantial audience, potentially on the viewership at least, because he's got 500,000 subs. So potentially you could get 500,000 people not giving a company money. You're talking about at least a few million bucks for a box office.
I get that, but that's not. But his approach is not Eric's.
Right, but I'm saying like with Eric and why it's disingenuous, why I have like a fervor against it, because it's disingenuous. You're like hurting companies on stuff you are not knowledgeable about. You'll hear one thing about, oh, well, they put a trans person in One Piece show, so well, let's like not watch it because it's transgender. And it's like, what? Like everyone that likes One Piece liked the show, despite whatever shortcomings it has. I don't care about manga in general, cringe, but the fans liked it, so hey, it's a good product for that audience. And the trans shit shouldn't matter. Barbie had a trans Barbie. They never made a fucking deal about it. That's how you do it. And it was a good movie. Yeah, I mean, you cannot like it, think like it's girly or whatever, or you don't like their angle about it's like 2016 feminist points or something, but like it was still a fun movie. Ken was awesome. I think he got a music award for his performance. So, you know, like I just think it's a bad principle to like target a company you don't like and not actually know what you're talking about and give them the due. Like if you watch my commentary about Rippaverse, I'm giving them props or I'm giving them ideas that they could steal from me. I don't care. It would improve their work. I'd be like, why wouldn't you do this? Here's an example in the medium or in films that do it right.
Okay. No, and that's why I separate you from a lot of these other guys, because you are reading. I'm like, this dude has the actual fucking book like in his hand. Like, wow. And that's why I say, like, I'm not a Rippaverse. I've only bought Isom 1 and 2. I truly don't care about any of these other books. But Bloodruth was a character that I was interested in because I like the supernatural stuff. But I admitted I shouldn't be getting a Bloodruth book. Like, this character should not be here this fast. There's a lot of other shit that needs to be fleshed out, as opposed to just adding more and more to this universe and adding more questions as opposed to answers. But he's building a universe, so fuck it. We'll see what happens in the future.
Yeah, I'm here for it. It's like legitimately, like, it is fun to like crap on this stuff because there's a lot to crap on. But like, I legitimately have fun, and there's like insights that these books give me of inquisition in creating, where it's like I never would think this would even be something to question, and then Eric makes something. I'm like, what? Like, this guy clearly has not read comics at all, has no appreciation for the art or the idea, the medium, the things he's missing that are just obvious to do. I'm not talking about like, oh, these are the only ways you can do things. Just like the potential of a whole new universe, and someone like Mike Barron, Chuck Dixon, people that have worked in the industry with various characters, various elements, big universes. And this is what you're making. I'm just like, I'm really flabbergasted at just everything that comes out and all these bad moves. And it comes from being a subscriber. I'm still a subscriber to him just to keep tabs now. But like, I was a true subscriber, generally agreeing with his commentary. And he's like soured me. And so it's like kind of like Disney, where it's like, oh, you made Last Jedi and you keep making these moves saying fuck us. Now I'm after you. It's the same fervor.
I get that. And I've told you, I've said it, like, I think on Twitter I had responded to some you did, and I was like, this is some hoe shit or hoe behavior. And I'm like, dude, I truly believe that. And I believe in checking people or letting them know, because again, man, I feel like there's something different about you from these other guys. And I'm not saying you can be saved or anything, but I'm like, man, I truly believe we lost the plot. And everybody is not going to be friends and loving all on one another, but just that I'm an optimistic person, bro. And I'm like, bro, that future where we could have all been coming together and killing shit and making dope comics and saying fuck the mainstream, like, that's the only way we are going to win. But so many people are so caught up in this cult shit. And so, like, the conversation that we're having right now, I would, again, being the optimist, I would love if some of us from opposing sides could have this conversation. But then it just devolves into this EVS versus Eric shit. And I'm not trying to be some little peon fighting on behalf of these two big dudes that don't give a fuck about us.
Well, like, just to be clear, like earlier when I was starting out, I was reading that opening page, because like the other books, they always put like the thank you whatever blurb at the back of the book. They put this one at the front, this page, and it's just like, what the fuck is this? And it's just shocking. And so, like, I said directly, I'm like, even EVS, you promote this fucking Mike Barron guy, like, I don't trust any fucker now that has promoted Mike Barron, Rippaverse or Comicsgate. Rippaverse to promote Mike Barron, probably never read his shit before because Eric hired him, so they're just parroting, oh, he's great. And then EVS, because he's Comicsgate, this is a big name in the circle of the mainstream dictates the view of us as like collectively we're all the Third Reich, so we're all bad guys. So I get the pragmatism of like wanting all hands on deck that you can get on the EVS side, but that leads to promoting dog shit like Mike Barron's books. And so I'm after EVS too with like this part. I'm like, fuck you, EVS, for promoting Mike Barron. You've duped comic skaters. And
not giving honest opinions, because I'm sorry to cut you off. You need to finish your thought. Like, cut me off, bro. But like, and I really don't have nothing against EVS. Sure, I can, I don't agree with the things he's done. I can criticize some shit, but I just don't have the energy to. That's not what I'm looking to do. But I notice things. But like him loving fucking Isom back then when him and Eric was homies. But then now he's like, yeah, I was just trying to be nice. This book sucks and all that. I'm like, bro, why didn't you say that shit in the beginning?
I think in general, a lot of people in our sphere have like an honesty complex where they don't want to be honest if they're saying something negative. I feel like that's a thing in general across the board in our YouTube sphere, and I'm just wanting people to actually say what they mean now.
So
hopefully that's what people are doing now.
That's why I've not grown.
I get that
because I don't pick like Rookie's my buddy, and I'll be diplomatic because it doesn't spill into like public sphere. They'll be like, we've not really had this issue because we're both pretty honest with each other, and be like, oh man, that's a bad movie. Like I introduced him to Midsummer. I love that movie. He's like, I wish I never saw it, but I'm like, okay, like we that filter's already gone for us. We're straight, and that's how I act with everybody. But most people are being diplomatic. They're trying to.
Everybody's worried about losing an alliance or something, like somebody to stream with if they say what they think.
EVS was doing that. He was being diplomatic. He's still doing it with other comic skaters.
We don't like your boy Zach and stuff.
I
but
fucking
EVS
hate your
loves the boy Zach,
and he keeps trying to hook him back in. I'm like, fuck you, boy Zach. He dropped Comic Skate with that court case. Fuck him. And I stand forthright.
Like,
even though
in general,
I
don't think his comic ideas are very good either. Like on top of it, I don't like most of his stuff.
Look, I get that 100%. You're not gonna dish your boy in public. Like as that harsh. In public, but it was. Man, it was just like the clear difference from EVS. It was like a whole 180. I like, now I fucking hate this dude. Now I'm gonna go in and like this obsessive nature. It's like, come on, bro. And I'll be honest with you, Black Angus, seeing your energy towards this man that you dislike, I can only be real with myself and think, okay, if me and this person, and then some of the stuff that you talked to me about. It's like in that future where me and you are not cool, I can see that being turned on me. So I'm like, how genuine is this person in our interactions? But I think everybody has that potential when it comes to this YouTube shit and on the internet. Like, you never know how genuine a person really is. So again, it's like I keep trying to make this distinction between you and these other people, because I'm like, you're not moving as crazy and as visceral as they are, but I do see the potential there. And I'm like, bro, it's like you're Broly, and it's like, I hate to see this dude go like full on buff ass legendary Saiyan. Like
he doesn't know Broly yet. I'm getting him into Dragon Ball. I'm getting him in there. We're like 10 episodes into Z so far, so we'll get to Broly eventually.
It's no Attack on Titan, but it's fun.
Yeah.
Man, see that comparison don't work because it's person and then it's Titan. You know what? I guess that is perfect because you had the dudes. Well, I guess I don't think I'm spoiling. You say you watched it, but you had the dudes who was acting like they was homies inside the wall, and then you find out, oh snap, yeah. So it's like, man, yeah, Black Angus, you do have the potential to be that, but you ain't really gave me that energy, so I have no reason to give you that. And then going back to the stream we was on. You was, even though you on the opposing side and you had your little points here and there, but you weren't disrespectful, and I think you were fair. Like, you'll bring up a point and we'll talk about the point, and it never got personal. So I'm like, that's a person that I can have a conversation with.
Yeah, well, I was only child, and then I'm fat again after the military, but I was a fat kid in school. So I know it's like get picked on for shit you can't necessarily control, which yes, you can control weight, but when you have like family, it doesn't involve themselves to help you. Like, you don't know better. So I try to, that's in my head, I guess, subconsciously, where it's like, I don't go after, okay, for instance, a better Twitter example, people hate John De La Rose and they'll try to diss him by saying you beat your wife. And it's like, I told him directly, I'm like, I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know if the evidence they're showing from like court documents is true. I don't care, because that's not how I engage you, agree or disagree. I'm engaging in what you put on the field. Like, I just have that ethics to me. I don't know why it doesn't. Playing by the rules, playing straight, having principles is the loser way. You know, look at America. We say we're like great and we have these principles, but then we're nuking Japan twice. We make all these coups in South America to keep them destabilized. We're fucking bad guys, you know. Bad guys win. So I know being like straight doesn't help me in the long game. I should be playing these dirty games, but I can't do it.
Well, it's like mostly Angus and I get in more arguments than anyone, I think, like all the time. It'd be a waste of time to go to like, and you're fat, Angus. You fucking, it's like, no, we'll keep it on point with whatever.
Like, yeah. What else you got? Like, okay.
Yeah.
So I don't know. That's how I come into things. Is just I try to be straight about stuff.
Look, man, as far as like the EVS stuff, again, he's I'm saying I never really knew the guy, you know, honestly, or not really paid too much attention. But it's just like now I'm seeing a bunch of stuff, but I have no will to go and watch all these streams, go and clip shit and point out, oh, this person is bad because of this, and fucking all these videos and all that. Like, look, man, this, you know, he's going to be him, and either he's going to, you know, succeed or fail, and that'll be from his own doing. I don't have to contribute to that. So
yeah, I know. It's like, it's just genuinely fun. I'm genuinely interested in this. I had a good faith to be a backer of ISOM when it started. I just couldn't afford it at the time. And then, I started watching Dick and Vito. Unrelated to this, it was Bounty into Comics actually covered their Adam Sessler interview. I started watching them, and I'm like, these guys are fucking funny. And then the ISOM stuff started popping off, and then it's like Dick reviewed it. And I'm like, oh wow, is it really this? Rookie, have you read this yet? And then I beat him to reading it. And I'm like, dude, it's fucking awful. And he didn't believe me. He was so resistant to any points I was talking about. This book sucks. And then he read it with me. He's like, oh wow. And then what really kicked us all off was like the response of Eric to the review, and then all the entrenched Rippatards locking, you know, shields to defend Eric. And it's like, what is? I thought we were all about meritocracy and shit. And you know, I said, like, if this said Marvel, y'all would not stop shitting on this. But it says Rippaverse, that's your guy. And Eric saw it. Then we started having a back and forth, me and Eric. And he kept trying to basically say, are you retarded? And I'm like, what am I missing, Eric? Here is the plot. Here's what happened in the pages. What did I miss? And he kept shifting the goalposts. And then in hindsight, I'm like, oh, wow. Like, he cannot fucking take criticism. He has been coddled his whole life for some reason. And, you know, whatever misgivings with EVS and him like playing ball because of like the overlapping audience. And then he's finally like, I don't give a fuck. I think it does show, you know, yeah, he'll like play games with people to have some harmony. But at some point he's like, I can't do it anymore with this guy because I've devoted my life. My life is comics. It's been robbed for me in the mainstream. I don't know if I could keep doing this job at all. Luckily, Indiegogo's here, so I can do Cyberfrog. Made it on it through YouTube. And so he's put all the chips into this game. Eric's just kind of snuck in and had people help him, and he doesn't seem thankful at all. And I think, like, yeah, there's some pride to it, but it's also like EVS is like put his whole stake, his whole life into this, and Eric's just like had a home run his first time at plate, and now he's like, finally, it's fallen out for him.
But the I totally get that people like, you know, bro, this is your first comic, you just came out and you did all of this. But I'm like, man, I think it's like they try to take away from his success or not try to understand it. Like, dude has a big ass audience that he just knew how to get them to you know, support him. And you can't be mad at that. You know, you should I think a smart person would try to learn from that. And I think the slap in the face to some of, you know, these Comics Gator or whatever, whoever dislikes him, is they're like, you know, you got this success off a shit product. And I can understand, you know, people having that criticism, but you know, to, I don't know, try to make a comparison or something, like, I don't know, bro. Like, a vacuum. You know what I'm saying? Like some people might think this vacuum sucks and this one is better. It's like there's gonna always be competitors and people are gonna like what they like for whatever reason.
Yeah.
Or like, you know, McDonald's. It's like if this could be McDonald's and y'all like, why are people still going here? Why are they eating this slop when you think your restaurant is like better and we have quality beef over here and whatnot? It's like, well, what is that restaurant doing that you can learn from it? I understand they feel like he came out of nowhere, but I think it's revealed, exposed a lot of haters, a lot of genuine, actually jealous people. And then you see like this nature in them be exposed and come to the surface. And that, I'm not going to say that's the weird part. It's to be expected, but and you know, if you say you subscribe to Eric or you know Eric, like dude has always had an ego. I'm not going to say he can't take criticism. I think maybe he just doesn't. When it's their baby, when it's their project, especially when you have so many people praising you, and then you have these people who a lot of them have a history of not liking you, then you know you kind of feel like you never were going to like this book, or even if it was, you know, objectively great, you were going to find some reason to not like this book. And I think we are not in a position to understand how much attention is on this dude and how much that he actually has to deal with. And that's just how he chose to deal with it. So even though he probably won't take that criticism on the surface, like in public, you know, I've said before, he's made moves that we thought were going to improve the product. But
do
I'm
you watch
laughing.
football?
No.
Okay, so
I mean, I see Peyton Manning right there. Look.
Yeah, so Peyton Manning's last year, 2 years before this, he had arguably the worst Super Bowl loss in history because they were like the best offense in history regular season. And I think he broke the touchdown record that year. And they lost like 8-45 to the Seahawks, who basically at that point had no superstars. It was just a solid team top to bottom. And Peyton Manning got fucking embarrassed. That guy put on a suit and tie after being a prolific quarterback, having another fucking horrible playoff loss in the Super Bowl, put on a suit and tie, faced the music, went to his press conference. And then here's Cam Newton having won MVP that year. Here's his Super Bowl press conference. He's like a bitch wearing a hoodie, showing no respect to the media, no respect to his opponents, and just being a fucking loser sourpuss. Mm-hmm. That's the difference. That's what I see Eric as. He's like Cam Newton.
I definitely get what you're saying, or trying to make with that comparison. But look at the age difference between Peyton Manning and Cam Newton. Now, I can't speak on, Peyton Manning at that age and how he handled a loss like that. But I'm like, there's a difference in age right there. And then when you look at, let's say the difference in age of, I don't want to keep it Eric versus EVS, but I'm just going to say, so this will go to my point of him going back and forth with people. That was always Eric. So people will say money changes people. The money didn't change Eric. He was still the same person. And he was still going back and forth with people for a little span of time after that. But then he had to change. He had to adjust and not go back.
Wait, why did he have to? Because he's still on YouTube. He's still talking shit about all these media things that he doesn't consume. Nothing different besides hiding from the monetize your haters, because now he's been exposed. That's the whole point that we feel about him. Like his moving differently is him hiding.
I get that. Again, man, if you make a point, let's talk about it. With that would be one of my issues with Eric was, I don't want to say hiding, that's not a good connotation when me trying to defend my boy, but dodging the conversation to have with EVS afterwards. And then the shit that happened on the Blaze that Alex Stein set up, I disagree.
Situation.
I disagree. I disagree with that. But what made it worse was Eric would still be talking about it. or talking at or talking past EBS.
Yeah, that unnaming people shit.
Yeah, like
so
that
feminine.
shit, yeah, like that was weird. And I'm like, look, okay, if you genuinely have issues, then talk about it so that at least on your end we could say it's squashed. But I think that fueled EBS, which I don't agree with his approach. I thought Trash Cast was funny for a while, but then it fueled him to be like, okay, well, if you're not going to talk to me, then I'm gonna keep on like basically poking at you and try to get a reaction out of you. But then I was like, come on, bro, that's obsessive. You're doing too much now. Like, but anyway.
Well, I mean, we're in a consumer movement through YouTube, and consumers, myself included, want to engage this. It's fun. This dumb drama is so hilarious.
I get that, man, and everybody can easily just let the stuff go. Quick cold turkey.
It really is fun. And then you get like, I made that joke. It was in a tweet because someone was like, why don't you just stop reading it? And it's like, well, Friday Night Tights, do you watch them? Because that's fucking all day, every day, almost everything they do is complaining about shit that they don't have to watch. They could just sit and they're directed to sit in his fucking little office with the Star Trek toys and watch Star Trek he likes, but he keeps ingesting. I said this years ago to Rookie. I'm like, hey dude, like I didn't have the word for it then, but it's like, you know, to keep it simple, it's like, I think Doomcock and her dog are like grifters, you know. I think, you know, it's like
they're media personalities,
right.
Though,
But it's
bro.
like you're complaining about woke Star Trek season 1. It's like, okay, fair. Put out your criticism. Maybe they'll change. Season 2 comes around. They're doing more woke stuff. And it's like, all right, that should be your sign to quit. And then it's like season 3 wokeness. Oh, it's like, all right, you're the fucking problem. You're the gamer complaining about prices, $70 a game, and yet you're here day 1 for broken games for $70. You're the fucking problem.
I had the issue with Az when he went off on his fucking rant about some game. I'm like, bro, you bought the shit. You knew what you
and then he kept playing it. That pronoun rant, dude. I looked at his channel. It's like he had at least like 26 hours streaming the game that he cried about pronouns in. Like that seemed, his rant seemed to be like, this is a line crossed. I cannot accept this. Anyway, yeah, super chats. Yeah, the gameplay, blah, blah, and it's like,
okay,
fraud. You're a fucking fraud.
Look, to that, I would say it's so with that is weird because no, I'm not going to spend my own money, but then you have people in their audience that actually want them to keep consuming this shit and keep talking about it so that they can laugh. So I'm like, okay, well, if these people never said that if they never had Ripper's stance on this whole culture war thing, then I would fault them more, but they never had that. So you can say that they're complaining, but they never said that we're gonna stop consuming the shit. Ripper was the one that said that, and that's how we win. So you have people
that one instance where it's like, all right, that seems your rant seems like
no, I got you. I'm talking about as a whole, like them continuously watching and consuming the shit. But they have people in their audience that want them to, and if it's a movie or something,
EVS.
They will pay for. Okay, they will pay for it. And I tell my audience, bro, I don't give a shit. Like, I'm not watching none of this shit. And if you send me some money for that, I'm not using it. I'm gonna take your money and spend it on whatever it is that I want to spend it on. Because that's the hill I'm gonna die on. That I'm principled in that. Like, I'm not going to consume. I'm not going to support my enemy. But what was I finna say? Oh yeah. So, like, I was watching them react to like House of the Dragon. And this is where I say, like, I really fought the audience and the sheep that the audience is. I don't know. But then it's like, well, shit, you made this audience. So anyway, they was watching House of the Dragon, and people in their chat was like, oh, this show is woke as fuck, and you know, this and the whole gay shit with Rhaenyra and some, I think it's the brown chick from season 1 or whatever.
It's the white worm or whatever.
Yeah. I don't watch the shit. And then Ryan was like, basically, bro, you fucking retarded. Like, they've been setting all of this up, like yada yada yada. And so it's like you see, or even like the some people seeing the rainbow in the Mario movie. And was like, what the fuck? So it's like you will see these people like legit get upset with some of the comments that come from their audience. And I'm like, damn, you groomed them that way though. You kind of, you know, you contributed to this sheep mindset that they have. And
yeah,
it's just that, man. It's that. So I don't know, man. It goes back to the people. It goes back to the folks that are like watching this shit and watching these guys. And yeah, like with EBS too, man. It's like you have the same people on both sides, and every audience got a bunch of fucking retards. And
I agree, and I try to be a beacon of like avoiding that, where it's like there's pretty much every stream you're going to hear at least one opinion. You're like, fuck, gang, this is wrong. Like Soy Based Jeremy hates Vito because of his pedo jokes from years ago. And I'm like, I read those in Vito's voice. They're funny every time someone tries to like lambast Vito for him. Because like Vito's fucking hilarious to me. He's like perfect comedic takes and like his streams and stuff. I love Vito. And there's also like a real honesty to a lot of his self-deprecation and stuff. Like, I just really appreciate Vito. He resonates with me. And I disagree with so much of his shit too. All his political takes. I'm like, oh, have a great time. Yeah, go Vito. Send him a DM. I fucking love you. And then I see some cringe take about like, you're all excited to murder a teenager. I'm like, he killed people and filmed it on TikTok. Fuck you. Like, so like I'm pretty even killed, you know. And
I don't know the situation you're talking about.
There was some kids on Instagram or TikTok. They like filmed themselves pulling hijinks and they like hit a guy on a bike and they killed him. And so that's like evidence against them because they ran from the scene after hitting him and then he died from that. And so everyone's like death penalty. And Vito is anti-death penalty for any crime. And so he's like trying to lambast the audience like, you're all excited, you're bloodthirsty to kill teenagers. I'm like, yeah, because they murdered someone. Like, are you crazy? Like, there's so many takes that Vito have where I'm like, oh, sometimes I don't even respond because I'm like, fucking libtard idiot.
Look, man, I can't really get into that. I don't know the point of you saying that was not to talk about it, but there's a lot of shit that my chat say. Oh man, I don't hate to say this on the stream or publicly, but you know, people will say pedos to the wood chipper, and I'm like, look, as a Christian, I don't have the right to like wish death or want death on anybody. So like just coming from that perspective, I can't, you know, like really just pass that sentence on somebody. I used
to be Catholic, and Catholic Church is against the death penalty, and I'm against Catholic Church on that stance. But it's not like a moral quandary of like you have to believe this, like communion or something, you know. So I get it.
And that's not me trying to justify or saying like these people need leniency. It's just what I believe in, and that's not, you know, God passes that judgment, not me. Sure, you can lock the person away and don't let them, you know, make it easy for them to do the shit again. Or I say like, hey, chop his hand off, chop his foot off, chop his dick off, or some shit like that. That's cool, but life, that's sacred. That's not for us to take away from the person.
Salt mine slave camps. What do you think about that?
Hey man, if they out here, doing shit to kids or killing folks, put them to work for a long ass time. Don't let them see the light. It's fucked up, but
yeah, I'm generally pro death penalty because it's like a jury of your peers. It's not just like a vigilante, like a lynch mob or something. You know, we have people bemoan the system that allows prisoners like 20 years before their death penalty sentencing. But it's like, yeah, we have all these Christian minded, control mechanisms to like mitigate any human error in the judgment, and like, you know, all these appeal systems and stuff. It's all of that to the death penalty is still rooted in Christian thought, you know. So I appreciate that.
All right, what's up? I don't know, JJ. True hello.
Yeah,
we supposed to be watching.
I don't know you either, man. But you know why I'm on is last night I had a vision. I saw a man in a red robe. It was Black Angus wearing his ISOM hat, the prophet of CG. And he said, JJ, tomorrow I shall call you on my stream. And that's why I'm here. I'm not here out of my own desire. This is where, you know, I'm willed to be. So.
God wills it. Deus vult.
Yeah, exactly.
You are not God. Shut the fuck up.
I'm not God. I work.
He's the
I'm
mouthpiece.
a vessel for God.
Okay.
Yeah. God called me. That's what I was talking about earlier. It's like, yeah, the Rippatards, they'll keep invoking like he thinks he's on a mission from God, and I forget about it all the time because I just made a passive tweet to someone crying about like, if you don't like the Rippaverse, why are you buying it? And I'm like, I am on a mission from God to correct Eric's company through my criticism or destroy it. And
I'm on jihad.
Yeah, and so I call it critical jihad. And I conflate like Islamic terrorist rhetoric with like Old Testament prophets, you know, and I forget about it all the time. And then they keep bringing up LG and Renowned and other people like he thinks God chose him to destroy a man's business, and I'm like, you know, God sent bears to kill kids for making fun of a guy, so it's not really crazy when you think about it. And then that hurts him because it's like, oh, he actually read the Bible. Fuck.
Look, man, it's funny, but there was a stream I watched. It was you. Who else was on it? The weird black guy that y'all have that
hostage.
Yes, it was somebody else. I think Katie did, and y'all was talking like when I say like how like it'll get like real personal for y'all, and you don't keep it on the book. And y'all was talking about like some kid he gonna have and him fucking the Saskas and all this.
Well, we're analyzing the footage, and it's like, whoa, it looks like
okay. You were creating a narrative that I think that's real heinous. You know, I don't. You were creating a narrative that a lot of people run with, and you were basically accusing this man of infidelity. We see no signs of that involving his wife in this stuff, and saying that he was going to have some weird kid with like a bunch of shoulder hair and shit. Well, I'm like, so now, okay,
Abomination. You're laughing. See, it's funny.
Abomination. Okay, you know, let me explain this. You're misunderstanding. It's not because of like intercourse that he'll have this child. It's through like this demonic ritual. It's like this vomit, piss, incest ritual that can only be only be carried out by two twins.
See, that's
the
wild.
only way it can be done.
That's wild.
You know about their like first movie they did with Lucifer Valentine, right? Like Lucifer Valentine.
Bro, I know. I know.
This is where all the lore comes from. It's from reality. We're just being ridiculous.
I understand. And look, man, jokes, you know, I like dark humor and again, all of that. I think it's everything else surrounding it that and again, that audience thing that I'm talking about, which y'all are not responsible for your audience, but again, man, people take these narratives and they run with that shit. So, you know, everybody, I see in all y'all little chats talking about him fucking the Saskas and all that. I'm like, bro, you don't know what that could psychologically do to that man and his wife and how she's become like a part of
public figure that works for the Blaze and has a 500K channel. If you
but that's the wife though. I'm saying she's not in all of this.
She is Lady Rippa. She's in it. It's same with Nerdrotic's wife in the Piggy meme, Miss Piggy. Like you are Miss Nerdrotic. It's not that you are wife married to a guy who does internet shit. You are Miss Internet wife.
Those are supportive wives, but they're not hopping on streams talking shit to people.
Part of I think what the issue is too is like Eric kind of had like a complete meltdown when a lot of people who are actually his fans were asking questions about the Saskas. Like he basically called them all faggots. I don't have the thing archived and he deleted his community post, but I'm sure he did it on Twitter too somewhere. But I think a lot of it is that like when people can smell crap, right? And so I think a lot of times people kind of feel like maybe people were feeling to a certain degree like stuff is being covered up. But like I get what you're saying, but I think at the same time when you hire people like that, it's going to freak a lot of people out, especially if you're, simping to them as hard as Eric does.
You talking about Eric is simping to? You mean for the Saskas?
Yeah, for the Saskas, absolutely.
Because he praised them so much in their work.
Yeah, and they haven't honestly done anything worth praise.
Okay, I can agree with that. Outside of the Black Widow, that's the only thing he talks about. But we don't know shit else that these chicks have done.
I mean, I've read their Black Widow book, and it honestly wasn't really that good. Like, it wasn't the worst thing I've read, but not to the degree where they're the editors at the company. when he could have just as easily made Chuck Dixon or Mike Barron an editor, people who've actually made, pretty accomplished works.
Are they editors for the company? You got the Andrew dude. He's the editor.
No, the Saskas are the lead editors. It's in the credits for Goodyng.
Right.
Okay. Look, bro. I haven't read that. I don't care to read it. No, as far as the Saska stuff, though, like, I get optic wise, it does not look good. First and foremost, though, again, being a Christian, these women saying they're like changing their lives around and all that. This is what they're telling Eric. Okay. This is just from what I'm hearing from his mouth. But okay, regardless of whether or not you agree with that, he's always said leave the politics at the door. Don't put the shit in the book. So he never said he wouldn't hire people that, y'all claim them flaming leftists or whatnot. I get what you're saying. I get that face, Black Angus, because he did say if you hired them, they were going to infiltrate and start to put that shit in.
He's talked about he's had multiple videos like, if I ran, what would I do if I ran Marvel? Like, well, like day one, I tell everybody pack your shit up, you're fired. Then these are the type of people that, before they get the Rippaverse, they're going to promote all this leftist shit, make wacky libtard shit. They were editors or writers on the Deadpool porn parody, which I'm not against, but the audience that Eric likes to dodge. I'm not conservative. I'm an anarcho-capitalist libertarian. It's like,
but his content
that falls into conservative. All of your YouTube friends are generalized conservative talking points. They go on with Alex Jones, Daily Wire. He's been on Daily Wire, one of the biggest independent conservative media platforms outside of Fox News, which is compromised.
Maybe conservatives are just more receptive of his somewhat opposing views when they come about.
Well, yeah, we are. That's why we can have someone like Blair White or Dave Rubin in the mix.
So, okay, well, that's where I will have an issue with somebody like Katie did, was saying like you cater to a conservative audience, and now you just throwing all that shit out the window now that you've got like their support or their money or something. Where this man has clearly stated, I'm not a fucking conservative. Like, I give Republicans and Trump as much shit as, not as much because they aren't as deranged as the others, but it's like I've always been vocal about this. I've never courted or tried to act like I was something to get y'all support, and then now I'm like, oh no, that's not me, or I was never that. Like, he's not doing that. So a lot of these people are straight lying about what he's doing and what he's done.
I think that's kind of where I think that's actually like a false narrative that he says a lot. Like, now it's kind of backpedaling, and let me explain why. When you look at his content, look at how often he says like they made this gay, they made that gay. So even though like he says he's not conservative, he's always signaling conservative values. And so the thing is he made his book.
But if that's
let me finish this. He made his book series called the Rippaverse, which is the same name as his political commentary company, which, even though he says he's an ANCAP, he's actually spending most of his time talking about conservative values because, that's what gets more clicks and whatnot. But, because that's the brand of what Young Rippa is, by him calling it Rippaverse, and then him also in his book, I'm looking for the page, he literally says taxation is theft, and all the crosses and stuff. Like, he's signaling to it. So it's kind of a cop-out to say there's no politics in the book when, at the back of the book, you say, taxation is theft. Like, those are incongruent.
But that's what he believes. And how is it his fault?
Well, that's politics, right? Because he says he's keeping politics at the door, but he's not.
How is it his fault if libertarianism encompasses a lot of conservative values as well as Christian values?
Well, the gay stuff actually isn't libertarian. That's just conservative. And so my point is, and not saying he can't talk about that. What I'm saying is if he's going to be a retard and like build an audience based off of that stuff, and then hire satanic incest vomit piss twins as the chief editors, where they leave their fingerprints on everything, that's going to turn a lot of people off. And
then also to add to that, he wants to hire people with this past working on pornography, not just talking about like the early career trying to get in the door. I don't really fault them with like their history and their perspective. That's not the point for me. It's the hypocrisy of Rippa and all of his commentary that built his audience to sell these books, and then he does like a complete 180 with his own practices. for what he's told people he's about.
See,
and then to add to that is you have this general gays and this and that, and don't lewd my characters, etc. And then he hires these women with this past working directly on one of the most, I'd say at least recent prolific pornographers in Axel Braun with comic parodies that are pretty well received from what I understand. And then targets Riley as like abusing Mint, and kind of like coercing her into, basically trafficking her into being a OnlyFans chick.
He, to my knowledge, didn't target Riley. People brought that to his attention on Twitter. That's where I saw that on Twitter. He was like, "Oh shit!" Like basically, yeah, he might have highlighted it, but he didn't target it. He didn't go out his way to look for it. As far as lewd shit and the gay shit, like you said, as if he's always been opposed to gay shit. Whereas being a libertarian is like people are free to do whatever they want to. But again, having a Christian foundation, and maybe conservatives have a Christian like foundation in a way. You get what I'm trying to say. Yeah. So I'm like, he's going to have some of those views. And although he probably, doesn't approve of it or practice it himself, he believes people should have the freedom to do that. Same as me. It's not for me to judge. God is going to judge you. But as far as the gay shit, it never was, don't let the gay character be gay or don't have it in the book. It's don't turn the character gay. Don't turn this character, don't push your agenda in this book. Don't take a fucking Iceman and make him this old flamboyant homosexual, as opposed to somebody who has been flamboyantly, homosexual or some shit. Then it's like, okay, that character can be there, but I don't want to read a book about that, especially if it wasn't promoted, like that. Like, don't have, don't label a book X-Men and then a third of the book is about Iceman fucking somebody. And what I'm saying? Ain't got shit to do with superheroics. That's gay shit, not a character simply being gay.
Well, no, I think the X-Men has had a history of like having interpersonal connections that aren't action. There's been,
dude, I get that, but you get what I'm saying by having
manipulating Iceman is fucked, versus if they have a gay character or they make a new one, it's totally fine to show them having a relationship. And that's the thing too. I have a problem with like Ryan Cannell when I kind of trapped him with a super chat, kind of off guard, because I'm like, oh, have you seen all the woke shit in the Yaira book? Why aren't you talking about that? Like, we never review comics. It's like, no, but you have 20 fucking videos all about the one bisexual son of Superman. Right. And so it's kind of disingenuous when you want to woke watchdog shit that you don't review, but then you promote a guy who makes even more woke shit than the stuff that's built your channel, like Captain Marvel.
Okay, but those are characters that these people actually care about. Like, when do you hear these?
Yeah, they don't give a fuck. Exactly. They promote a guy they don't even give a fuck about. It's the same thing as EVS promoting dog shit like Mike Barron.
Man, look,
I have a problem with both sides doing it.
Okay. As far as your example with Ryan Kennel, like, no, they don't review comics, but I can see where you'll be like, well, they made videos talking about like the what's that, Snowflake and Safe Space or some shit. Yeah. But that's a mainstream company that is Marvel. These characters that they might have read comics, they're knowledgeable of these characters. But they'll talk about
comic fan, yeah.
Okay, so they'll talk about some mainstream shit, but you want them to go and talk about an independent comic with some gay character? Like, I can see Ryan right now saying, I don't give a fuck. Like, that's dude's book. Like, whatever.
He cared enough, though, to react to the trailer.
He's supporting his homie. I'm not gonna fault him for that. And then because y'all bring up that point of, well, you're not giving an honest review of that book, or okay, and if you were to say, well, they don't have to review it since they don't review books, but at least don't promote a shit book. And this is why I was hesitant to make a Ripper video, is because of people's reaction to him and how they would scour the internet for anything negative and use it as like ammunition. We, because we support the dude and don't want him to fail, are not going to actively contribute in knowing the internet to this dude's downfall or any negativity towards him. But your homie put out a book. I mean, for the most part, the professionalism of the book, getting the book. It's a quality product. Like there was a lot of, without reading it, there was a lot of reason for people to get the book. As in,
without reading it,
without reading it, I'm gonna say because okay, if you got somebody saying, "Yeah, I got the book. It came on time. Look at these covers. The covers look dope." So I'm saying like just initially, if I was to like pass it in a comic book store, I personally wouldn't get it. There's nothing appealing about Isom to me. And I'm not saying a person start going through the pages, then it might change their mind. But I'm saying the covers are so good that I could see somebody saying, "Oh, this is a legit comic. Like, fuck it, let me just buy that." If they got the money to just throw at it. But again, man, I like, animalistic characters. Like Nightcrawler is my favorite X-Men. I like weird looking shit. Like I like supernatural. Bro, I've accepted furry adjacent.
Oh.
I'm not a furry. A werewolf is something different, bro. That is half man, half beast. It's not. I'm not running around in a fucking suit, bro. I promise you that. Never will. But I can appreciate a chick trying to throw on some ears and a little tail. You know what I'm saying? And all that. Okay, but anyway, so it's like if I would see something cool like that, and that is one of my criticisms of the Rippaverse. It's like, well, if these X-Cept things are so established and people know about them, this shit should look like X-Men, where you will see some weirdo in the fucking crowd. Like, why aren't people's appearances changed? And why is it no real, like, what the fuck is an X-Cept? Do these people have powers? Why didn't we see powers from Isom? Like Rippa has said, there's 1,000 episodes of One Piece, and you still don't know what the One Piece is. But shit, we know the powers of the heroes. Like we believe that they are capable of finding the One Piece. I'm not even getting that, from the Rippaverse. Only from Isom. I've only read Isom. Yeah, there are other characters with powers, but like Alpha Core, I'm like, why am I saying that's like Team Rocket for me. Like, I don't want to read watch a Team Rocket series. These are characters should just, instead of all this energy put into all these other characters and all these books, why aren't we just seeing more of Isom, his perspective, and these characters popping up here and there? There shouldn't be an Alpha Core, maybe a Yaira. You know what I'm saying? Again, I said we shouldn't have a Blood Ruth. Oh man, again, I have criticisms. I'm not a fucking ripatard, bro. But like Goodyng, there was no plans for a Goodyng book until everybody was like, "Ooh, Goodyng, who is he? What does this do? What does this do?" I'm like, bro, watch this dude here, bro. Like, and now he gets a whole book. Like, I'm not interested, man. And
it's so bad, but it's hilarious. Like, why? I'm frustrated too because it's like, why is everyone head patting Eric? Because you're just setting him up for failure, and that's funny too. It's like I am critical of his own fan base fucking him, even though I think Eric's kind of shown himself to be a piece of shit. It's like I'm still kind of in my commentary fighting for him ultimately, and like you're screwing this guy. You're cutting his knees out from under him, and he's too blind to see it. Maybe he deserves it, but. It's like it'd be nice if we could just like win us all back, and harmonize Comicsgate Rippaverse fandom to be one entity again. That'd be great. That's not gonna happen.
That's not his job, bro. And again, I'm not trying to do EBS versus Eric, but
do you want to have an audience? He's down to like right now, Sersha, which no one can fucking pronounce reading it.
I don't even try.
2,000 books. It's just he's nosediving like a kamikaze out of aircraft carrier.
Yeah, man. I disagree with it, but
Hey, Abomination. I just wanted to show you. This is the Save Soska sisters, kind of to show how much they love Jesus and the Christian faith. They made this beautiful book about.
Oh my goodness!
They were advertising this less than a year ago. So, but yeah, I think it's kind of a self-insert, but anyway, Amazing Grace.
I mean, is this person the hero? Are we supposed to like this person?
It's about these two twin nuns who go around killing cops.
Okay, look, man, I disagree with it. And every Christian ain't perfect. It's just a label that some people use.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
I'm just saying from a business perspective, right? If you court a certain audience and then you do something like this, it's just a really stupid move. But even on top of that, me being kind of a part of the people he was trying to cater to, like, to me, this is just really, disgusting. And yeah, I don't want to buy anything that, they're touching.
I get that, bro. And I don't fault you for that. That's all I'm gonna say.
I want to read it. I like wacky shit like that. Again, like, I don't really go for Sasuke's for their past, except in conjunction with all the commentary Eric has made about the comic industry and the type of people in it. And then he hires the worst people. And then on top of it, their history is a total slap in the face to the audience of mainly conservative people that he's built, especially when he talks about gay shit and stuff. They've been trans advocates, trans kid advocates, and now they want to just like turn to like, oh, we love God and stuff. Like, I don't know, because like they have videos that they did for Canada for some like blood drive shit or something. It's like mocking pointing out, narratively, it obviously is like a weird incest scenario of, because if you believe in Trinity, God is Father, Son, and Spirit, but then God impregnates his mother with himself, the Son. It's literally like an incest plot, even though it's, God and everyone, it's holy, whatever.
Don't make it that.
I'm just pointing out, like, legitimately, that's what it is.
He put his essence into a woman.
He put himself to birth himself from his mother. It's strange when you actually put it on black and white paper. That's what I'm saying. And they make a joke of that. They make a joke. They rewrite the Genesis Garden of Eden story, and they flip the script and like, oh, what if men got periods for the sin of the world, and just weird shit. And it's like, some of it's kind of funny to me because I have no problem having satire of religion. I know it's like touchy for people, but that's
that's straight fucked up.
That's their history. And then they just want to like turn tail and act like, oh, we just love God, when all their criticism throughout the diatribe of the video is like, oh yeah, the Bible's full of misogyny and attacks on women, and women always getting screwed over for men. And like all their work before they got the Rippaverse is completely counter to everything Eric has catered or said. And that's what's like strange about it. Again, I don't fault them directly for their past, their works, whatever they like. Fine. You make weird fucking movies about mutilating men. There's a PhD candidate at the time for film that did a synopsis about their history. He talks about how they utilize action and pornography to appeal to the male gaze to then subvert it for feminist ideology. That's their whole shtick. So it's like when we're making fun of Yaira, it's going to be a trans book and stuff, like we're just digging at their history, like their body of work for like 20 years in media, and it's a way to mock it, because like, why would you hire these people, Eric? It's completely counter to everything you say you are. And that's why it's like, you're a fraud. You hoodwinked your audience. It's not like, oh, actually I've softened up or what. No, it's like, you're completely counter. You've hoodwinked everybody. And that's like the chagrin of a lot of people. On top of the quality of his writing, the books, that didn't really matter. We all wanted to invest goodwill for long-term success. He could make shitty books for a while. We just be like, all right, as long as you're improving, you got a for effort, and you got a good head on your shoulders, you got a good initiative to fight the mainstream. But 5-6 books in, it's like there's no balls to this universe, and it's just aping bad takes on shit already established.
Mm-hmm. No rebuttal, bro. I understand.
I think that says everything. Then it's like, I think the detractor side is the right side in this argument, even if there's like, disingenuous grifting to be had. It's like it's like the Crusades. If you're Christian, I think you support the Crusades, even though there was advantageous men trying to make money off of like the trade that could come from it.
I ain't trying to kill nobody unless they're trying to kill me.
Well, generalize, the initiative it was to preserve the Holy Lands for Christians,
I get that, unless
people
they
manipulated that for their own pocketbook,
What are you spitting, bro? What is this?
It's snuff. Grizzly.
Stop.
Oh, I love snuff.
Stop, my brother. I only want the best for you. Your mouth, your health.
Well, it's either I dip or I eat ice cream or something. So it's like Obama. You know, he used to be a cokehead, and then he started smoking cigarettes to wean off of it.
All right, go work out like a high tea man.
I thought he started sucking off Larry Sinclair to get off it, but I don't know.
I thought you was gonna say what y'all call him, Big Michael.
Yeah.
Oh, I am not that kind of guy. I actually had a post the other day about like people were like, oh look, the guy touched Obama's leg, and it's like trying to elicit like, see, he's gay, and it's like, yeah, what does that mean? What does it matter if Obama is gay and if Michelle's trans? What does that matter? You're not undoing anything his administration did 8 years ago. It's over. He was president. Get over it. It's weird. You only look gay trying to gay hunt people.
Well, when you think about it, so to me, it's kind of fun to joke about. But when you think about it, sometimes I feel like it might be kind of a tranny psyop, because it's like if you can just go like, hey, like this person's this person's a trans or that person's a trans when they're not. It's kind of a way to like.
Yeah, that was him. It's not us.
Oh, you cut out JJ.
I mean, you still watching the Vex video?
Oh yeah, I didn't know if you wanted to be spoiled or not.
About what?
About Deadpool.
Bro, I don't give a fuck.
Okay. I'll bring it back up. Are you still with us, JJ? I'm not hearing you.
Where did Rook go? Is he gone for
I
good?
have no idea. Sometimes he just checks out of conversations because me and him talk about this all the time. So he's, yeah, sometimes he just checks out. That's fine. There it is. But yeah, I'm not hearing JJ.
What's that? Is that green monkey next to Starfire? Is that supposed to be like the Beast Boy monkey?
Yeah. I'm not a DC guy besides Batman, but it's just a hot statue. I'm like, because I had the tweeter head version and I got it. I'm like, oh, it actually doesn't look as great in person. So like, let me just escalate to the sideshow one.
You talking about the monkey?
Well, he's part of the like exclusive version of that statue because like she is like the base, but then exclusive comes with the addition of Beast Boy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sideshow usually has two versions that have like the base, like Fathom from Aspen Comics. Her normal version has just like two straight human hands, but then the exclusive has the water hand, and then it's got like a little seahorse, but the seahorse is hidden in the waves. I don't know why it's there. I don't know much about Fathom, but I like Michael Turner, and so I'm investing in Fathom comics.
No, I don't know anything about it, but she hot.
Yeah, they were trying to develop a movie around probably Transformers time, and they're going to have Megan Fox's Fathom, and she was actually a big fan of that character. So it's like, fuck, why didn't that happen? That would have been cool.
Yeah, while she was still sexy.
She's still sex. What are you talking about?
I don't know. I think I saw some changes. Like I can't honestly tell you, but I think I saw some changes that were kind of off.
Hold on.
I know people give her shit about they call it toe thumbs.
I'm not looking at a woman's thumbs, so I'm checking her out.
No, her feet. So her big toes are like thumbs. I think it's hot.
I'm not a foot guy, so I don't even look at women's feet unless it's just obvious, like Hobbit feet. I'm just not even going to notice.
Look, I'm not a foot guy, but I said if they came out with a surgery where I can like slide my big toe down and get a beast from X-Men, get a foot like an 8 foot, I'm doing that shit in a heartbeat.
Yeah, this is Megan Fox. Like she's still kicking it,
Man, what
2024. Look at her.
Yeah, she hot. I don't know what it was that I saw.
She's amazing.
Maybe it wasn't her. Maybe it was somebody else.
Like, sure, she's probably had work and Botox, but like she's done it right, just the right amount to like preserve the beauty.
Bro, why was she not in all of Transformers?
I think there was a fallout with Michael Bay, and then I guess they had to like spend a lot of money just editing her tattoos out, supposedly. I don't know. I'm not a Transformers guy though. Like I tried to rewatch Transformers, and once I got to the parents in the room, I literally checked out and fell asleep. I was like, I was fine with it, and then that happened. Like my roommate when I was in medic training in the Army, he was like a libtard from Colorado who had college parents. And like literally him and his girlfriend always talking about feminism and like hating Twilight and shit. And he was a real film snob. But I appreciate him because he kind of opened the door for me with like film criticism. He was the first guy to ever like talk to me and like hit back at shit I liked. And so he's always in the back of my head with criticism where it's like he really hated the prequels. I love the prequels. And all these years later, watching all sorts of criticism shitting on them, I still defend the prequels. They're magnificent. Only a few flaws. Love them better than the original trilogy. But that guy's always with me in spirit, and I value that history. But yeah, he really hated Megan Fox too. And I'm like, she's hot. And it's like, well, that doesn't mean she's a good actress. And it's like, yeah, I guess he's got a point because Rachel sucked in Batman Begins, and then Maggie Gyllenhaal's amazing. Even though she's not great to look at.
Megan, I'm not gonna say she's a great actor or anything, but I mean, she's like what typecast? She plays the role that's they got her for
ass. You know, that's how she needs to be.
I love Jennifer's Body. I think she was great.
I haven't watched that in a while. It's a guilty pleasure. I love Amanda Seyfried. She's got like a strange hotness to her.
I don't know who that is.
Mean Girls, the weather girl. She's like fills her tits and like it's gonna rain. Like
Amanda Seyfried.
Yeah.
Are you talking about the blonde? She was the weird.
Yeah, she's like the dumb blonde in Mean Girls.
Oh no, I'm not feeling her.
Yeah, I love her.
Not feeling her at all.
Beauty.
I just saw the Transformers, the Beast movie. I just saw it the other day.
Oh, Beast Formers or whatever? Beast Wars?
Beast Formers, Rise of the Beast.
Yeah. When I was a kid, my introduction to Transformers was like the cartoons of the 90s Beast Wars.
Yeah.
The horrible animation. Like looking back, it's ugly as fuck, but back then it's cool. And I always loved like the Arachnia or whatever, the spider chick and Cheetor. Yeah. I had a Cheetor toy. I was obsessed with Cheetor. My first cat, I named him Cheetor. And then like we get all these years later as an adult, like, oh wow, we're getting the Beast Wars, Rise of the Beast, and then it's like that was dog shit. And also it's like this takes place before any of the Transformers movies, and yet no one remembers like half of the globe was being attacked by a Transformers like attack or something. Because it's all one universe, you know.
Yeah,
Bumblebee.
That was
retconning. It's all one universe still, and it's like they just don't give a fuck. This is awful. Like I hate this. I hate that I saw it.
Yeah, I hated the movie. I mean, with like all of these movies, like I hate the fucking human involvement in it. Fucking Mirage. Fuck spoilers, but him dying and a dude having to put on like a Mirage suit just to
he just has a human suit. Like, oh, this is so bad. They're trying to lean into like Marvel Iron Man with that.
Yeah, that shit was terrible. Yeah, Cheetor was my favorite. I had a Cheetor toy. I had an Arachnia. It wasn't Arachnia. It was another.
It's like a beetle one.
It was like a reddish beetle guy. I had that toy. And I actually had Megatron, the dragon one. So I don't know when he became a dragon because I know he was a T-Rex, but there was a dragon in fucking Walmart, and I had to have that. I think he kind of like evolved, or he got better. The Decepticons always got better shit than
what's crazy talking about old toys is around when Star Wars Episode 1 and Godzilla 98 came out, I was obsessed with Godzilla already for the shitty 60s movies.
Yeah.
So the new Godzilla looks like an iguana. Like that was awesome because I love animals and shit. Yeah. That's my favorite design of Godzilla is the 98.
Mine too.
And so I had one of the toys where he shot like a fire beam out of his mouth, and then like the jet had like a big fat rocket to shoot at him. And then my dad got me this Hot Wheels because it's like a dragon Hot Wheels, like a 2-headed dragon, both ends. But that was like my Godzilla car. And what's crazy looking back is like I remember they had like Alien Resurrection toys in the toy section of like for kids in Walmart. And then now you got to go to like the adult collectibles like DVD section to find those toys if they even have them. Or you got to go like Hot Topic or GameStop, some more like adult oriented stores.
Yeah.
So it's funny looking back, but yeah, let me pull this up. The toys, you might be able to see what you're talking about.
I never paid attention to Alien, but I definitely had a Godzilla toy, man. It was Godzilla. He used to roar. I don't remember how. I'm sure there was some button on his back or some shit, but I had that. I love that Godzilla. See, this one, it wasn't like one of these small figures. It was bigger. and he was like a red violet dragon. I mean, I
oh,
don't
what
know.
they had a hammerhead? I never saw that.
Bro, do you watch anime? Did you
No. When Toonami would come on, I would just like leave. I hated anime. And then once I got in like older in school, all the people that were in anime were also in like the retard classes.
I got you.
And so there was a connotation of like retarded people and like stinky people were anime people. So I didn't want
Yeah.
anything to do with that. Now it's like normalized, but that kind of ruins it because now all the normies are into it. And then you get like I had a friend, I saw one of his DVD collections of some anime. I don't know what it's called, but it was basically like I don't know, Ready Player One kind of thing where it's like, oh, the game like shuts down, but they're stuck in the game. And I'm just like, 62 episodes of this shit. Fuck that.
You talking about Sword Art?
I don't think it's Sword Art. I know the name. It would have stuck out. It's not Sword Art. It's some newer thing.
Oh, newer. Okay.
I didn't know what Sword Art was about though, but I know the name, so that would have stuck out to me.
Okay. Well, no, it sounded like Sword Art though.
Yeah, I think I had this Cheetor. Maybe this is a new one. I'm not sure. But yeah, I did have a Cheetor one. But no, he didn't have such a defined straight cheetah look. He looked more robot-y.
Yeah, I mean they all did. Look up Megatron Dragon toy.
Okay.
I mean that don't look like it, the one I just saw. Bro, can you hear my stomach? It's doing some weird shit.
I thought there was like a radio in the background or something. This?
So yeah.
Oh, that's fucking sick.
But I never saw it in the show. I only saw it in the store.
Well, you know, back then, like this might be residual of like I was watching something about Batman and Robin that it was getting so silly that like the toy makers were so money hungry. And so they would come to the studio with new toys and be like, can you work this into the plot?
Mm-hmm.
And so this might be one of those residual like toy creations that didn't make the show. Now that I know that is a thing.
Yeah.
Now you should always be thinking of that.
Yeah, I remember the red violet like dragon. But the reason I asked, do you watch anime? Because there was a Beast Wars anime that came out.
That sounds cool.
And it was fucking dope. I guess he's not Optimus. I don't know, but he was a white lion instead of the gorilla. I want to say Megatron was the dragon in this one. I don't remember. Like they had a baboon. There was a frog dude. A bison. I guess instead of Rhinox. Was Cheetor in it?
I'm not sure. I want to say this might have been the one I had. It's hard to tell because I feel like he had like some metal looking identifiers on his face. I feel like it might be that one, but I can't remember. I wish I kept it. I don't know what happened to it. I might have broke it or just lost it, carrying it around everywhere.
Yeah, I can't remember what it looked like.
It's funny too because I look back when I was a kid. Like my parents split up on at 6, and so when I'd see my dad on the weekends, he was like the parent to spoil me, even though I usually never wanted big shit. I always like, oh boy, let's go to Dollar General. I want like a water gun, you know, like I always wanted cheap shit. And I look back and like, I could have had so many collectibles to flip on eBay now from my childhood. Oh, what an idiot. Like the only expensive shit I ever wanted was like Star Wars once I got into like later grade school and high school.
Bro, my dad spoiled the shit out of me. He was I'm not gonna say he's the only reason I had as much stuff as I did, but he was big into all of this stuff. So like he knew what we were what to look out for. He had all the games, so we had all the games. He was like, just let me play his shit. This memory, I don't think I talked about it with you, it was with somebody, but it was one Christmas, my mom. Did you watch Beyblade?
No.
Bro, it was one Christmas. My mom somehow she got me the Beyblade of the main cast. So it was 4 dudes, and she got me all of theirs. And I was like, bro, this is perfect. Like one would have been perfect, but the fact that she got me the Beyblade of all the main dudes, it was like that's just That's heaven, and I don't know how the fuck she could have known that. My dad didn't even watch Beyblade, so. But that was cool.
It was something I saw. Some kids had Beyblade set in like the little arena to like fight and during recess. But it's just something that's like my parents aren't gonna get that for me. It's just one of those like kind of just conceded. I'm not getting it. Whatever. Like I didn't even get to invest in Pokemon, because at that point. My mom was like a wacko Christian in like some of these weird non-denominational type churches.
Yeah.
Revivals, you'd go revival to a church 30 miles away every fucking day for a week, that kind of shit. She got rid of all of her music. She's like a big 80s pop fan.
Mm-hmm.
She got rid of all that shit for a while. All we had was like, I don't know if you ever seen like Christian stores, and they'll have like a music section. They used to have like cassette tapes. One side would be like the karaoke version of the song. And so you play that in church. It was that kind of shit. It was like barbershop quartet kind of fucking music. Gospel, like Nashville gospel. It was awful. I had to just listen to that shit all the time. And then at some point it flipped, and then she got back to like Michael Jackson and stuff, and it was like, all right, fun. But even once we became Catholic, she's still like a kind of wacko from like that background of Jehovah's Witness and non-denominational and stuff. She's very like tattoos aren't okay. It's like, well, the Catholic Church doesn't have a problem with tattoos. It's more about the subject matter you get tattooed. And she still has this like, oh, Baal, you're marking yourself, like that story in the Bible. And it's like that. It's because they're marking themselves for a false god in the story. Like the context.
Yeah, my mom was the same way. And then with the earrings, like, bro, it was crazy because I couldn't get an earring until I was 18. But when I got it, which my mom's fucking wild. Like I love her, but god dang. I guess I didn't have to be specific, like I wanted to, or I needed permission for to. But I was like, okay, can I go get an earring? And she was like, yeah. So I go and get one. And of course, when they get the earring, they're like, well, if you get the second one pierced, it's free, or it's discounted or whatever. So I got two. And she was like, and I came in the house. She was like, well, who told you could get two earrings? And she slapped.
You got one on both sides, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So it might have been because like I think 70s, 80s, especially if that was a real identifier for sex, because the right ear is the queer ear. So if you got both ears, you're bi. Like it's a signal. It's like
so I thought if you had two, then that was fine. That meant you were straight. But if you get that one in the specific ear, then that meant you was gay.
Yeah, left ear's straight, right ear's gay, both is bi. That's like the general code.
Look,
no one lives with that. No one lives, especially with like rap and bling. Like that's not really a factor in the black community, at least last 20, 30 years. But there was a time where that was like an identifier kind of thing. So yeah. I think Harrison Ford only has his left ear pierced.
Okay.
So yeah,
no man, I was 18. My mom slapped the shit out of me. So I gotta get out of this house.
I was so mad because I was wanting, when I went back to Oklahoma to see my mom, I wanted to see the fresh disappointment on her face when I got my tattoos, because I think at the time I only had this tattoo, which is from Shadow of the Colossus, the kill mark, and then I got Motorhead on this arm. I'll bring up a picture of it. It's the Motorhead War Pig. And I'm not a big Motorhead fan. I love Ace of Spades record, but most of their catalog I don't care for.
Yeah, I don't know these guys.
But you ever heard the song? Have you ever seen the SpongeBob movie?
I believe so, yeah. The first one.
Yeah. So when they go to the tugboat, the bar, whatever, and they blow bubbles, and they do like the queer test on the bubble blowing.
I do not recall
that sequence. So like when they first get there, there's like this hard rock song that's so counter to SpongeBob. It's like yeah, it's fucking hard rock, and it's fucking Motorhead's on a soundtrack of SpongeBob with a fresh song. It might be like a twist on an already done song they've done, but they did a SpongeBob specific song called "You Better Swim," and it's awesome. And it was a nice. I had the soundtrack, so it was a nice change up. This song was like kind of happy, silly songs, and it's like Motorhead. That was my first introduction to them, and they're an iconic band from the '80s. They're kind of punky because there's more speed, but they're kind of bluesy. They're like pub rock, I guess, for like England scene. But yeah, this is the image. It's their war pig. I just got it in black and red. So it's a vicious fucking cool symbol. And I got a tattoo on each arm now, on my forearm, so it's easy to see with my t-shirt. and I was wanting her to see it fresh, see the disappointment, and it already got spoiled because at that time I had my mom blocked on Facebook because of like fighting, whatever. But I share it on Facebook, and so this friend worked at KFC back home, and so then she's like calling me up, and I'm like, "Fuck, ruined it."
What happened when she saw it? I'm waiting on you to get slapped.
Nah, it was just one of those. No, I didn't. I mean, I got spanked, but otherwise, not for like that. I'm already an adult. I live in Kentucky at that time. Like,
okay.
I'm visiting. Like, nothing's happening.
Man, I walked in the house. She slapped fire from my face. I was like, I maybe I did, but I had never wanted to hit my mom back like that much in that moment. Because I'm like, bro, you wild, and I'm 18. You told me I can get an earring. I didn't think I had to be specific and say fucking 2. Like, if you give me permission for 1, then why not 2?
Yeah, no, it's like whatever. That reasoning makes sense to me.
Yeah. Since we admitting fucking wild ass soundtracks that we like, the Alvin and the Chipmunk soundtrack, I was banging that shit when I was younger. I don't know when it came out, but
old cartoon or the newer movie?
The movie, the first one that they came out with.
The Alvin Chipmunks movie when it came out. I watched it a lot.
No, I love that movie. I hated the dude who played Dave. He was fucking ugly.
Dave.
He was so ugly to me, bro. I was like, this is not my Dave. But what reminded me of that was, admittedly, I was watching Flashcast. And he was not a trash cast. And he was, you know what I meant. And he was playing that shit, the Gabe El Taib clip that he plays. You know what I'm talking about?
I don't know which one now.
Okay, well, that's your boy. I thought you was watching it, but the clip with I guess Gabe leaving
the Rippaverse.
Yeah, the Rippaverse. And so he plays that song. So you had a bad day. So now the only version of that song, like, it comes to mind is the Alvin and the Chipmunks version. So it made me think about that. Like, bro, I'm about to pull that up on YouTube Music and listen to that tonight.
Yeah, it's funny because I was thinking about the Deadpool video from Vex that I'm reacting to. So
do you still want to do it, or you just want to wait and do it?
No, yeah, I'll bring it now. But I'm just wondering, so like you just don't watch anything Disney because it seemed like you're excited for like Moana or some other stuff. I'm kind of confused.
No. So I don't support Disney, and I really don't care to watch anything. Like, I haven't watched No Way Home. Like, I almost watched it. It was on YouTube for free. And that was not they took it down. So I'm not gonna waste that energy to go look for this shit. I just don't give a fuck anymore. But I definitely won't financially support them, but I am interested in what's happening. So like, I did make a reaction to Moana. I just never put the video out, but I got thoughts on that. I'm genuinely interested. I enjoyed Moana.
I love Moana. Even though it's got woke elements, just like Frozen, it's still Frozen's the first movie's not a good movie, but I get the appeal for girls and little kids. It's got a good soundtrack, and it's bright and fun. But Frozen 2 is way more of improvement for me, like narratively.
It is.
I like Tangled, and so I was dating a girl and she loved Frozen, and so me loving movies but not really being in YouTube at that point, I was just genuinely interested to see Frozen, and then I'm like, this is just a shitty Tangled movie. What the hell? Like, I love Tangled, and that's before it like is more normalized that like, yeah, you're an adult and you like little kid movies, girly, movies, whatever.
Yeah.
Like I'm just free spirit like that, and I was just ultimately disappointed. But Frozen 2 is leaning into like X-Men kind of shit, and I'm like, cool.
Exactly, but that was my issue with it, because I'm like, this should have been the first fucking movie. Like, we should have known more about Elsa than, they pushed the and I think that's what actually me and Vex had this conversation. And I was like, this was the early beginnings, and I'm sure Disney knew what they were doing, but like, this was the early shit with the, they had Maleficent, so sympathizing with the villain and giving them this backstory, and they were saying like true love it don't have to be man and woman, it's a mother and a child. And then the love became, in Frozen, like it's not the man. The man is a piece of shit. It's like these two sisters love one another. And then we started to see like more female relationships, like, this is my best friend, but then it could be something else type shit. So I do think they did all of that on purpose. I did. Tangled was fine. I watched it. I enjoyed it the one time I saw it. But yeah, my issue with Frozen 2 was this should have been the first movie. And I'm like, yeah, bro, I'm just going to say free spirit. Like, that's the best way to explain this shit. But I'm coming up with all this like fan fiction with Elsa and Iceman and them creating these Omega level ice babies and whatnot. I'm like, shit, it's in the same universe now. But Moana, yeah, I mean, strong woman, but we've seen the king, the chief have a daughter. And what are we going to do with that now going forward? So I wasn't mad at that. Moana
at some point, she's got to have, even if you do like a game of House of Dragon thing where it's like, all right, so the queen, who customarily is the underling to the king, well, she's actually the inheritor of the crown, so that now the queen is actually the supreme. Kind of like how England, I don't quite understand it, but because they have parliament stuff, but the queen customarily seems to be the higher role than the king of England. So, like at some point, if you're going to long form Moana, she has to have a suitor.
Yes, and the way Disney is going, they're going to make her less than than her, which I guess that's fine. It's called Moana, but I mean, Lion King too. Kiara needed to find a husband, but and this was way before current Disney, but they were never like, oh, you're going to be the ruler. It's all about you. It was just, hey, find you a man. It's all about the team. And them ruling together. So yeah, I wasn't opposed to that story, but in Moana 2, she's aged up. So now I'm like, oh shit, like did they fast forward that just so that they can get to the story and address her not having a man, or what is it? Being reluctant to have one, or just completely trying to fight the traditionalism.
Yeah, I mean, to a point I get, because like I was in college and I kind of bought in this indoctrination stuff that they kind of sneak feminize you, like feministize you in college. And so I kind of got radical about like, why would I want my child to see Little Mermaid? It just teaches girls to just their values in a man and stuff. And it's like, I'm more conflicted now, definitely, about like how much agency matters versus like matrimony and stuff, the tried and true format. Even if it's gay, just like harmonizing like more than yourself. I think that's because I'm bi. I tell people like, hey, if you're gonna be Christian, you can't be non-hetero, or you got to be celibate if you can't get past your initial attractions. Otherwise, don't be Christian. So like that's my through line, that I promote to people. And but yeah, I don't like the like woke indoctrination. This like they're trying to sterilize the current population while bringing in all the immigrants to repopulate, because they'll be controlled with welfare and stuff. So they'll control. It's like how they did unions. Like I used to be an anti-union guy because the whole union stuff started by gaming minorities in the workforce. It's like, well, if you want to break Chinaman, join the union and vote for me. That's how it works. So a lot of corruption, a lot of manipulation. But yeah, no, it's like I don't mind gay stuff so much. I know some people be like, oh, they're grooming kids, whatever. I ignore that stuff. But ultimately, it's like you need to promote relationships. I think, and I get annoyed with conservatives that can't see, like a person like Blair White. Some people just instantly like, she's trans, so get her out of here. Can't have that in conservatism. It's like, she's an ally, at least for the time being. Like at some point, y'all will come to head if you can get rid of the left enemy. But enjoy what allies you can have now that aren't traditional, if they're on your side. That's again, it's the pragmatism that the right doesn't have. The left is too pragmatic and they'll be too devious to get what they want, and the right is too stuck in their tradition views of things. They can't ever adapt. It all goes back to Athens and Sparta. The whole Western history is that divide of too stringent, too loosey goosey.
Mm-hmm. Man, as far as like, I don't know, the gay stuff, man, I'll say like, you know, we had Powerpuff Girls and him was, you know, in the show, and it's like, look, man, I'm not opposed to that.
Honestly, it was funny because it's like the whole humor is like, he's a weird devil guy in drag. But that's as far, like, I don't even think watching it, you as a kid even thought that deep, but you knew he's just a weirdo and he's a bad guy.
Yeah, and I'm like, okay, well, at least the show is not glorifying it. Like, he's the bad guy. It's so that's what my point. We're like, okay, it is fine being presented, but just I don't know how far or how much attention should be allowed. So, like with Lightyear, for instance,
I was about to bring that up. Yeah,
yeah, and people would say like, you know, the one kiss, or was it a kiss? I don't even remember. It's been so long ago, but
I don't know if it was
apparently,
a kiss, but they show them as like mommies for this kid,
and they had kids, and the kids looked like they were a product of the women. Like it was a black and an Asian, and the kids looked like they were Blasian, bro. Like they came from like both of them. So I'm like, look, that's weird for me, because I'm like, you're showing, not only are you showing like the couple, but now you're acting as if they can like reproduce. So I just think that's going in a, you know, that I think kids will have questions from that, especially the age of the kids. Like, okay, what's happening there?
Yeah, no, I mean, given understanding the theology of Islam, Christianity, whatever, about like that concept, I get the aversion, and you should if you're in that faith. But then there's also the reality of like you're in secular Western government societies. So, and we've had marriage equality for 10 years now across the board for all states. So it's reality that like your kid might be at school have a friend that's got mommies or daddies.
Yeah.
Or adopted by mommies or daddies. So this whole like, are you showing kids? It's like, yeah, some of the kids in your child's class might have gay parents. So
look,
I get like, oh, we can't show them. You're indoctrinating. It's like, it's just reality now. You cannot like it, but you know, and so that's why it's hard to try to piece out like what's indoctrinating through media and what's just presenting reality.
Yeah. So I get that. My issue was the children and how it looked like it was a product of them. That's where I'm like, okay, I feel like you're trying to do something with that, as opposed to just showing me the couple, or like even if the women's kiss. And you know, I was saying like it would have been dope because what happened, which I didn't see the movie, but you showed this woman in a leadership position. So, you know, apparently Buzz Lightyear, as we know him, is only because of this woman who was, you know, over him. And then you show her with her woman, and they both look butch as fuck for the most part. And I'm like, that shit just lame. That's like you're being lazy with it. If you would have gave me like Buzz Lightyear or Star Command, you know, a lot of people were saying like this show did it better. If you would have gave me a team of Rangers, and like she was, you know how they have like the whole mechanic trope for the girl, or it's cool when the kid knows more or super smart or knows how to like build shit. But if you would have gave me like that character, or she was like a badass, was like shooting guns or some shit, and then they was being like invaded by Zurg and, you know, his robots and all that, and she was a badass, like she was shooting shit up, and after they win, she like hugged her woman or something after the fight, or maybe kissed on the cheek or something. I'm like, you know what? I think that would have been cool. But when you show me these two butch lesbians embracing with kids around them, then I'm like, bro, that's a different visual than just seeing a gay character existing. So like that's funny because in one of my comics, and it's my kid one, and I'm like, I wonder how many people are going to have issues with me because one of the kids is a trans kid. But it's not the focus. But it's going to be funny, you know, if I can successfully throw that in there and no attention really be paid to it.
It's funny you say it because I'm trying to develop a spin-off character once I do Meth Gator.
Yeah.
So, it's basically like a Mystique character because I love the idea of Mystique, and I don't you know, and you look her up like what to read in X-Men. There's not a lot given the iconography of her character. There's not really, you know, it's way more art than there is actual like product to invest in. And so I feel like there's like just like an open window there to like take that template and make a new thing out of it. And anyway, I've thought about like having like a trans joke or something because it's a shapeshifter. So like if she's hooking up with Meth Gator, have like a shadow scene where she like morphs and there's like a cock shadow and he's like, not tonight. Like but then in Consgate, everyone be like, you're promoting the transgender.
Yeah.
And it's like, I mean, I'm pretty open about like I like the he she's, you know, like I'm pretty like that. Not promoting you do it. Clearly like general LGBT whatever adherents would never say what I say about the agenda, about how like yeah, no, biologically it's gay, but they're pretty doing it. So, you know, like you know, like that reality assessment of it, you know, you're not gonna see that.
So with my character, the approach is, so as far as the kids group, it's going to be one of the friends. It's a biological female, but identifies as a dude. And with the species, because my kids, they're animals. This is I don't want to say furry comic. It has a negative connotation, but you get what I'm saying? Like we watched all these shows with like animal characters. So because of the animal, there's clear differences between male and female. So it's like I will have characters in the show that's like, you know, if they say like, this is my homie, this is my guy, and they'll be like, hold on, but she will correct them like, nah, we're not gonna go there. We're not paying attention to that, and just move on. Like the story is just gonna move on. So I'm like, that's gonna be the joke in the show, like in itself. And I'm like, I truly want to just show that these people are there. And we don't have to highlight it. We don't have to make such a big deal about it.
Yeah. Well, it's funny you said because like I get irritated with all these frauds that are like, I guess retards by extension, defending like Flash or something. You know, they're entrenched. And someone keeps calling like Comics Gate to mock it.
Yeah.
And they're jumping in on like a rip of goalpost about like Katie did dogs or something because she likes fucking. Was it not any? Is it Inuyasha?
Yeah, I didn't see it. I really don't know.
There's like fan art, fanfics of like, you know, his werewolf form fucking his wife or whatever character, because it's a template of his character that he can like shapeshift, and so it's like fantasy. It's like who cares, you know? There's tons of history of, you know, the Greek gods that we revere as like mythological storytelling. Zeus becomes different animals that sleep with women all the time. Like it's not a crazy concept. It's not a new thing. Looney Tunes has given us weird boners, you know, with some of these like sexy skunks and cats and stuff, you know.
Roger Rabbit having the Jessica,
yeah, exactly. And this guy's like, you know, trying to demonize cated dogs. That fucking try joke. And then I look at his page and it's full of like graphic trans porn. And so I screenshot capture going through his page for like 20 posts of tranny dongs all day. And I'm like, interesting. And then he blocked me because like I'm exposing him being a fraud. Because like, yeah, look at what happened to Dr. Disrespect. He's caught Chris Hansen style through Twitch. And then people find out he was messaging a trans model and jerking off to her, and they're more mad about that than him being a possible predator.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, what is with this cognitive dissonance? I don't get it. Like, you cannot like it, think it's gross, but then it's like, well, it's adults, whatever, you know?
Yeah, I get that, bro. And that's why I said, like, I don't know, the whole sheep thing. Like, people don't think anymore. They can't think for themselves. Like, they have to. Like, I was watching this dude, these guys streaming earlier, and he was saying it's wild because, you know, members of his audience will message him and be like, well, what should I do about this product? Like, should I support it? Should I buy it? And it's like, bro, you're your own fucking person. Like, do what you want to do. But not people need permission to have thoughts these days. And that's just terrible, man, for our future.
Yeah, every day that goes on, it's like Loki was right in Avengers. Like, you need to kneel.
and look, this I like that quote from who is it? Peter Quill, Star Lord, when he told Iron Man and Spider-Man, he was like that what he was like that 100% of you that's stupid, that's only 50% of me. I'm like, bro, I'm a fucking werewolf. I'm only half human. Like, I'm not as dumb as all of y'all, bro.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, Underworld was a big franchise for like 10 years, and it's all about like a love interest of a human vampire with a werewolf guy. Like, is it crazy to like, it's not crazy that you would come up with art playing with that idea of her getting fucked by a wolf man. Like,
You mean to tell me I'm not gonna go beast mode and fuck this?
yeah, I mean, it's there. It's like, it's fantasy. I really hate the like puritanism in when you're talking about like fantasy shit, people getting triggered about you can sleep with a bear or something in Baldur's Gate, and it's like, it's fantasy. It's not hurting anybody. And if anything, if a bear wants to sleep with you in the woods and not maul you, it's like, I mean, it's clearly consenting.
Well, it just made me think about have you seen the meme where I say Belle was disappointed when Beast turned into the man, bro?
Oh, right. No, I was thinking of X-Men. I'm like, what are you what? He's stuck as Beast. Like, okay.
No, yeah. It was like she had a disappointed look when he turned human. Like, she wanted.
Yeah, I was always sad at the end because I like Beast. I like monsters. I like bad guys. And so when he becomes a dorky human, I'm like, that's when the movie sucks.
Yeah, you know? Bro, you boring now.
Yeah. All right, let's get into this because I guess you don't know fucking anything about Deadpool. It is a dumb, horrible plot. Again, you should watch Biggest Problem in the Universe, Vito and Dick. Their commentary about it is really good.
You told me to. I'm not watching them.
They're fucking hilarious. And it's funny because Vito's got his comic Super Killer, which basically, when the plot came out about Deadpool, we were all laughing at Vito because it's like, fuck, that's my comic. The whole thing is like there's an anchor being you have to kill to destroy a universe because the multiverse only has so much juice. That's like the basic pitch of Super Killer. He's an assassin to preserve the overarching multiverse, but there's the consequence of having to kill people to, you know, and that's his thing. So it's like we're all like clowning him and shit. And then he's supposed to like he's racing to put it out before the movie comes out, and then he fails. But then the movie comes out, and it's like, oh fuck, like, yeah, Vito did it way better. It's smarter, and this movie's fucking dumb, but it's so fun. And I guess Vex really hates that, and I'm just like, why can't you just enjoy it? Like, I don't know, like, everything doesn't have to be high bar, which I'm a very serious person with media. I love depressing shit. I hate comedy generally, but Deadpool is just like perfect to me. I don't think it's going to age well because you got to know all of this MCU stuff. You got to know all this like Hollywood stuff to really get a lot of the humor, but for now it's like perfect, and it's a nice just forget this multiverse stuff basically for a minute and just, you know, have some balls with some more humor. So I'm just like, I saw like the first 3 seconds of a review on Twitter. I'm like, what?
I haven't seen it. I think my response to you saying just it's a fun movie, just enjoy it. My issue is a Deadpool movie should not be like the bar. You know, it should not be the standard. A Deadpool comic should be just supplemental. Like, there should be a lot of great stuff. We should have a main story going on, a main continuity, and then you see some Deadpool shenanigans over to the side. But the fact that this is the best shit in the MCU, and it's
the last like 5 years, it's crazy. Honestly, it's like fuck, like like the whole joke of like I'm Marvel Jesus. It's like, yeah, surprisingly, you kind of are like saving Marvel, like the most unlikely source. If you show Deadpool 1 back in 2016, whatever, I'm like, yeah, you know, 8 years later, that guy's gonna have to save the state of the MCU. And like, no way, you're an idiot.
And that sucks, bro. And my issue is the people with the company is this should not be the bar. But my issue with the people who, especially if you're trying to be in the culture war, it's like they love this shit. like, yeah, we're going to watch it 2 and 3 and 4 times. So it's like all that money that y'all claiming Disney lost, y'all are so happy about helping them get it all back because you're pleased in this one instance. Like you get this instant gratification as opposed to like really believing in the shit that you claim that you have been this whole time.
Yeah, for me, I've shifted from being a boycotter, being like, when they do it right, they deserve my money, and that's how I am with Rippo, where it's like he sucks, but I'm paying it forward, investing to give you my commentary. Now, if I can get it for free, I'll save my money, but like it's not likely to get it out in a timely manner. So like I have no problem paying for it, because like my loan purchase is not going to make or break Rippa. It's like, if anything, I might be one of many putting my opinion out, and you'll get a general collective a consensus of good or bad, and that just turns people off to what he's making. So the actual money one thing makes doesn't make or break the overarching goal or path for the company. I'm trying to, because I'm talking about this, I totally forgot. I want to show this to Rookie, and it'd be funny to show you. I just got to scroll through and find it in my Twitter. These people got so triggered by Deadpool that they had to make a TikTok about, we're so offended we left the movie. And it's like,
At the retard comment.
No, it's not a leftist. It's like conservative people. And it's like, really? Like, I thought we're the side. It's like, we like jokes,
Look, man, I made a video about it, but Ryan Reynolds would be perfect for Sly Cooper.
See, that's a game I always wanted to play, never got to.
You should. I enjoy Sly Cooper. I'm not gonna go too much into it. It ended up doing the thing where they introduce other characters and you have to play with them for parts of the game, and I didn't care for that for Bentley and Murray. But anyway, no, I think he has the perfect voice and the perfect humor for a Sly Cooper movie, and you can get away with some slightly adult jokes in that.
Yeah,
way better than fucking Pikachu.
I gotta catch up with the Pikachu movie too, because like I am kind of apprehensive with Pokemon and Nintendo shit, but I like Ryan Reynolds mostly, and I've come around a bit to Pokemon. I do love the first movie, but I didn't grow up with the show, so it's funny when I watch something with like Rookie, and like I love the joke with Mr. Mime with him.
Bro, you don't have to watch it. Ryan Reynolds does that movie.
All right, so these people, we left Deadpool 25 minutes into the movie. Blasphemy against the Lord.
You didn't think...
And we left probably about 25-30 minutes into it. It is disgusting. It is so against the Lord. They are blaspheming our Creator, and you should not see it. Do not spend money on it. It is not worth anything. The fact that it has beat all of the MCU movies out blows me away, and it blows me away that people were bringing their children into it. But we left that theater. We left 25 minutes in, and I didn't ask for my money back. I truly was so guilty that I even allowed us to stay in as long as we did, because it started off bad. But no joke, they used Jesus's name in it in a disgusting way in that 30 minutes, like 10 times at least. So if you're a Christian, do not see it.
Where? I get so annoyed with Christians always crying victimhood, because I don't think I'm getting the right quote that I'm looking for, but Jesus says, basically it's like, whatever calamity comes to you for following me, know they've done it to me. And so he's like, it's kind of, you could argue it's a self-fulfilling prophecy being Christian, but it's a path that society that Jesus himself tells you like will pass off on, that they're like, ew, and mock you for it. So it's like, you sign up for this mockery, like you choose to be Christian, so you sign up for the mockery, and then you want to cry about it. You want to cry about it when like that's the whole model Jesus makes. Turn the other cheek, his silence going to the crucifixion. Like it's all there. That's like the root of the whole what you're going to experience in some form or fashion. You're going to get persecuted by society in some way, even with like the Christian control of the Middle Ages in Europe. You know, the rest of the world dealing with them like, get the fuck out of here. We don't like you. You know, like it's not a path that you sign up for it. You know, if it's all free will and whatnot, you come to Christ, you come to him accepting the hard path and the revulsion of society.
Yeah.
So it's really weird when people want to play victim, like they're making fun of Christianity. Oh, the Paris Olympics. And it's like, yeah, you know what? Like Paris has been attacked multiple times by Islamic extremists, people killed by them for making fun of Muhammad. And then they still put out the works making fun of Muhammad because the French are like, F you, terrorists. Like, but then they do it to Christians. And it's like, again, you signed up for it. It's a passive religion, ultimately. Yes, there's violence, especially in the Old Testament, but the model of Jesus is kind of in line with like Buddhism, of like turning the other cheek, being above violence and whatnot, accepting the mockery. So I hate that shit.
It's okay. It's okay to have a righteous anger. And you know what? I got to read more into that, especially with the whole sell your cloak to get a sword thing. Like, I want to see that because I done got back into the Bible recently, and I'm reading the Gospels, and because that's about Jesus and him leading up to being sacrificed. And when what is it, the Romans, when they came to snatch him up, and they like put their hands on Jesus, and he had Peter with him, and Peter took out a sword and cut the dude's ear off. And Jesus was like, he who lived by the sword will die by the sword.
Yeah.
So it's like, he's not saying, I interpret that as him not saying don't fight. I understand the whole turn the other cheek thing, but it's all about context with the Bible. And that's why I say I got to see the quote about the sword too.
I'll read like this whole starting chapter to like, because this is like the section.
With the Peter and the sword thing, I just take that as, if this is the life you choose to engage in, to live, then it's going to come back to you. Like, somebody's going to be quicker on the draw of the sword. So it's like, just know what you're getting yourself into. Like you were saying with like taking up your cross for being a Christian. It's like, all right, I hope you know what you're getting yourself into. Yeah.
So the verse I'm always referencing to counter Christian victimhood is Matthew 5. So this is a New International Version. So it starts, this is Sermon on the Mount. He says, Jesus saw the crowds. He went up on a mountainside and sat down. His disciples came to him and he began to teach them. He said, blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are those who mourn, for they will be comforted. Blessed are the meek, for they will inherit the earth. Blessed are those who hunger and thirst for righteousness, for they will be filled. Blessed are the merciful, for they will be shown mercy. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they will see God. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they will be called children of God. Blessed are those who are persecuted because of righteousness, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. And then this is the main part that kind of falls number 10, especially. Blessed are you when people insult you, persecute you, and falsely say all kinds of evil against you because of me. Rejoice and be glad, because great is your reward in heaven. For in the same way they persecute the prophets who were before you. So it's like there's this trend that Jesus follows. So like all the prophets are rejected by their hometowns, and then Jesus is rejected by his nation, but he's here for the world. So he is like the high prophet, basically. And it's just, there's a lot of stuff that you can find where it's like, yeah, this is you embrace the mockery if you take on this life. And so I don't get this victimhood narrative. It's completely counter to the book you say you follow, and not you, but like the people that cry. And that's why I'm always hitting at like John Delarose, because it's like he's always pushing this kind of stuff, and I'm like, oh, have you read the Bible, bro? Like
yeah, that's about people that's like mocking, like talking shit. But I want to see what I want to figure out more about what he says about actual physical altercation, because that's why I'm really into martial arts. And when I was studying Taekwondo, my instructor was a youth pastor. So he would teach us the Bible as well as Taekwondo. And that was how I got to study more, like when I couldn't pay, was I would have to help him to like mentor. So like going to schools and like talk to kids and whatnot. And that was like how I paid my dues to keep learning. So it was like I was blessed to find him because I'm like, okay, this is not no pussy Christian that's on that turn the other cheek stuff. Like, no, we need to, be men, be protectors, and still, have a code, follow Christ. So yeah,
there's I don't know if it's Jesus or not, but it says in Luke, when a strong man fully armed guards his own house, his possessions are safe. Don't know the context to that, but
yeah, that's what I was just reading about the that's why I said context. So it was just little verses where you talking about sell your cloak and buy the sword. And it's in Luke, so it's about him. So he's talking to his disciples, and before it, he said, I asked them, when I sent you without purse, bag, or sandals, did you lack anything? So I'm assuming this is when he tell them to like go to these different cities and spread the gospel. And so it's like, okay, he's sending them out there, and see, it's kind of different from what you were just reading about. They will mock you, like move on. Basically, he's not telling them to retaliate, but before that, he's like, okay, you going into enemy territory, spreading the gospel. You're going to have some people coming at you. So you might have to fight back and protect yourself.
I'm not Christian anymore. So it's like, I see the Bible is very contradictory on itself with like context, read a full chapter, full book.
For sure.
And so it's like, for me, I'm like, it doesn't gel up. Jesus and God are two different entities. It seems that Jesus is subservient and that he's actually counter. It's crazy because it seems like a new interpretation, but I've watched this channel called like Gnostic Informant, and he did this deep dive about first century Christianity. And so like Catholic Church is in control of Christendom, like how we think of it, but it was just Christian back then. It's a denomination now. But in the early church, there was all these different sects of thought about interpreting, just like Jews have. And so there's basically this like spectrum that he offers, where it's like there's like a very like kind of Roman or Mediterranean pagan Christianity, and then it goes all the way towards like Jewish Christianity, interpreting the Bible and the books and stuff. And because some of the Bible is preserved by like, I think like Greek speaking Egyptian Jews. There's a lot of intermingling back then, but he was talking about how like there's this one like kind of heavily Jewish focused sect that interpreted the full scope of the Bible as like God the Father is the bad guy and Jesus is like rejecting him and his ways, that he's like writing things, setting it right. And I'm like, what the fuck? They were saying that 2,000 years ago? I thought this was like a more new thing people would interpret. And it's just like, it's so enlightening to see. And the reason he's bringing all this up is he's talking about like, in hindsight, the people, to history goes the victor, whatever that phrase is. The victor writes the history, basically. And that all these different sects and interpretations were kind of thwarted out for whatever reasons. And so there's like this narrative in hindsight where it's like, oh, well, that was heresy. But it's like, there's all these documents of these people talking to each other that were in disagreement, but no one was saying, you're not Christian, you're an apostate, you're a heretic. They were all intermingling and spitballing interpretations. And so it's very interesting to see how like things have been written after the fact. And, so I see that I'm like, oh, okay. Like, I investigate religion way more now as an atheist than I ever did as a follower, even though I did like to read stuff back then. But yeah, it's just like a lot of little things. Like most people will hear your buy and think, oh, well, that's why you're not Christian, because you can't do this. Like, no, I totally bought into the like pray the gay away shit. It makes sense. But because again, I say don't be Christian if you're gay, or if you're gay, you have to abstain from your attraction and be celibate, or try to make yourself straight. Yeah. So that's not something a hater would say, just someone revolting against God or something. It's like, I don't think it's real. It doesn't add up. It's, like Christianity is a cult of Judaism because the Jews are still here. They reject the New Testament. Jesus is not the savior, but Jesus comes from them. And so Christians view it as a fulfillment of the Old Testament prophecies. Jews think they haven't been fulfilled. And so by default, you're a cult. Like, not saying it's good or bad, but like you are a cult of them. you know, and people
Oh,
get
it's
so
funny.
mad about that.
That's so funny because I had never talked to a Jew until I was smashing this Jew chick, and she was fine. And so I'm like, just all the type of jokes, and she'll be like, "Oh Jesus!" I was like, "Hold on, don't say that.
Hold up.
Don't speak my guy's name. Y'all did him dirty."
See, Becky says he prefers karate, eskrima, Cali, Arnis, judo.
I want to get into that. The sticks.
Yeah, no, I listen to Rogan a lot. And it's like, fuck, I want to go to like a gym, like a karate gym. But it's like I need to lose the weight first before I start flopping my fat around trying to punch and shit and kick.
Nah, no, you don't, bro. Don't let that hold you back. No, I got so I actually had both of my eskrima sticks, but I lost. I went out hiking. I thought I was a badass, bro. Anytime I went out into the world, bro, I had like my sticks somewhere. Like I used to ride my bike at night and I didn't have a car. I had my sticks like attached to my bike. But yeah, I went hiking and lost one of them in a river. So, but anyway, that's what Nightwing uses. He uses the eskrima sticks. So that was
okay.
I want to fight like Nightwing. So I was doing Taekwondo. I did that for some years, and now I'm doing jujitsu. And at my gym, they offer judo too. So I practice jujitsu and judo. But I only go to judo once a week and jujitsu the other days of the week. And I don't think it's overrated, Red. I think it's necessary. Like I'm just of the mindset of I want a striking martial art and I want a grappling martial art. So
where would you go to be like, you know, Bruce Lee was so controversial because he was mixing everything. Like, is that just like MMA now, or is there like different actual schools of like this is a hybridized name and that kind of idea of Bruce Lee of mixing stuff?
I forgot what his is it Jeet Kune Do? I think that's his style. Or what it's turned into, but I honestly can't tell you anything about it or where to go practice it. I think it was a style that he developed. Like I think he did have like a school or where he taught, but I think it's more so the philosophy of just gain as much as you can.
Yeah,
and
that makes sense.
Yeah, so I would tell you like, yeah, MMA would be your basis. Just figure out what martial art that you want to do. Like Taekwondo was dope, but I'm not jumping up and flipping around and doing all that kicking shit, bro. But it gave me strong ass kicks and it gave me the control and like flexibility. So it's like I took from it what worked for me. I still want to get into Muay Thai. Because I wanted to also Taekwondo is way less hands, like way less focus on strong ass hand strikes and more of the dominant like kicking. But I'm like, no, I want to punch, kick, elbow, knee. You know, that's what Bruce Lee was talking about. You know, your whole body is a weapon, so don't just limit yourself.
Are you a Cobra Kai fan?
Yeah, but I haven't watched the new season.
Oh man, you know, fuck, dude, like I really hate this show because it's so good, but then there's always shit that I'm like, why? Like, so I didn't grow up Karate Kid, and I was very resistant to it because
me either.
Alita came out around Captain Marvel, and people try to use that as a counter to Captain Marvel and the Alita army shit. And so I bought into it, good faith, and I saw like this movie is dog shit. And there's like this weird cult of the Alita army. You're worse than Raylos, you're worse than Snyder Tards, worse. I'd say worse than Rippatards, arguably. I might have to review that, but I fucking hate the Alita army. And
Alita Battle Angel.
Yeah, and because I feel like I got duped by people for like ulterior motives to neg on Captain Marvel, and so the same people like Geeks and Gamers, etc., were promoting Cobra Kai. And I'm like, well, I'm never watching that shit. And then Rookie, this fucking asshole, I kept trying to get him to watch Breaking Bad. And he's like, oh, I'll watch Breaking Bad when we watch Karate Kid. And I'm like, fine. And so I did. I went to the library that day, watched it. And I'm like, that's pretty good. And I really hate the meme of wax on, wax off because it completely diminishes Mr. Miyagi. You know, like no one talks about what he suffered and with like World War II and coming back home, his family's dead, didn't have a child, and Like no one talks about it. They just talk about wax on, wax off. And I hate that. And so then I'm like, fuck, this movie's pretty good. So then I start watching Cobra Kai, and I'm like, oh my god, it's Johnny Lawrence, and like just the state of his life, and like the whole philosophy of like the attack versus Miyagi with Russo and stuff, LaRusso. I just really bought into it, and then it escalates season 2. Fucking Miguel breaks his back, but then after that, it's all been kind of like Power Rangers as far as the stakes.
Yeah.
And so it's annoying because like everything's good. There's so much respect to just the smallest little nuggets in the Karate Kid universe and expanding on it. Kreese, everything Silver. But then like season 5, they're having sword fights ready to kill each other. And then nothing really happens. The guy had to get stitches, and that's really it. And it's just like they're just holding back on stakes. And so it's a frustrating show for me because at some point, like, someone needs to like die or just be really maimed and it lasts forever,
Mm-hmm.
And I think they got to do something, a hard pick of like, who are we killing? Who are we maiming in this show for the rest of their lives for it to like really stick the landing? Because ever since season 2, it's just kind of like, it's been on a plateau of like, it's good, but it could be better. And they go in certain ways, like, you'll see in the season, Kreese has to go to a cave, and he just kind of gets out of it. And you're like, what? Like, you're doing some Star Wars shit. This is cool. Like, there's so much Star Wars comparison of like the balance and whatnot in the show. And I love that. But, there's no like mysticism to it of like the Force or magic or anything. I appreciate it. But then it's like, it's just, there's something stunted to the work. So I'm always just like banging my head on the table. Like, why do I like this show? It's good, but it's not great. Fuck you. Like, but then they make all these good cliffhangers every episode. So yeah, I'm begrudgingly just a fan of this shit. I love it. I was wondering if you were into it because of your martial arts. And yeah, what's up, Katie? What's up, Jim? Jim saying he's gonna come in. Awesome.
I don't think the show ever set itself to be that serious to have a death. But like Robbie falling off the balcony, like that was dramatic as fuck.
Yeah.
But I also want to say that I don't know how far ahead they're writing the show. Like, apparently they weren't supposed to get consecutive seasons. It was just like, write one, oh shit, we get a second one. Then, oh shit, we get a third one. So I think maybe if they knew they were going to be, this popular and have this much backing, then they probably could have wrote it out to include some of that. But I don't know.
Yeah, I feel like they really blew their load with the stakes, and now they're just like coasting. And it's like, ugh.
Man, I like the Power Ranger fan fiction that not only myself but a lot of people apparently like. They fit so well. I think they even got toys of like the crossovers, but I love that shit, bro.
Yeah, no, I really like it. It's crazy too because I dug into so that like seeing this is like, I don't think either of these actors, Johnny or LaRusso, have actually really had big success aside from this franchise.
Yeah,
and it's like, Johnny has directed like some music videos. Like he's hung around in creating a little bit. He did like a indie film. I think he directed it. And it's really cool. I want to see it. I know the whole plot. Basically it's like this guy has this kid. He works I think it's in Europe, and he works at like a train switch for like the tracks.
Mm-hmm.
And for whatever reason, his kid's fucking around and he gets like stuck in the tracks. And so the dad has to decide, do I kill everyone on the train to save my kid, or do I let the train kill my kid? And he makes the arguably hard right and kills his kid. And there's like this meta of no one else knows what this guy did for them. And it's like, that's profound. And then at some point it alludes that he like marries and has a kid with someone from the train. And it's like, fuck, that's like, why is this guy not making more shit, And then LaRusso, he was in My Cousin Vinny, but otherwise, I don't know of any big shit LaRusso's ever done. I can't remember his name right now. Ralph Macchio.
Mm-hmm.
But what's up, Jim? How was the
what's
stream with
going
BTM?
on? That was great, man.
I'm very
awesome.
disappointed in your review.
Well, I don't know. It was a comic book, I mean, it's not like fucking War and Peace or Othello or Shakespeare. It's a comic book.
I don't know. I don't go into any comic thinking it's going to be Godfather levels of acclaim or something, but
it wasn't as good as Godlike or Starlight Cats.
I'm like, this guy if this compares to his Flash or Punisher, then that guy really fucking sucks, Mike Baron.
Well, that's how comics were back then. They were real quick move. You know what I mean? It was a real rapid moving through. They were short books.
Yeah, I'm actually I can totally concede the time. You know, when people will be like, "Oh, well, like Spider-Man 27, there was just like a quick glimpse of a character, and that's whatever." It's like, yeah, but that was 60 years ago. Now we've like matured in our art, and so we have like a higher expectation. It's kind of like with stunts and effects and stuff. You know, doing something like a trip to the moon doesn't work today because we've like raised the bar. So that's where I'm at criticizing stuff, and I'm just like,
I thought it was
seat of your pants. This is wacky.
Yeah, I thought it was only like a 44-page book or something until I counted the pages. So it read like a 40-page book.
Yeah, it's got a good Rippaverse all around, I think, has good pacing, just not good story in its pacing. Like Isom's a weird one where it's like I keep turning the pages, like it's flowing, but nothing really happens. It's strange. I don't know how you can do that, honestly. I don't know how you can have a good pace and not have a story. It's a real gift in a way. It's a bad gift, but it is a gift.
I hate to agree with you, but what I think of when you say that is like an Isom one when I think he just got his ass whooped and he's like jogging home and the pages are just empty as shit. So I'm like, you turn the pages like, but there's nothing happening during that jog. And then like once he gets home, I forgot what he says, but he was like, damn, I'm tired, or he laying down. And I was like, bro, you just went through all of that. Like, what is Isom thinking right now, bro? Like,
I'll tell you what he's thinking. A good truck is a good truck.
Did you notice that they took out the whole charging for Goodyng services in the comic?
Yeah, I said that. I'm like, what is the point of the trailer? Nothing from the trailer matters at all in this book. His services, I mean, I guess you could argue at some point he actually has to like get subsidized by the public to perform this.
I don't know. There's if you look at when he starts talking about how he's going to fight every fire, and it's not going to go on the bottom of that page. It says all the services are free.
Yeah, well, this is like basically a prequel for him before Isom 2. So I'm assuming if they're actually paying attention to their lore, that at some point he starts charging people. You know,
I don't know. I was thinking they took it out because of the shit that people were giving them. So they decided, because I mean, when the amount of shit that people gave them about charging the $49.99, I did not remember a fucking dragon in Isom 2 anywhere.
Yeah, it's like the whole like riding dragon, wherever that came up in Twitter or whatever. It's like, even if she wasn't flying on the dragon, you just assume at some point she's going to fly on her dragon. You know, like it would be a tool for her.
You know what? I don't remember any dragons.
Yeah,
I've been watching House of the Dragon. There's a lot of fucking dragons, and I don't remember dragons in Isom.
Bloodroot had she had 2 wolves, a dragon. I think it was one other thing.
A gator.
I remember the wolves, but I don't remember no dragon. I don't know, man. Maybe.
I'm also very disappointed because this is a total Gary Stu character. He has a
Jim, you bastard.
He has a bully, and then he puts tax.
Yeah, Dave is a bully. Did you hear him just attack me? He threw me off his stream, told me get out, don't ever come back.
He left me in my outro and said he's tired because he's got to babysit, and now he's fucking on your stream, Black Angus. I ended my own stream because Jim was doing this.
I am tired. I do have to babysit, but I told Black Angus that if we finished early and he was still, or if we finished and he was still going, I would come on, and I am a man of my word.
Oh, I appreciate it.
I didn't respond because I didn't want to promise anything I couldn't provide.
Yeah, no, you're fine. It's just one of those like, hey, you're a trusted member of the community. You get a link.
So you hated fucking Goodyng. I saw your tweet, like the worst comic book ever written. Like, really?
Yeah, from my experience, yeah, it's worse than Isom.
Oh, no, come on, dude, it's not worse than Isom.
Worse than Isom. That is the flag I plant.
For the record, I am not associated with Black Angus.
Eric has finally found someone to be a bigger punching bag than himself, creating Rippaverse comics. And
you think
good on you, Eric.
Wow, dude.
I see this now. I'm like, oh, so Mike Baron probably sucks. People talk about failing upward in comics and stuff. It's like, seems like, if I'm gauging this in like Mike's a more wizened writer today, his shit from before has to be way worse than this. And I mean, I might start reading his Flasher Punisher just for a laugh now, I don't expect his era to be like Garth Ennis and full adult, but Punisher is an adult concept and has some logic to it. And I read this and it's like, I don't know if this guy could ever write logic.
What didn't you like about it?
He's a Gary Stu character. They bring up this like the typical kid getting bullied. He's a nerd. And then he escalates and puts tacks in his shirt and the kid punches him. And then he never escalates after that. He just accepts, I've been defeated by Goodyng in grade school and he's a valedictorian. And then they become opponents through just their life courses coming to a head unrelated before that, which is fine. Where it's like, oh, I know that guy. What the fuck?
That was a little odd. I did point that out, that was a little odd that the guy that was his bully became this, Splatterpuss is a horrible name. All right. I'm not going to defend Splatterpuss.
The knife that seasons your steak when you cut it was a little weird.
No, it's not even that. It's undefined. Let me read it verbatim because
it is undefined. That's what first I was
I'm like, what the fuck? Because Goodyng hates black people.
Oh, by the way, Abomination AJ, how you doing? Good to meet you.
How you doing, Abomination AJ?
I'm good, man. I'm a Ripper supporter. There are criticisms to be had of the universe, but
hey, dude, I spent $450 on Ice on 1.
Oh, see, I bought Ice on 1, buy some 2 just to trade, and
I bought the first. I bought it. I bought it all, and I sold it the next fucking day on eBay.
I bought Ice on 1 and sold it all, and I came back for Goodyng, and I honestly, if there was a Goodyng 2, I would buy it. I liked it.
I mean, I'm here for every product as long as I
can. Hold up. These dogs barking.
But I'm trying to find it. Goodyng hates black people, which is funny.
Now, we were debating this. Do you think that was Eric that came up with the bass jammer, or was that Mike Goodyng? Mike
Goodyng.
Mike Baron, who's just like sick of hearing, because he's all sick of hearing the car stereos, and he's like, "Fuck, I hate these car stereos."
Maybe, yeah. So, in this montage, so I don't know how much BTM knows, but when he's getting groomed by a prospective employer right out of high school, they're like, "Hey, we'll pay for your masters and whatnot. You can work for Madwire," and he's like saying, "We'd like to offer you a science scholarship." And he's like, "Yeah, I read your piece on boom boxes." So this is when he's 17. All right. And so an undisclosed amount of time passes. He's an adult. He's established. And he's with his wife doing the boom boxes. She's like, turn it off. And he hits a button. And it's basically like a Batman tech, like in Dark Knight Rises. He's got something to shut off the electricity. But this is for boom boxes.
I thought it was some kind of force field, sound wave force field or something that stopped the sound.
It fries the circuits.
That's fucked up. That's not helpful. That's destroying people's shit.
He says the force field responds to certain frequencies and fries the circuits. And then the next page, you flip it, you see him with his like underling in a truck. And he's like, what are we seeing? People who love their music so much, they feel compelled to share it with the whole world. And the guy's like, And then
as Eric is a musician, why would you put that in his book?
And then he flips the switch. It like nukes all their bass boom boxes in their cars, whatever. And someone's like, "Thank you, Jesus!" And then the people are like, "It's an EMP," and they freak out. And the guy's like, "How much do you need?" And then you get a news report saying activists are considering a lawsuit against bass jammer inventor Kato Gooding, claiming it interferes with their freedom of expression. And then a panel says Gooding's Savor Saber, which infuses meat while you cut, is flying off the shelves. And it's like, well, infuses it with what? Because he throws it and it's like
right, and it
poisons
the guy's face. So I was thinking it had to have some kind of something in it, maybe seeing it like. At first, the first time I read it, I thought it meant that the knife was infused with meat. Like, why the fuck would you want your knife infused with meat? I'm like, what? I'm like, what the fuck? Like, why would you want a meat in your knife?
I mean, this is why I love this, because it's like the dumbest shit you could ever think of, and like, yeah, hey, we'll hire you to write that, cool. And it's flabbergasting. It's splatterpussing, honestly.
Yeah, but did you notice how you could tell that he started making money because he went from the building with the broken windows and all fucked up, and then on the next page his building was beautiful and new windows and.
Yeah, it's just. It's fresh, and then like redacting word bubbles.
Yeah, what was with redacting the birth dates? Like we were gonna fucking dox these guys.
NDA. I don't know. I don't know what. Did you read that opening page
for Mike Barron?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like she's quoting the Greeks, he's quoting the Romans. I don't know.
And yeah, you're learning through his thank you that America is now 7 different countries. It's like, why isn't that in the comic book? We're like, what, 5 or 6 books into this universe now? And a couple of supplementals. And I have to learn about, America's in 7 countries now because of, and it's weird too, because when he starts telling you this, he's like, something went wrong with the us. And you're like, huh? And it's like something horrendous, which had caused it to shatter and reform as 7 different countries. And I'm thinking, is he still talking about the Greeks or something? Is he talking about continents? And he says, each consumed by their own survival, no longer wanting a union. Yet there was a new city, Floorspark. And it's like, he's talking about the universe of Rippaverse.
He's talking about these magic Texas borders and alliances with California and all that shit.
What I was kind of confused about slightly was if at the beginning of the book, where Goodyng is a small boy in the 4th grade, they're talking about Brian Solari and his Exeps defeating someone. But I thought, and maybe I'm mistaken, that in ISOM, the Alpha Core was like only a few years old.
Yeah, now it's like Floorspark's 50 years old, and it's like a separationist based city. When he also puts the Dallas Ball tower in Floorspark, so is Floorspark just a new name for Dallas? Like, none of this makes sense.
Okay, I was reading it as a standalone book.
Okay, so Angus, if this was not part of Rippaverse, what would you think of the book just in general as a comic book? Because I think that's Jim's point. It's like an easy read. You're not overwhelmed with word bubbles. The art does the work for the comic. And he got through it in 8 to 10 minutes as a comic book reader. He was okay. I got through the dialogue. I saw the art and I just moved on, and I didn't hate myself for reading it. So if it wasn't part of the Rippaverse, how would you feel about this as a comic book, as just a comic? I think that's a fair question.
Yeah, I mean, it does have a flow, but then it's just like a lot of weird dialogue. There's just abrupt transitions with like this is an extended comic book, so this is like 4 or 5 issues. So again, I've said this to Eric, like if you read Spawn 1 through 4, there's a lot of mystery
but this is a one-off,
right? But you could say it's about 3 issues worth of content.
I think it's 1 issue worth of content.
I can see this over like a.
I mean, there were several pages that didn't have any dialogue in them, barely, like 2 word bubbles on 2 pages.
It feels very scatterbrained. Like you got the army guy, Ronald McDonald Hodges, and then you got Gooding, but then it's like Spark Industries.
Like what they should have done, in all honesty, would have made more sense is to just show them have that problem in grammar school or whatever with the kid, and then not follow Splatterpuss around, that could be in a later book where, you know, like when, like at the end, like that could have been the big reveal that Splatterpuss was his thing, and like how did this happen, and then that would be explained in another comic.
Yeah, so for me, I can't really separate it from the Rippaverse, even though it's kind of a.
But if you did, it just like that's what Jim tried to do. He just bought a book.
This is like Furiosa to me. Like if you're making me analyze in that way, it's like to some degree, this is still reliant on the later form we're seeing, and this is like fleshing out that character. And I'm not seeing a connection to this guy to firefighter savior. I'm not even seeing it in the book. Like what is his motivation to do this? Like there's no.
He became a billionaire at the end of the
okay,
book,
so there's money, but he doesn't
free services.
He doesn't seem money hungry. He doesn't seem to have a connection to the world, to like my dad died in a fire. Like say you want about Zack Snyder's Superman, but like you understand it's a hard decision to let his dad die in the tornado, and that his dad that lesson is stuck with him, and he's like fighting it. You know?
Yeah, I understand that. I just don't know. Like, I don't know why. You know, what is his motivation?
Yeah, it's like why do you want to save people? Because it's like you're just trying to do science stuff. So that could just be like an Oppenheimer thing. You're just enamored with science. That's fine.
And that's the problem, because the trailer actually made me think that this guy was trying to separate his little piece of you know, where he's at next to Floor Spark as not needing the Alpha Core to save where he's at. He'll help these people himself. But when Jim was reading his review, and I'm like, by the end of the book, he just sounds like one of the guys from Alpha Core. He just like he thinks he's this badass. He can look. I thought you were like this cool guy that was creating stuff, helping out your community, and then maybe this guy shows up in your world if it's part of the Rippaverse. And this guy's like, well, you know what? I'm a little overwhelmed. Maybe I need to call Alpha Core to come do this, because you know, I just want to create fucking robots and drones and whatever it is. You know what I'm saying, Black Angus? But that's not what the comic was. The comic was, by the end, you know, he has no fear of this guy that's an elite fighter, elite military trained person. He's like, yeah, whatever, dude, I got it. Because
he's kind of like a Winter Soldier Wolverine, because he's like self-healing and shit. I'm like, okay.
And he says, you know what, dude? The AI told me. The AI told me I would win the fucking fight. Like, what?
Oh my!
Yeah, you won the fight with a gay knife that shot out some fucking spurge stuff. Like, you didn't win shit.
Yeah. Also, it's like, wait, your dumb little steak knife wins the day, not like, oh, here's like my antimatter fire dog or something. You know, like it's
Jim
so
said there's one page of him training and fighting in the whole book. There's just one page of him learning how to be a martial artist.
Yeah, it's one page.
And he like sprained his ankle, but he subdued his trainer. Again, he's a Gary Stu. Like, you want to complain about Rey Skywalker, you get the full trilogy of Rey. Like, she does, you know, she has to deal with like her identity, the legacy she's inheriting.
Yeah, and so you're going to say her sexual identity, Black Angus. I was like, what? Her identity? I didn't watch this movie. I got to go back and check it out.
But you know, as thin as it is, it's still something. And I see this and I'm like, what is this? What's this for? It doesn't match with what you sold me.
I do want to apologize to Abomination AJ. I'm trying to read your name, but you know how Abomination is actually easier to say than actually read. So Summer Swan's like, yeah, Dave, that's a real hard word to say. It's hard to read, not fucking say.
Just like AJ.
Well, I like Abomination. That's awesome. Like, that's badass. That's better than fucking Goodyng. Like, they should have called the book Good or Abomination. That would have been better.
Well, I didn't make Abomination up, so.
Are you an artist, Abomination, or are you just a fan?
Just a fan of what?
Of comics. Like, are you a fan of, you know,
yes, I'm an artist. I would say illustrator. That's what I went to school for. But I will be getting into comics, working on my own comics.
Okay, that's cool. Like, what do you illustrate now? I'm just asking.
Like cartoon type shit. I mean, like my avatar, for instance. I'm more into the Like the comic style, like I love them. I would say like a Jorge Jimenez. That's more so of what I'll be more leaning towards. But like a Looney Tune, like Dexter's
Looney
Lab.
Tunes.
Like,
You just hit me right in the heart, dude.
yeah, like that's my bread and butter. That'll be the first stuff I'm working on.
You want to see something? You want to see something I got at the toy show in Kane County, Illinois this weekend?
For sure.
If you're a Looney Tune fan,
they're gonna have a Goodyng steak knife.
If you want to put me on solo real quick, Black Angus, I'll show Abomination this. Look at this.
That's dope. 69. What is this? Like, what is it from?
So this is from McDonald's, 1980s. You could buy these toys at McDonald's when you bought your meal.
Yeah, the display they'll have. Yeah,
these are all still sealed. Like, we bought this at the toy show. We're walking around with it, and people were actually asking us, "Can we buy it from you?" I'm like, "No, motherfucker! I just bought it myself like 10 minutes ago." But I got Taz, I got Porky, I got Yosemite, I got Roadrunner, I got Daffy. I've got Wile E. Coyote,
yeah.
I've got Sylvester, I got Bugs. Holy shit.
There's no Foghorn or Tweety, though.
Well, Tweety's gay as fuck, and Foghorn is the shit, but there's also no Speedy Gonzalez. It's really hard to get Speedy Gonzalez stuff.
Man, I would say it's hard to choose what Looney Tunes you gotta have. Because, I mean, if you have Wiley, you gotta have a Roadrunner, and like vice versa.
And if you got Daffy, you gotta have Bugs.
You gotta have Bugs.
You gotta have Elmer too.
And you have to, but you also have to have Porky Pig. Porky Pig. But I'm saying
as far as Elmer, I would say I don't know, because you already got Yosemite, so you already have the human shooter.
And everybody just likes Taz, and Taz is kind of like my unfavorite of all of them.
Oh, yeah, Taz is the best.
Yeah, I would rather have Tweety than Taz. Tell you the truth.
I actually got a Tweety coffee cup recently at a thrift shop. I love it because me and Rookie, we love Space Jam, and especially like a joke with us when people get hit in the head is like, "Oh, my poor little cranium."
But man, like you go when you go through a toy show, and it was the end of the day too. Like, the guy was asking $150, and I'm like, I bought some other stuff at his booth, and I go, "Well, how much for that Bugs Bunny thing?" He goes, "I'll take 50. I don't want to take it home." I'm like, "Yeah, okay, I'll take it. I'll take it for 50. If you're going to drop 100 off the price, I'll take it. You can get me on solo, dude."
Hold on, give me that history lesson, because I don't know if you could do it now. When I was growing up, but it says 69 cents up there. Like, could you buy the toys individually?
Yes, back in the day at McDonald's, you could actually pay for the toys instead of having it thrown in your fucking Happy Meal.
Yeah, and so hope you get the right one.
He was the kid that was angry they put the toy in his Happy Meal.
They didn't have Happy Meals when I was a kid. When I was a kid, that wasn't a thing. You bought a hamburger and French fries, and they sold toys. And your mom, you'd say, "Hey, Mom, I want the Bugs Bunny," and she says, "Okay, it's 69 cents." She said, "Well, that's a lot of money." Like, that's like 69 cents. But back in 1970 or 80, that was a lot of money. It's different today, man.
Yeah,
like,
a gallon of gas when I was a kid was like $1.
When I was a kid, it was 28 cents. Like, legitimately.
When I was a kid, I don't remember because I wasn't buying.
You can take me off solo. Please take me off solo. This is not my stream.
Sorry, I was just enamored listening to the Looney Tunes stuff. So,
Jim, same with you, right? Like, when you were a kid, gas was so cheap. But when you said you were going to buy a toy for $1, you better fucking like do a chore to get that toy. Like, your mom didn't just give it to you back then.
Don't you remember penny candy?
Yes, dude. Remember going around stealing people's fucking
I never
bottles
stole
off
anything
of their
in my life.
You would go steal their bottles off their back porch so you could redeem them at 7-Eleven and go buy comic books and play at the 7-Eleven pinball machine or Space Invaders game all day. That's what we did. We just stole fucking bottles and got our 25 cents per bottle. But is there even any of that anymore? Can people do that with bottles anymore? It's all plastic.
Yeah, I think you can take them if you have a recycling place around. You might be able to trade them in, but it's not really worth the effort, you know.
But dude, back in the day, you could go collect 7-Up, Coke, all these bottles, go to your local convenience store and the guy would give you cash and he'd take your bottles and put them in the back of the store. And every week they came and picked them up. But not anymore. It sucks. It sucks. Like kids.
We need to go back to glass bottles.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Because they don't hurt the environment one bit.
I tried to limit my Coke. Like I buy like the poppy, like the hippie Cokes that are like prebiotic because they're healthy for you. But I try to, if I have the money, I'll spend the $8 for a 4-pack of Mexican Coca-Cola because it's real cane sugar, not corn syrup.
Yeah. Also, it's a glass bottle.
Yeah.
Yeah, too. Yeah, it just feels classic.
Soda tastes better in glass than plastic for sure. The problem that I have with soda is when you go to the mixing machines like at a restaurant, it's never always the same as the bottle or plastic bottle flavor. It's always a little off. They get the mix off. It's like, I'm just going to buy the bottles. I know it's safe.
Most of them reduce the amount of syrup in it so it stretches longer.
Right.
A lot of places
because the syrup's where the money's at.
Yeah, the only place that actually does it there's two places that do it correct. One is McDonald's.
Yes. They do.
They have the correct mixture for what it's supposed to be.
Chick-fil-A also.
And Five Guys, their machines.
Yeah,
they have the machines where you can pick exactly what you want. You can hold in for more, like it's like a fountain.
You can hold for the cherry flavor and all that stuff. Yeah.
Just don't drink soda.
Why?
I didn't for a long time, Abomination. But now
soda is actually a medicine. It's medicinal.
Yeah, like what? Like
seltzer?
No, but that's the way it was designed. You got to go to like an actual pharmacy to get it at the soda shop, and they would give it to people for their stomachs and stuff. Pepsi is because it had pepsin in it that was good for your stomach. Dr. Pepper was created by a doctor to help with acid indigestion and stuff like that.
Yeah, it used to be prune juice, right?
Yeah, mm-hmm. Coca-Cola was invented to take rust off of bumpers.
Yeah. You can use it in your toilet, to get rid of like the buildup.
Oh, you know how you get shine your silver, right? You shine it with ketchup.
Yeah.
Yeah. You use ketchup to shine your silver.
Crazy. I did not know that.
Yeah. The acid in the tomato paste will kill all the tarnish off your silver. It'll clean it right the fuck up.
So we should hire Heinz to clean up the Statue of Liberty. Or does it work on copper? Does it work on copper too?
No, just silver.
Okay. All right. Anyway, did y'all, Jim and B Team, did you see Deadpool yet?
No.
Well, I was talking about that tonight. I asked Julio, who's in the chat, are you going to see? He says he's not a superhero comic book movie guy. I am, and I want to see this, and I'm loving some of the reviews I've seen. Did you like it, Black Angus?
Yeah, it's a bad movie. Like if you care about plot, it's a fucking atrocious movie, but it's amazing. It's fun. It's a nice just reset for Marvel. I think it's a step in the right direction. Now, if they continue just being this loosey goosey with everything and not just leaving that with Deadpool exclusive, then this can be a problem. But I think this is a good step, and you're seeing the money from it. Like it's no one's fatigued with superheroes. People are loving The Boys, despite maybe not liking the political commentary with it, but it's still like, all right, this is saying something, and it's doing a little something different from the comic, so it's still fresh. And Deadpool, Wolverine, Spider-Man before. Loki had a middling success because it is saying something, it is doing something with its plot. So yeah, I don't mind.
I got to give you credit. I don't know how you torture yourself with this stuff. Like it's insane. Like I'm watching House of the Dragon with Jim.
Oh, I love that shit. Yeah.
It's awful.
Wait, hold on. Time out. Time to fuck up. You love House of the Dragon?
I have not seen the newest episode, so I got to catch up this weekend.
This newest season you think is great?
Oh, I love it.
Okay, see, this is why we have a serious problem here.
You need to come on our Monday night House of the Dragon streams. We're reviewing this shit weekly. It's awful.
I'll probably be available.
See, now I understand. Angus doesn't like when shit happens in stories.
There's a lot of shit happening. It's the pieces on the board. This is Game of Thrones. This is fucking
the manipulation. This is Days of Our Fucking Lives with Dragons. It's like fucking a bunch of bitches fucking complaining and saying shit that they. Oh Jesus Christ! This is the worst fucking shit. This fucking shit is worse than season 8 of Game of Thrones.
No.
Oh yeah,
dude, great character development.
I have not heard.
What the fuck character development? Your ass. There's no character development.
Jim, calm down.
You see what's happening to the king? Like he's now
the king is burnt up and he's in the fucking thing. And he's supposed to be in a fucking coma for a year, not walking around fucking playing tiddlywinks with the fucking club-footed fag.
Jim, I've got my headphones on and you activated my Siri. What the fuck is going on here?
Siri, order me 5 pounds of beef.
She asked, do you want Buena or Portillo's?
It's for broads.
No, anyway. So who's developed in the show for you, Angus? That's fair question. Like, I think they're all lame and gay. They're all stifled by their own self-doubt.
Oh,
nobody believes in anything they're doing.
The start of the show, that cliffhanger killing the kid and the way they present it with hearing him saw the head off, like, and seeing the reaction.
Oh, that one scene.
That was fucking tragic and fucking, I think, well executed.
But we didn't see it.
We didn't see it. I didn't know they sawed his head off until the following episode.
You can hear the knife. Like,
you heard something. You didn't know what it was. If he was being stabbed or.
Also, well, no, you didn't know. You see the fall. And you're like, oh, they were sawing his fucking head off. Well, because he said he needed the head.
Angus, were you satisfied when they have the battle where the king gets burn up by his brother, basically, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then the next week they tell us that they won the battle at the castle, but they lost a lot of men. But we didn't get to see a fight. It
was a Pyrrhic victory.
We don't get to see anything.
What about the battle at Rook's Rest that we didn't get to see?
All we get to see is
not Rook's Rest. The one before that. Sorry, the Darkland.
All we get to see is the crying and the moping afterwards. I want to see somebody get stabbed, except for the fight between the brothers was cool when they were going after what's her name, Rhaenyra, right? That was a cool thing because the one brother found out what was going on and they had that fight in the room. And that's the only scene we've seen where some actual sword fighting was going on.
I think they spent all their money on dragons.
See, I watched this stuff and
just the presentation of the sets, dude. I've said this 1,000 times. Every time we go into a scene, we got to see how beautiful they made this world, and it's awesome. That part is awesome.
I mean, it's visually stunning, everything. But what I'm saying is that it's like that whole scene where Rhaenyra goes back to King's Landing. That's fucking retarded. Girl boss bullshit.
What?
Yeah, I'm going to go and I'm here by myself and back to the people that want to kill me, and I'm going to try to talk to her. And then she's not going to say nothing and let me leave, and I'm going to be able to get out and get back.
Right.
Yeah, because they have a complicated history.
Yeah, they were lesbian lovers.
They were not lesbian lovers.
No,
I mean, if they went that way, it'd make sense.
In the books, they were.
But
no, it made total sense to me. I loved
that she went back there without any fucking guards. Like she's in charge of an empire of her own. She's the actual queen. I mean, and she's just gonna put herself out there. She's gonna put herself out there. But
I mean, the fact that this war should have lasted exactly 32 minutes. Rhaenys should have immediately smoked everybody in the fucking crowning right there with the dragon. She had them all over. Right. Game over.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, but this is I like because Game of Thrones is all about the power dynamics and like the effect on the small folk and how they're kind of their heads are in the clouds with the actions they do. Like everyone's lives is kind of subject to a few people.
Tell you what, the only thing this series has done for me is make me glad Jon Snow stabbed Dany in the fucking chest. Because no woman of that family should ever sit on the fucking throne.
No, I think Rhaenyra is trying to be appropriately diplomatic and actually concerned about the well-being because it reflects on her well-being that she's not just being a cruel ruler, and she also is indebted to her father going against the grain and picking her as the inheritor. Despite all the tradition.
Dude, if I got to hear her cry one more time because her council won't let her get on her dragon, dude, you're the queen. You cannot put yourself in a position to die in battle when you're trying to bring people to fight for you and get rid of the people that took the throne in a false way. That is a problem for me. And all she does is bitch about it. That's all she does. Like,
all right, here's a question. They have 7 dragons now. Why the fuck aren't they just attacking?
All right, Jim. Now you're talking.
I haven't seen
shit. Here,
I haven't seen the new episode, so I can't tell you.
Yeah.
You know what? I did, like Julio said, that that they've sneak released episode 8, and people are fucking pissed already.
Yeah, because it completely changing the whole. It's changing the whole order of when shit happens.
Oh, I thought it might be because it's going to be a bunch of talking again.
It is. It's going to be. There's supposedly not going to be any battle. It's going to be. Damon waits. What's his face? Aemon flies off to go take Harrenhal with Christian Cole, and Damon sneaks away, and they all go to King's Landing and take over King's Landing.
Look, real quick, I'm a shield for my homies. If y'all watch this shit show, you should follow a channel called Our Hilts Hurt. And it's the funniest commentary.
You can put the link in the private chat.
Our hips hurt? What is it, about a bunch of strippers?
Our Hilts Hurt. HILT.
Oh, okay. Our Hilt Hurts. I'm going to put it in right now, buddy.
I love the show because I like character development. I like the interpersonal drama. Like, I'm kind of like Red Letter Media. I just kind of roll my eyes with action shit. Like in Deadpool, the first fight that they kind of show in the trailer where like Wolverine's extending his claws and shit and let's fucking go. That fight's pretty intense, even though ultimately the harm either one does to each other won't matter because they're immortal.
Were you bothered at all by the fact that Deadpool dug up Logan's corpse and had sex with it?
He had sex with it?
That's what I heard.
No. I mean, there's like sex jokes with his corpse. But I mean, the whole point.
Do you like the fact that Damon this season is just a weak ass bitch? And that's having all these weird dreams.
Yeah, no, the Damon plot is the one thing that's dragging because it's like it feels like that plot is stalling.
Well, no, because he was supposed to go and attack the Brackens and make them bend the knee. In the book, he went there and attacked, and they bent the knee. This whole thing about
I just subbed to that channel, Abomination, just so you know.
You won't regret it. They some wild boys, though.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess the whole story is that, well, the books were written by the, unreliable narrator because of who ended up sitting on the Iron Throne. Aegon III ends up sitting on the Iron Throne, so his people wrote the stories. But, I mean, there's a reason Rhaenyra was supposed to sit on the Iron Throne. It's because Bloodraven has been in the background manipulating everything the whole time. And Bloodraven wouldn't exist if this didn't happen this way with Rhaenyra's family sitting the throne. Because it's descendants of Aegon III that ends up having, Aegon IV, who ends up having all the bastards, which one is Bloodraven.
Yeah, I don't know the lore from the book. It's one I need to check out, but I'm enjoying the show. I'm like regular media. Like I just kind of roll my eyes with action. Like in Deadpool, the opening's kind of funny. Kind of runs on too long with the fucking NSYNC song. And then the fight with Wolverine's pretty good. But then after that, all the other fights are just like slop on the screen. There's nothing intense about it. There's no real great choreography, even though it's like they probably spent a lot of time choreographing it and executing it and then CGIing over it. It's just a bunch of slop. And I'm like, oh,
so that's why you don't like Goodyng, because it's too much action.
No, it's the action doesn't make sense how we're getting from point to point. It's like I want character stuff.
Well, that's what we were saying. What I was saying to Jim tonight, like he's going through the book. I'm like, but why? Well, why is this happening? And even Jim's like, you know what? I'm kind of second guessing what the hell I'm talking about here because it's weird. Like the book, I just thought the book was going to be, Angus, that, like I said earlier, just this guy and his little world away from Floorspark, doing community stuff, doing repairs, people's and Jim, you brought up a good point earlier. Like, why did they take the $50 a month out of the comic?
You guys know that birds aren't real, right?
What is this?
This is proof that birds are not real.
观察。另一名队员呢，现在释放了一个仿生鸟。
They're all fucking drones.
I mean, it's pretty good incognito drone, but no, birds are real. I eat them all the time.
I haven't seen that, Julio. Have you guys seen the new Batman animated series? I haven't seen it.
I've watched a little bit of the Harley Quinn show. I was fine with it. What I saw.
Wait, is that the one with the 3 fat broads?
I don't know. But the Harley Quinn cartoon, the first bit I've seen, like it's fine. It's not something I'm devoting a lot of time to. You know, it's like ultimately
I think you're talking about Cape Crusader.
Yeah, the new animated Batman. I don't know. I'll get to it eventually. I still haven't watched all of the original animated show. I'm slowly getting through that because I grew up with it, but I haven't watched it as an adult and took it in. So, but yeah, I'm open to it. Like anything Batman, I'll give a chance because Batman's awesome.
Your freak ass might want to watch Batman Beyond.
Maybe. I don't know. It's one of those like when Batman Beyond came out, my mom got removed, and we didn't have satellite for like a year. And so I just missed watching Batman Beyond because I was a big Batman kid. Batman and X-Men with the shows. Didn't know anything about comic books until I became an adult. What is this? Comparison of transgender policies by country. Are you talking about like the Olympics or something?
No. This is the policies that countries have for transgenders. So allows third gender marker on government ID. Yes, the USA and Canada do it. Allows some transgender surgeries under 18. Yes, we both do it. Allows cross-sex hormones under 16. We both do it. Why don't these other Western countries do it? What's up with that? Because they're kids. What the hell? Weird. Thank you, Ben Togel. Ben's everywhere.
I put a link in the private chat with the US version of the drone bird.
Okay, I'll look into that. But anyway, I wanted to get through this. That's why I was asking about Deadpool because Vex did this review she put up on Twitter. I've seen the first 3 seconds and I was like, "Are you fucking kidding me?"
Have you talked to Katie tonight, Black Angus?
No, what's up?
Eric July wants to copyright strike.
Yeah, I've been seeing Comicsgate Drama sharing some posts of Eric, but I'll cover that another day. But yeah, I've been waiting to get through this for a while. We've had a lot of good tangents. So
that's what
y'all haven't seen this, so if you don't want spoilers, I guess skip out for a bit. But I'm gonna get through this and I'll close out the stream. So this is Vex Electronica. I suggest subbing to her. I disagree with her almost all the time, but I do love her. And so I like hearing.
Is she just a movie reviewer or what?
Movies, games, from what I know. Yeah, she's a good sport. It's someone that I listen to that I always disagree with almost all the time, but I like respect her, and I don't think she's a grifter like F&T and all those people. So I want to see what she says about this.
Funny enough, man, most of my audience, the people I hang with, are not like big Rippa F&T Gary supporters, man. I'm like the odd one.
I used to be,
yeah,
dude.
I
used to
see
be
that in your chat.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's hit play.
What's your channel, Abomination?
What is it? Yeah. Abomination AJ, my name.
Okay, I got a sub, dude.
Thank you. I just subscribed to yours, and I was looking for Jim's channel, but I couldn't find it.
Jim,
is that your Twitter handle too? AJ?
Oh, I thought you were asking him. Yeah. Everywhere. I'm Abomination AJ, yeah.
All right. So I might hit you up to come on my show one night.
For sure, man. It's crazy. I'll talk more to these opposers than Ripper supporters, man.
Dude,
you are
we were supporters. We were supporters. The problem is he drove us away. And Jim was a supporter. He got driven away, and then he bought all 4 covers of Goodyng. So he's like supporting what he thinks is worthy.
I will be selling a couple of those covers.
I don't think you'll make any money.
One for free, Jim. My PO box is in my feed. So I can have a bonfire.
Since they're supposedly A, B, and C are no longer available, I should be able to get my money back at least.
Nah, you'll find them at the next Rippaverse meetup at their table.
Well, I won't. I'm not going getting arrested.
Sorry to hijack the stream.
No, you're fine.
I feel like I probably saw BTM before, and then I saw some like I don't know a Ripper hate video maybe, and I was like, oh fuck this dude, I can't subscribe to him.
It's not a hate video, dude. It's a disappointing.
I got you.
Yeah, look, I don't hate nobody, man. Hate is a waste of my time. But when I spend $450 on a I Want It All ISOM 1, and then everybody here that knows me knows the story. I'm just on X. I've got 2 subs back in January. I'm talking to some random guy on a Saturday night, and Eric joins our chat because we're talking about ISOM. And he says to me, "What's your problem, bro?" That's what he said. "What's your problem, bro?" And I said, "This." He goes, "What do you mean?" I said, "It's Saturday night at 10:30, and you know I'm talking about you. You are the CEO of a multi-million-dollar company, and you have the time to find me talking about you." And he blocked me the next day after I spent $450 on his stuff, Abomination. Okay, so that's where I come from. That's what I never did anything on YouTube, Black Angus. And then I made those videos like, what the fuck, man? Like, what are we doing here?
Yeah.
Like, if you, Abomination, if you make a book or if you're any creative at all, don't block anybody. Mute the fuck out of them, but don't block them.
No, I feel you, man. I don't do that shit now, and I feel like
I disagree. I've always said from the start of Comics Gate, no one has the right to, just because you're a customer through Indiegogo or whatever, it doesn't give you the right to have access to my Twitter. If that's a problem for you, then don't back me. But if you're a cunt, I'm going to block
Twitter.
you.
If I'm on your Twitter though and you mute me, guess what? I don't know you muted me, and I'll buy your next book still, dude. If I want to see what's still going on. But when you block me when I spend this much money, then you don't really care. You just don't look, dude. Eric is a capitalist at heart. He can say he's an ANCAP or whatever. He wants that cash. You don't think he wants my 450 or maybe the 1,000 that the Gyra I Want It All was, right? Like that's what the Gyra I Want It All. You don't think he wants that? Come on.
Hold on, you spent big bank on Isom and Gyra?
No, I would have maybe if you wouldn't have blocked me. That's the point.
Yeah.
That's why, and I'm in sales, Black Angus. I don't block any. Like, I got haters, dude. I got people that come after me. I've never blocked anybody. I just keep my Twitter open. They can do what they want to do. I don't have to respond, though. I don't have to even know they said it because I don't even look at Twitter hardly at all. Like, my biggest Twitter is I'm going live tonight, right? And once in a while, like tonight, I'm going, posting some stuff that is just a retweet. But other than that, I'm not a big Twitter guy, so I don't pay attention to stuff. So, and that's my problem with Eric. Why do you care about Twitter, dude? Go run your multi-million-dollar comic book company and let that shit just work itself and stay off Twitter so you don't piss off a bunch of people when you're blocking them. He says he doesn't block his customers. He said that in a video last week. We played it. You know what he does? Jim Satala's blocked.
I'm blocked. I'm buying everything. I've said I'm here till you're out of business, Eric. I'm buying every fucking thing.
But you're doing it to fucking make fun of him. I'm doing it because I thought it was when he first talked about it, I thought it was an alternative to mainstream.
I got blocked by Eric because I'm followed by people he doesn't like.
Yeah. Funny enough, though, Rookie sent this to me.
Where is Rookie?
He had to go to work, help his retarded underlings. They were getting swarmed, I guess.
At the subway?
Yeah. So Eric posted this. Everybody. Big things soon.
He worked at a pizza place.
So I guess we're getting more animation.
Is that Yaira?
Yeah, that's Yaira.
I didn't know if maybe there was another. Like, I don't understand. I really don't understand why he keeps doing these new books and new stuff, and get something and start like when he releases ISOM 3, if it doesn't do over $1 million, it's because he drove his business into the ground before he could have. If he would have went ISOM 1, ISOM 2, ISOM 3 right in a row, he probably would have made more money than he's made on all these other books.
I don't know. I think people read the first one and he lost a lot just from having read it. But
he still ISM 2. He still did over 2 million.
Summer Swan, it's a stupid story. Like, I would have never did a YouTube video if Eric wouldn't have blocked me. And then I do a YouTube video, and then Black Angus like, "Hey Dave, you want to come on?" Katie's like, "Hey Dave." I'm like, "Sure." I've never, like, Black Angus. Remember when you sent me the link? I was like, "How do I do this? I don't even know what to do. I don't even know how to do this. I don't have a clue."
I love Rippa Goalpost because he exposed you to us. He's a sleeper cell. He's a double agent. I love Goalpost.
I think he's right in the middle. He don't give a fuck about any of it. He's just calling it out because he can. He just made a video about me like 2 weeks ago.
Oh, see, yeah, it's funny because I had no idea. I'm watching Trashcast, and then all of a sudden he's playing a video about me, and I'm like, "Rippa Goalpost made a video about me, about my mission from God." And why did you tag me? I love you, Goalpost.
It was me. It was Low Watermark, and it was Jim. And the name of his video was 3 Psychologists Analyzing Eric. I was laughing my ass off. Like, oh, I want to actually talk to him. I don't think he hates anybody. I think he's just having a good time on the internet. I legitimately think it, dude. And look, like I said earlier, Abomination, hate is a waste of time. But look, man, if you spend some money on some shit, and like this pinball machine behind me, I bought it last year. I sent it to a guy that's gonna, he redid everything. I got it back. Guess what? One of the flippers doesn't work right, like the way it should, right? It doesn't get the ball back up the table. So if I do a review and this guy says, "Fuck you, I'm blocking you on Facebook for your review," guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to find another pinball repair guy. I'm not going to go back to that guy. But if I call the guy tomorrow and say, "Hey, man, this shit ain't working right," you know what he's going to do? He's going to show up and go, "I'm going to fix it." And that's all you asked for. All Eric had to do is say, "Hey, man, I appreciate the fucking feedback." And he could do that to everybody. And everybody would go, "Okay, at least he's listening."
My response to that, you go, Black Angus.
Oh, I was just laughing at Sigma Centurion because he says big things soon. He discovered jelking, and I'm like, what the fuck is that? And I'll get up, and it's penis stretching technique that involves the massaging the penis. The practice sought to heal micro tears in the penile tissue, similar to how microfractures in bones heal. Some say that results can be seen after 1 to 2 months of practice with an increase of up to 0.5 centimeters. With prolonged use, some men may notice an increase of up to 2 to 3 centimeters. In the 70s, a British physician reported that 87% of men who regularly jelked for 3 months experienced an average 1-inch increase in both length and girth.
Sigma, that's how Jim Satala made all his money.
That's why I was like, oh, I had no idea what that word was. I thought it was gonna be like some Chinese thing.
Summer Swan says Goalpost said shout out to me in the EVS chat the other night.
I love Goalposts, so I'm always saying shout out to people. Oh, what a great time. Like, yeah, this stuff is like, it's like Last Jedi, it's like there's like this renaissance in this little YouTube sector where it's like I'm feeling it with the Rippa detracting. It's the same as like the Phantom Menace starting up. Like, yeah, fuck Rian Johnson.
Yeah. Like, here's the secret though, guys. Eric's boring. He's so boring to detract now because it's always the same thing you're talking about. So you have to detract more stuff, and then once in a while you throw some Eric in there, but like Jim, we'll play some Eric videos. We get halfway through and we just cut it. We're like, we're out. We can't take this shit anymore. Like, God, stop talking. Especially
if he did more
when he's on with Az. Oh my God, when he's on with Az, it's a fucking shit show. Go ahead, Jim.
I got to make a pause for the video, Eric video. Bring balance to force.
He needs, honestly, Abomination. He just needs to promote it. He should be whatever he is. He doesn't look like he's happy.
He never looks happy, right?
Anymore.
He sits
there. He used to be happy.
Hold on, let him talk, Jim. Let Abomination talk.
No. Just quickly. He was never like a jovial person.
But he would smile. He doesn't like low watermark. Everybody in this chat, everybody on the internet knows who low watermark is. He's the biggest like super chatter on the internet, and he was part of the fellowship. He gave Eric money all the time, and he's on my show all the time. He goes, dude, he never smiles. And then when he does smile, it's like, oh, that's the Eric that people used to know and love. But he's so stressed. Like Abomination, you got to understand, like less than $300,000 for a book for Eric is not good. He's trying to pay 12 employees. Like what you did the math, Black Angus. You're like, I 1.2 million a year minimum for employees. You can't do a 300,000 book and say he made a video. Did you see that video when
he's like, oh yeah, like it's hard to tell. It might have broke even in an hour, but
the first hour of the release of Goodyng, they made their money back. That's a ridiculous statement. Abomination, those employees were still paid for the next 26 days that campaign was live. So paying for the book is not paying for the book. You have to include all the labor that was working for you while the book was being sold. That's a lot of fucking money, man. The artists, he's got 6 editors on this book. 6. Jim,
I get that, man, and I'm sure he is stressed.
He's stressed as hell, and
he's stressed. But I'm gonna say all of the hate he getting and fucking Riley doing dumb shit and all the detracting, man, it ain't making it no better for him. So,
but if he ignored it, it would go away. Like
if he ignored it, or if he just like, haha, you crazy detractors, you are silly.
Here's the thing.
But if you ignore the nonsense isn't happening, right? So like if he never if he would have never said one thing about Riley showing up at his warehouse, even though Riley's making those videos, guess what? Riley goes away. Or the day at the fucking show where Riley's out there, if Eric would have walked out and said, hey man, here's a Yaira book, good to meet you, that video ends. Riley's got nothing else he can say to anybody that Eric's a piece of shit, because Eric confronted him and said, hey, here you go, bud. Nice to meet you. See you later. It's over. The whole stream is over. Riley's like, oh, fuck. But that didn't happen. This is where ego gets in the way of common sense. Just confront this shit. Like Riley's handing out ISOM books to people walking in.
And they're like, nah, I'm good. I don't want it. Like,
but the one guy that did take it used to work with him at the Blaze. Like, what the hell? He took the book.
He's like, oh, my favorite part's the truck.
Oh, that's my favorite part too. But you agree, Abomination, if he would have just walked out when Riley's being stupid at a meetup.
I can't agree to that, because to Rippa's point, he doesn't know how deranged Riley is. And everything cannot be taken.
He knows. He knew that the whole thing was a fucking joke, man. Come on. When he went on with Mercada and he said, no, I'm not afraid of the guy. I know, whatever. You know,
Riley's 5'3", dude.
That means nothing. If Riley pulls out a fucking knife or a poison or some shit or acid on the dude.
Riley's a hobbit. Riley's a hobbit. Like they have no will to fight in their. He has no will to fight in his body. He's like a troll. He's just a troll.
I said a knife and poison. Like, it was some crazy examples, but you never know what's going through a person's head. Like, I saw a video of this dude jacked off and came on some lady's leg in the store and ran out. Like, you never know what a person is capable of.
But if Riley would have done something that stupid, Abomination,
none of us would be supporting him
at all. Like if Riley
okay. To that point right there, I would say that's where I fault a lot of these people that I have issues with, who are supposed comics gators or validated by comics gators. Just like you take away all accountability from these guys. So it's like people will say that they're just trolling, they're just having fun. But what about if it isn't? And y'all have been, not y'all specifically, who's ever have been egging these people on, but y'all really don't know them. and the links that they
No, I
would
don't.
go.
I don't know. I don't know Black Angus. I don't know Jim. I don't know what they do when I turn off the camera.
And I was telling Black Angus that early on the stream. It's like, yeah, we can joke and have fun, but you really don't know what the fuck's
Ricky's
happening
met
with
me in
people.
person.
And I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna say I support that guy because I know him. Look. I'm a 56-year-old man. I've got 4 kids. Trust me, man. I'm not going to take accountability for anybody's actions. My point though is that Eric is there. He has security. He could have brought out Brandon with him and just let Brandon stand it back, like next to him, and say, "Hey, Riley, I'm here. Good to meet you. Here's a book of. Here's a copy of Yaira. Have a good night." I would have been like, Jim, you would have turned the stream off at that point because Riley's got nothing left to say. He's got nothing left to say that like Eric's scared or Eric doesn't want to talk to me or whatever's going on in that stream.
That's people can say what Eric should have done. Like we always have an opinion on what a person should have done. Just like I've said, a lot of these detractors shouldn't be going at him as aggressively. So it's like we can say what a person should have done, but the reality is they're going to do what they want to do.
No,
so
you're right. You're right about that for sure.
So that's not Eric's personality. And
it is his personality though, because he goes on live streams back in the day, and he did the whole monetize your hater stuff. And he would go on a live stream and debate these people and win the debate every time, right? So like Eric knows how to confront his haters. He does know how to do that.
But the point you were making was have fun with it or laugh it off. And it'll go
that would have laughed it off.
Right. Riley came to his warehouse with comically sized novelty scissors. He taped money to it. A guy
to the window,
not reading his super chats. He tapes money to it. He comes to his Rippaverse meetup wearing a cape and has a handful of ISOM books to give out to the
see
fans.
Who would take a one, right? Yeah, to the fans, right?
It's a fan meetup for Rippaverse, and no one's taking his books. Like,
look, bro,
the troll is so effective.
It's funny until biological warfare. Like Riley could be retarded enough to shit in a bag or something and like throw it in somebody's face. Like you just never know.
You know what? He could have had an A bomb in his belly that he blew up the whole town. Now you're just being ridiculous now.
Yeah, it's
right.
Like
am I being ridiculous? See, that's what I mean right there, Jim.
Has Riley ever shit in a bag?
Riley's never done
saying this.
First, but Riley
he's not ridiculous for taking.
No, he's ridiculous for taping money to the door. But he sent super chats and then went and put him on the door. It was a bit.
Yeah, because
he didn't go there to confront anybody.
Because Eric would not read his super chats on the stream.
Okay, if he wanted to go, why would he go there at whatever time? They said it was like 11 o'clock at night when they know there's nobody there.
But then
if they were going to confront somebody.
Yeah, you're saying all this. Riley subjects himself possibly to get shot when all of these ripitards are just foaming at the mouth at the chance of like, we can kill him and it's okay because he went to a warehouse.
This whole thing got retarded and spun out of control because some guy who wasn't Riley found a fucking gravestone and took a picture.
I was just about to say that, yeah.
Right. It wasn't Riley. Riley was never at that grave.
It doesn't matter. It's the mentality of these people and the retards.
He went to a grave.
The retards that they will encourage. Okay, this person did this. I'm going to one up them. Let's see what I can do. Let's see what I can do to Ripper. And then I don't know if y'all might say it's crazy to compare it.
Anybody ever done anything to Ripper? Besides make a few videos?
I mean, you mean directly to him? I mean, we have the grave
stuff. Has anybody confronted Eric in public and said, I'm going to whoop your ass?
Eric keeps crying about his addresses docs. Who's came to Rippa's house?
You can say all this tonight and then tomorrow it could happen. So like, no, it hasn't happened, but y'all acting like it won't, it can't.
No, but you can get docs to it, Abomination. You can't.
I can. I'm sure it will. because of my issues with some of Black Angus's people. And the levels that these retards go.
Doxing is not a thing I would ever think about, because I think of this as just like shit talk. Like it's like your boys at the water cooler when you're in high school.
One, BTM.
Oh yeah, because I don't give a fuck that much about any of this shit. It's all gay ops. Like
you don't give a shit, but so many opposition, so many people who are opposed to Eric give so much. Like I was telling Black Angus, praying on his downfall, man. Like actively, y'all watching his numbers. Ooh, he's gonna fail at this point and this and
so
this.
Let me ask you, so is anybody who has any criticism of the books that he puts out, does that mean that they're opposed to Eric July?
Not necessarily, no.
Right, because a review is a review. Like just
a review, yeah.
Because I got attacked by a student of God for saying I liked the fucking book because I'm lying because I only like Mike Barron.
I've said there's retards all over the place, bro.
Right.
Ripper's audience is not.
Have you ever been on with Renowned Zero Abomination?
I haven't.
Do you think he's an honest player in this realm?
Man, I really don't pay attention to Renowned Zero.
Because he's full of hate. He's actually mad. I'm not mad. Jim's not mad.
I'm aware of Renowned Zero, but, and I've never said this publicly, but I think and I have nothing against him, okay? But I do think he is let's say a general in this whole cultist mindset of on Ripper's side.
Have you seen any of
those on EVS's side? And I'm like, that's my issue with all of this is you got these people coming up
thing, right? Like there's a
line. And like fighting on the behalf of these dudes that probably don't give a shit about
they don't care. You think Eric July gives a shit about fucking Renowned Zero? No, dude, he doesn't care.
Have you seen any of the puppet shows, Abomination?
Yeah, I have.
I mean, you gotta admit, they're funny.
They're funny, but
okay, that's all that matters.
That's my point. I've seen trash cast. Like I initially didn't have an issue with EVS and doing the show. I think it's become obsessive now.
It's going to be obsessive,
right? The Fellowship's obsessive with
because
Marvel
Ethan's making money. It's making him money. That's why, because it's making him money. If it wasn't making him money, he wouldn't do it.
I get it. I don't agree with it, but like I said earlier, you have people like myself and like a BTM. Jim, I don't know the content you make. You know, I'm learning about you guys, but you know, some of us can just.
I would not call what I do making content.
Okay,
that's pretty insulting.
Some of us can laugh at this, and you know.
No, I'm saying it's insulting to people that make content. I fucking in here making stuff and holding books upside down and looking like a retard.
Black Angus had his upside down.
Me as my producer, when I say start the video, because he's watching another stream during my stream. No, Abomination. You just have to have a good time with this stuff. I pick sides in the fact that I want to buy stuff from people that actually want me to buy their stuff. Like, you know, people talk all the time like. I've seen people say, well, you know, all this. I'm like, well, you know what? People go to Target. They don't know who made the product and they just buy it. And there's nothing associated with it. But when you're supporting indie creators and you have real feedback in time with this stuff.
Hold on, we got Rookie with the super chat. He says, my computer is too hot, can't rejoin. Now he can read that fast food book, Angus. Yeah, Kanan White of the Rippaverse.
Who is this Jessica James guy? Does he got us all blocked that we can't see?
He's been on our show, Jim.
I don't have him blocked. Like he's a friend of the channel.
Well, no, I'm saying like we don't see his stuff. It's like I'm wondering, did he block us?
I don't see. That's why I was like, Jessica's in the chat. What the hell? Maybe just referencing him, but it seems like it's a reply. I don't know, but yeah, the moronic opinions.
So Jessica took the picture at the grave.
No, moronic opinion is the guy that went to the grave.
Oh, so okay.
He lives within easy traveling distance to go to the grave. He figured out where it was, and so
it's in Arkansas.
He trolled Riley because Riley's like, "I'm going to the grave," and then Moronic's like, "Beat you to it," and he put, because at the time bunnies and turtles.
Pokemon Go, that was the funniest part of it. It was a Pokemon Go photo.
Morocco Paintings put a bunny and a turtle stuffed animal at the grave because those were jokes about tortoise interference and Buster Baxter. And he actually he said he like picked up around the grave, kind of cleaned it up a bit. And then everyone saw like the dew or whatever on the grave, like he pissed on it. They keep trying to catastrophize. It was a simple troll. He wore a fucking Casey Jones mask because he's a comic fan. And then everyone said, oh, it's a Klan thing. He's racist. And they're just trying to catastrophize to be a fucking victim. Because
that's not a simple troll.
Victimhood works. Even though the right cries about victimhood, they will utilize it, and that's what Eric's doing. Is he's playing victim to try to get sympathy points. Like they've attacked. It's like Palpatine in Star Wars. He caused all this, but then he gets attacked. He looks like the victim.
What the hell do you have wrapped around your mic? What is that?
Oh, this is it came with the mic. It's like a, I don't know, like a spit cover or whatever.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, you know what you do? You don't spit on your mic, and then you don't need to.
You don't do that dank shit, whatever it is you chewing on and spitting out.
Snuff.
That don't even
snuff.
sound.
I thought you're supposed to snort snuff.
Well, I mean,
snort snuff. You chew tobacco, like me. Me and
chewing tobacco
on the same pad shit or.
Chewing tobacco is like beech nut or red man. It's like that's loose leaf. This is snuff. It's moist snuff. Snorting is the dry snuff. Like I think the French did that a lot.
Wait, are you talking about? Are you calling dip snuff?
Yeah, it's dip. Yeah,
I use it interchangeably. But yeah, Ricky,
I've done the no snuff though, Jim. It's fucking.
I will never do that stuff. I'll never do those little bricks. That,
cocaine is a hell of a drug.
That's what he looked like.
Those little bricks that you like.
He's chasing the high.
No, dude. For my birthday, Ricky came out here.
What's that South Park episode where they're chasing the? They're chasing the high, and Randy's chasing that fucking high the whole show. It's awesome.
But let me play a stinger for Rookie since he super chatted me. Where is it?
Rookie, where the hell are you at, dude?
I'm not a detractor.
Don't shoot, Eric.
Oh, I love that clip. Fuck.
Why does Super Sly have to like make that a thing? Like I'm not
Oh, that was that guy that Katie thought was a good reviewer, but then he fucking flipped real quick and became a shill for Eric. And
that's Super Sly 75, right?
No, that wasn't him.
Different guy. I can't remember his fucking name. It's like Geek Nation or something.
Yeah, I don't know. I watched that video.
He tried to play neutral at first, but then he just went full Rippaverse and saying like EVS took over comics. He's like, no, EVS is like number 2 in Comicsgate after Zach. You know what you're talking about.
Gotcha.
But yeah, we're gonna review the Burger Book.
Back to what you said earlier, though, with the Riley, and then the other guy who had the one up him. I'm like, bro, that's the cycle that they're going to create.
Yeah, he one up them for comedy. It was funny.
Okay, until it's not comedy anymore. Somebody does something outlandish, like the whole prank scene right now, man, and how crazy that shit's getting. And
yeah, we're not condoning that. Like, if Riley did that, everyone.
Yeah, if Riley did that, we'd fucking disown him. Like,
and first of all, I don't take responsibility for anything Riley does.
I don't even. Watch
I can point and laugh at shit without having to like own it. I mean, this is the internet. This is what it's for, to point and laugh.
I don't watch Riley content until somebody shows it on my stream because I don't give a fuck. Like, it's dumb. I'm a full-grown man. I got 4 kids. I have a full-time job. You think I give a shit about what a 25-year-old Riley's doing with Eric July?
Man, apparently it's some 40-year-olds out there with kids.
I'm invested in this because I was a supporter of Eric, and I feel like he's just...
You still are. You bought his book.
Yeah, because
you're wearing a fucking ISOM hat.
Yeah, because all the Rippatards can't get it. I got it.
It's funny because I get called a Rippatard, bro, and I bought 2 books, bro.
It's literally like Austin Powers 2. He's like, I got your hood. I got your hood. Like this is like the Muslims taking over churches and making it mosques. This is what this hat means.
You know, it's funny. Show. Like you get called a ripatard. You get called a ripatard just like you get called a CG backer.
I have a signed graded ISOM too.
I wasn't buying anything autographed, signed. I said I'll just do that at a meetup.
Signed by Ethan Van Sciver.
Have you been to a meetup?
Yeah, I have.
Where at?
What was the one, some anime thing they went to, like here in Texas? Yes. Okay. I went to that, and I went to the meetup where we was at that like bar hanging out.
Dallas, right?
Yeah.
Is that the one Riley was at where he got arrested?
No. This was like
that was a year before. Okay, yeah. With
and all those guys. Abomination. Can I tell you the moment that I decided that my opinion of Eric July changed? The exact moment.
Of course. But real quick, BTM, and what you said was you had made a tweet. You was talking about it. I don't know the context of that tweet. So I don't know what shit you said, if it was outlandish or what. But I can definitely feel you if you spent $400 just to get blocked by somebody. You know, I can understand.
All I said in that tweet, speaking, I think it might have been Todd Crawford, who's in the chat, who is Sigma Centurion. We were talking that night, and I just said, you know, I don't really like this ISOM book. I'm just like, it feels very sterile, and I've said that since I got it. It just felt sterile.
Yeah.
And that's when Eric showed up, and it's like, dude, what? And I even said to him, I said, man, it's Saturday night. You're married. You've made a ton of money. Why do you know I'm on Twitter talking? Well, hey, dude, what do you think I should do? I said, maybe you should stop paying attention to people on Twitter and go run your business. Because I'm not 32 years old like Eric. I've got 24 years on him, dude. I'm like, this is not something you should be paying attention to, because this is a stuff that will drive you crazy. So I'm in sales, okay? And I go meet customers all the time. I do quotes all the time. I don't win every quote I put out. You know what I don't do? Is cry in my or worry about who I lost to. I don't even know if I lost. Because you know what tomorrow is? The opportunity for another customer. And when you start blocking people, you're automatically canceling them from supporting you in the future. And you're also taking my ability as a fan of promoting you in the future. Like every negative review is 1,000 times more powerful than one positive review. That's a fact, Jim. You know that, right? Like nobody wants a negative review. Like if you see a negative review on Yelp, they will fucking answer if they're a restaurant. Like, oh, we're sorry, we'll make it up next time. If it's positive, they go, oh, thank you. Maybe. If they don't, that's the problem, man. Like you just got to stop the nonsense. And Eric, I get it, dude. He's just been on. He's been on the internet so his whole life as an adult. That's how he's made his living, and that's why I couldn't understand why he would block me. Just mute me. Like I have Black Angus. You said you don't. You said people don't deserve to be in your Twitter feed, right? But Black Angus, if you're going to,
oh my God, there's two of them now. They're multiplying.
You want to sell to as many people as possible. You don't care about their politics. You don't care about anything except for, will that fucking credit card go through? That's what you care about, right? You want to make sure that these people's will buy from me because they just believe in what I'm doing, and that's why I bought Eric. I believed in the fellowship. I believed Eric and or Gary and Az and Jeremy all telling me this guy is going to change comics, and it was fantastic. I was so, I was on the fucking train, Jim. You know what I mean? And what, 8 months later, I'm streaming 5 nights a week, and I don't barely talk about Eric anymore. Abomination, like I said, he's boring. What I talk about now is last night we did a 5-hour stream on Matt Barr because he's worse than Eric July 1,000%, Jim. Right? Matt Barr is the worst.
He's lost his fucking mind, man. I don't understand him.
Yeah, I think Eric's I think Eric can, if Eric just stops talking, and if he stops that show with Az, I think it would do a lot for him just to get customers back. Like, he's not talking nonsense. He's not bitching about Marvel comics or DC comics. He's focused on his comic world, and people will just come back. Okay, dude, I get it now. Now you just care about what you're doing. I thought as soon as he started Rippaverse, he probably should have just got off the internet and let his promotional team or whatever send out tweets, and him just stay in the background, work on his books, and go from there. And a lot of this shit wouldn't be happening. Abomination. He would not be giving Ethan fucking. He wouldn't be giving Ethan ammunition for his streams, because if Eric says, "Hi guys," Ethan's going to critique the way he said it. Black Angus, it's a thing. Like, Ethan's going to say, Eric July said, "Hi guys, it's going downhill," and there's 2,000 people watching, and they're just buying Cyberfrog shit all night. Like, how many sales have you purchased because Ethan has a sale on Trashcast, Jim? How many? A lot, right? You've bought a lot of product when he puts this shit on sale. Have you more than 1,000, right, Jim?
More than 10,000.
How about you, Black Angus? Have you bought stuff when Ethan puts it on sale on eBay for a Trashcast?
No.
Oh, I have. Yeah. That's how I have all these Cyberfrog characters behind me, or what's her name? It's wild. But look, man, it's all weird. Abomination. You need to come on the stream with me and Jim and Low Watermark and just have a real fun conversation. And before you know it, we're talking about ancient aliens.
Man, I'm cool with that. But like I said, some of Black Angus friends I don't really mess with.
Fatal J came on the show one night.
Yeah, I like Fatal J. But but I said this to you, Black Angus, and this kind of has nothing to do with the stream, but it kind of does. Frog Tony, I can't do him. I don't want to say hate, but no.
You can't hate, dude. Hate's a waste of your life.
Hate is a Christian is not supposed to hate. So, yeah, but I have a real
a strong dislike is one thing.
A strong dislike, yeah. Like recent, because and B.A. Turner, bro, like these dudes are. It's just the way. Okay, we're having a conversation right now. Not getting personal. We're talking about points of the book. Y'all criticizing us. Like, okay, I feel you. We can do that. But they're the cultists that I'm like, man, look, y'all take this stuff to a whole nother level, and it gets real personal. And so, like for instance, I'm a dog trainer. And
really, what kind of dogs? Any dog?
Oh, just like pet dogs, companions. So teaching people how to communicate with an animal.
If I was gonna guess, I would have said pit bulls.
I know. Stop it.
Are you in Texas?
Yeah.
So I need a dog trainer. I got 5 dogs. I need them all to shut the fuck up.
That's what's up. I like that number. I got 7.
Here, I have a question that maybe you can help me with.
All right, but so what happened?
Jim, let him finish. Let him finish real quick.
And Jim got to finish from Jim got to finish from earlier. All right, hold on. You can ask me when it's your turn. When you tell me how you became when you stopped being a fan. Hold on. But the instance was real quick, Jim. I promise you.
Go ahead.
So Caesar Malone
I like
has this
dude. He's super cool. Yeah.
I'm chill. But Caesar had this like contest, right, where people can vote. And it started now in August. So people vote, and the more votes you get, and you can win the white dog. I'm not drinking the hard stuff, man. I'm chilling out, trying to make more positive changes. But you get some money, and you get to go hang out with Caesar for a period of time, and like pick his brain and whatnot. And so I sent the tweet out, and then Tony gonna retweet and tell people like vote for anybody else but him. And I'm like, okay, maybe he's just being sarcastic with it. I'm trying to give folks the benefit of the doubt. And I was like, I appreciate you retweet. He was like, no, bro, I'm not being sarcastic. Like, I really hope you don't get it and anybody else win. And I'm like, bro, that's just a level of like evil that, whatever blessing is for me, it's going to happen. If it's for me or if it's for somebody else, it'll happen for them. But that's what I mean. Like that mentality of these cultists is like, I'm going to go out of my way. If you support Ripper in any way, if you defend Ripper in any way, I hate you and I wish the worst things upon you. And I'm like, that mentality is seeping through that group.
Yeah, that's like, I'm a Ford guy. I don't want to see Chevy die. Like, you know what I'm saying, Jim? I don't want to see him go away. Because without Chevy, Ford doesn't get better, right? Black Angus, like you have to have competition. Everybody has to.
That's the only reason I want DC to do good,
right?
Batman, because it keeps Marvel honest,
right? Like, and if that's Frog Tony's attitude, Abomination, that's awful. Like, I don't. I mean,
so I'm gonna do a stream. There's some stuff I need to talk about. Because I'm tired of the evil and the hypocritical nature of some of these people. Like, they'll point out some shit that Eric does, but EVS is doing the same shit. And it's just like, okay, when he does it, like, that's just wild to me. But when I do this video or this stream, like, I want Black Angus to know I have no issue with you. And when we did that stream, again, he was respectful. It never got personal. It was never an attack. He take my words for my words. And don't try to create some fucking narrative or whatnot. So I'm like, I appreciate that. I respect that. If we had more people like that, and we could talk, you know what I'm saying? We can have real conversation. We could come up with some solutions. I don't want to be some fucking minion, some peon on behalf of an EVS or an Eric fighting other individuals. When again, these dudes probably don't care about us. And I'm not trying to build no following.
They probably talk on back channels because they're both making money off each other. That's the weird thing about all this. Like, they're both probably talking to each other saying, yeah, great stream tonight, bro. I'm seeing what you're doing there.
I don't want to believe that, man. I don't want to, but it could be a reality. I understand that.
Believe it, because I 100% believe that these guys all talk to each. Like, I was watching a stream the other day.
We're taking away from Jim. Jim, he getting mad, bro.
No, Jim doesn't get mad.
No, Jim deserves the time to talk, man.
Go ahead, Jim.
I got something in my mouth now.
All right, BTM. I enjoy listening to you talk, though, BTM.
I just followed you on X, Abomination.
Thank you, man. A lot of people following me. I'm getting nervous.
We're watching you, AJ.
Go ahead, Jim.
I know.
We're going to find your warehouse.
My opinion of Eric July changed, and I started criticizing him after he went on the stream with Ricada.
Right.
And changed everything I had heard him say previously. And I was like, what the fuck is he doing? When he was denied accusing Dick and Vito of starting a lawsuit. So all this stuff, I'm like, dude is lying. I'm like, I seen him say these things.
Yeah.
And that was like, I can't. I'm just like, so he's a liar. And I was like, all right, so he's a liar. I don't know why you would do this stuff. And the more and more things. And I was seeing video clips of when he was on with the conservative black network, I think African American conservative network.
Bullshit. Yeah.
And he's like, oh, why are people saying this about the 3D assets and stuff? And when I first got ISIM 1, I said to many people, I think I even told you, Dave, that it was The art, I thought the art was okay. I told Dick and Vito the same thing. I thought the art was okay. It's just something seemed off. You know what I mean? I didn't know what it was. It just
tonight. We actually talked about that tonight. Like,
it just didn't seem like I didn't know what 3D assets were. I'm not I buy shit. I can't draw. I don't fucking know. I look at anything and I go, holy fuck, that's great. How did you do that?
Yeah.
So,
and then less than a week later, he's like, so what? It's a
and then I'm like, dude, I was like, oh wow, I wasted so much money, and then I was like, fuck it, I'm not. I mean, I spent a lot.
So many people for saying 3D assets. Yeah. Like, why are you selling us fake comics? Like everyone paid for this thinking they bought art from Cliff Richards, and it's actually Cliff Richards.
If he would have came out and said he seems to defend the people that work for him more than actually respect his fans, and that bothers me a little bit. Yeah, like he should have came out immediately and said, "Hey, I got fucked over by this guy. We're not using him anymore. I'm sorry. I didn't know."
Yeah, he thinks it seems like he thinks if he fires Cliff, like, which would be smart given the clip art, that he'd be conceding something instead of being like, "Hey, you guys are right. Actually, I got hoodwinked by this guy. We're not doing cheapskate comics."
Yeah, Art. If he had Kanan White drawing his comics, they would be 10 times better than anything he's put out so far.
I definitely
Kanan is a fantastic artist.
Yeah, I definitely get the 3D asset stuff because when I as I read the first one,
he denied it. Abomination. It's not the fact that you have him. Say, yeah, dude, that's what we did.
And when he first denied it, if he would have came out later and said, "I didn't know," but to come out later and say, "What are you making a big deal? It's no big deal." It's like, what do you mean? You made us all look stupid now.
I want to hear what.
That's what I think it was, Jim. I honestly don't think that he knew they were in the book. He's not an artist, so he's just taking his artist's word for.
I would respect that.
Me too.
But I understand, like later on, after he has the knowledge, or his artist came, was honest and was like, okay, yeah, they are in there. But I still think that because he's not an artist guy, because he's not an artist. His artist could have pitched to him, well, these guys use 3D assets, and these greats use 3D assets, and yada yada yada. The 3D assets, I would say, aren't necessarily the problem, but they're supposed to be a template, and then the artist makes the art their own, and it evolves.
The problem is denying it, right? The problem is saying it wasn't in my books. That's the problem.
But initially, I don't think he knew. But it was later on that he doubled down, like, oh, they're there.
Even in this book right now, that's out right now, there's a poster that's backwards.
Gooding.
Yeah, and Gooding. There's a poster.
I didn't notice it when I read the book, so.
I got the tweet tonight.
I know, but I didn't notice it.
Oh, at BTM with Tony with the backwards. Yeah. I noticed that, and I just didn't say anything. So I'm like, whatever. Let me read this book. But it's like I thought that was weird that it was backwards, and it's like, 3D assets probably. He probably forgot to flip it.
You forgot to mirror the fucking image, right? Like it's like,
busted.
But so now I'm upset now because now every time I look at any comic book, I'm going like, oh, is that a 3D asset?
That's good.
No, it's not, because 3D assets have been around a long time, but nobody ever asked a question until Dick Masterson read a book. It's really weird. Like, this only happened because Dick Masterson did a review on a live stream one night.
Well, it's actually Nina Infinity's fault. Everything is Nina Infinity.
No, actually, Tony from Hack the Movie's fault.
Well, yeah.
That's like when I watch a movie or a show now, and I'm like, is this green screen? Is this filmed in a volume?
Yeah. Deadpool in the forest. Everyone's crying because they filmed the forest opening on a blue screen, and it's like I couldn't tell. Like, I knew Deadpool when they moved the camera is like CGI for like a still shot, but I thought he was at a real forest and it looked totally fine. And it's like, oh, it's at a set, probably because they can't like film in snowy Dakota at the time they're filming. So it's like, whatever. It fooled me. A fucking Force Awakens. That forest looks fucking real, and it's a set.
Black Angus. Back in the day, they would wait for these seasons to actually happen in regions they wanted to go to, and they would pack up all their shit and go film the movie to make it look as real as possible. In today's world, they do a bunch of shitty graphics and make you say, "Yeah, that's awesome." It's not like it's terrible. Like,
Black Angus, have you read?
Did you see Beverly Hills Cop 4 on Netflix?
Oh yeah, I love Super Killer. It's hilarious.
Did you notice any 3D assets in there?
Not that I know of. Like people were trying to 3D. Say the mountains were 3D, and he's like,
no. I'm talking about
the bar stools.
The bar. I have the digital copy of it.
I don't know, but
like it looks to me like it looks to me like
copy and paste,
like copy and paste some like shit on the bar stools and some cups and some certain things where it looks like the tiles on the wall and stuff. I'm like, okay, but I don't know. But to me, it looks like it is, but I don't know. I'm not an artist.
Yeah, but if Vito found out, I don't think he would lie about it and go on a diatribe and talk about all his haters are lying about his art and then be like, actually, yeah, you're totally right, but fuck you.
The best part about Vito is he does a stream with the guy that gives him shit every week because his book's not out. Like, Dick has no mercy on him. Like, and that's what Az should do. Like, dude, what the fuck is up with your artwork? Like,
dude, the fact
because Az is a DC guy through and through. He loves DC, Chuck Dix, and all these guys. Mark Millar, he would suck him off in a truck stop bathroom tonight if Mark Millar would do whatever he wants. But the point is, Eric doesn't bring these people on to challenge him. Az just sits there and says, "Hey, man, great, your book is coming out. It's awesome."
Did you see the Yaira spoiler stream?
Oh God!
And he's like, "Oh, I read it. And it's like, why not? Like, you're supposed to be celebratory with your fans. Why are you trying to egg on haters? Like, this is why we hate you."
Right. This is why the whole pronouns thing fucking went reverse of what you thought it was going to do. As like, you pissed off a lot of people. Like, I will admit, when I was playing Starfield and I picked a character and it said this, I was like, what? Like, oh shit, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Like, you can't change it. What the hell is going on?
Do you talk to Abomination? Do you talk to Eric at all? Do you know him? I mean,
no, I won't say that we're friends.
Well, never
been on the stream.
If I could give Eric a tiny bit of advice to help him, it would just be to ignore some people.
Yeah, ignore everybody. Ignore us all.
Or just be like, "Hey, you got me, haha, you silly."
Well, I would say, like, Dick Masterson in particular is one person that Dick will keep going.
Totally wrong.
Dick will keep going.
Isn't he ignoring people?
No.
Oh no, he does not ignore Dick.
Man, I don't pay attention to it anymore. And so this is why the question of it was BA was on the stream, not BA Turner.
Yeah.
And the question was, is Eric July good for independent comics? And he will say no. And I'm like, well, if Eric's not good for independent comics, then I don't think EVS is either. Because from what I hear from a lot of people, this whole drama has turned so many people off from supporting either group because of seeing what's become of it and how the activity, the behavior that people are engaging in. So
I think there's a lot of the economy took a shit in the past couple of years, and there's a lot of people have less money to throw around. That's why if you look, when the time when ISOM came out and Wreck Planet came out, they were doing huge numbers. Nobody's really doing huge numbers anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and then you just got more people you're backing. Maybe you get into comics, find a store because of Comicsgate. That's how I became a comic store, supporter, was through Comicsgate. I mean, I would go to comic stores for like Magic cards, because I was playing Magic back then, but otherwise I didn't care about comics. Comicsgate got me into mainstream comics, and with indies, it's like I want to support, but I have to be judicious. Also, I'm trying to save money to make my own comic. I got to pay an artist, so I got to drop probably 10, 15 grand to make a comic, which isn't a lot to be able to make a piece of media, but when you're just on your own, it's still a lot.
It's a lot when you're hoping and praying that somebody will buy your book. Like, you're paying and you have no actual guarantee on return. Like, that's a thing. So I think Abomination and Jim and Black Angus, I think a lot of people are just tired of it all. Like they're tired of the Fellowship bitching about Disney and Marvel or DC. Like, whatever, dude. Like, ever since I quit watching that bullshit, I found more shit on Netflix or Hulu or HBO that's actually good. Like, I like a lot of stuff. Like, I do, but I would have never saw it because if I kept watching Friday Night Heights.
I told you, Dave, I want to do more stuff talking about things we like, not things we don't like.
Yeah, the negativity is garbage. I love
that's
the pinball machine.
That's what me and my people do, though. We talk about things we like, and I can't say how they got into YouTube, but that's how I got into YouTube, was following these guys and listening to them. Because I had my opinion, and then the normies around me were just retarded, and they were just eating all this shit up. And I was like, hold on, bro, we're not watching the same movie, or am I missing something? So you do see Friday Night Tights, or a Ripper, and you hear them like with the same criticisms. So it's like, oh shit. But then it's like, okay, I know it. I'm tired of hearing it. So then
I'm out.
But that doesn't mean they stop. They keep going so that other people can find them. While us who are tired of hearing it go off, and we say, okay, well, what's missing, and how do we fill that gap?
How many times you've heard Gary say, "We won the battle, but it's a long war, guys. It's going to be a long war." It's like, shut the fuck up, dude. That just means I want more super chats.
That's 1984 shit. It's the 2 minutes hate.
Yeah. So
they're the media, though. Like, their job is to tell us, give us their opinions, and people don't be sheep in the audience, and you form your own opinion based off your research or whatever. Sure. I think we would do better if, of course, people go watch shit for yourself, get your own opinion, read things for yourself, experience it for yourself. But we would be giving them a lot less money if there was a group of people that go out, watch it, consume it or whatever, and give an opinion. And then we say, okay, I will proceed, or I'll stay at home. I will give, I don't know who it was, but it's in this group right here. Maybe it was the Tony or somebody or whatever. No, it wasn't. It was the actual fandom, Organized Chaos. It was those nerds. And they had one dude buy the book. It was Organized Chaos. He's their pussy. They had him buy the comic. So they only had that one, purchase. And he shared that comic amongst all of them. So they were smart in that we're not going to give this dude the money. We'll have one person, but we all get that book experience and we get to talk shit about it. If we had that approach to the mainstream, now everybody's not culture warist, I guess, but if we had that approach, then you wouldn't have, I don't know, man, all these motherfuckers going to watch Deadpool and Wolverine. Oh, I love it. So like all that money that we've been complaining or talking about Disney losing, they just getting all the shit back to put out the next woke, terrible project with some shit in it that you're gonna complain about.
Deadpool Wolverine isn't woke, and that's why.
No, I'm not saying. I'm saying it's gaining the money that they've been losing because people are sated for the moment. They're pleased for the moment. It was just like Spider-Man No Way Home did all that bitching about Disney, but I get to see my Spider-Man in the movie. Everybody flocked to see that shit, and that made big bank.
You got to think Abomination
like Avatar. They should be rewarded.
10% of America barely knows what the fuck's going on around them, and they see an animated movie they take their 4-year-old kid to. They're taking their kid.
I get that. I get the average person who's not invested in it like us. But I'm talking about our people.
Right, but we should be rewarding good stuff. Like,
I know we shouldn't. No, we shouldn't.
What I hate, because that's how you make a difference. When you're like, fuck Disney, fuck Disney, fuck Disney. Okay, I saw that was fun, but fuck Disney, fuck Disney, fuck Disney. Why do they care what you say? Versus if you're like have nuance project to project, like, okay, you've been making really bad moves. Fuck Deadpool, Wolverine. This is a good turnaround. Spider-Man No Way Home, good turnaround.
Inside Out 2 made 1.2 million or billion or something this year. Like, it's fucking crazy. But Disney's dead. It's unbelievable.
Like when you're just monotone about the entity making projects, they're just going to tune you out. But if you actually have nuance and reward them for good stuff, like all these fuckers, Ryan Cannell, etc., like woke, libtard, Avatar 2, MCU. And then they see Avatar 2 and they're like, that was awesome, it was really good, it's a good family movie, good traditional values in the movie, and they never retract, be like, I was wrong. They never say a sorry. So why the fuck would Disney care?
They did that with House of the Dragon. They was like, it's gonna be terrible woke shit, and then they ended up loving it. And it was like,
well, that was Gary and Ryan,
and Ryan. I'm just saying it happened. So
these fuckers,
you use Ryan as an example.
They'll harvest all the money and views.
Ryan's the smartest guy in the Fellowship.
I agree.
He should walk away. He should walk away and do his own thing. Because
I'm not going to say what a person should or should not do, but I can listen to Gary. I can listen to Ryan. I can listen to
Rippa. Gary's like, if you watch just a Gary, 10 or 15-minute video, he's like so angry all the time. Ryan is just a 5-minute, whatever, dude. I think that Ryan is like, I like Ryan, but him and Yellow Flash have the same fucking thumbnails every day. It's weird. Just go check out Yellow Flash and Ryan every day, and 2 out of the 3 videos are the same for each of them. And I used to do that on Twitter every day. Like, are these the same guys? Because they're talking about the same shit every day. The difference is Yellow Flash has no personality, and fucking Ryan, okay, he actually acts like he gives a shit. But Yellow Flash is a turd burglar.
Ryan knows what he's talking about. He's a passionate fan, but Ryan, I've seen him on multiple instances, kind of like check or rebuttal with the guys he's around. And I appreciate that from him, not just letting somebody just go off spouting nonsense.
I give him full credit for calling out Doomcock for being a fraud. I love it. I love that they used him to fucking oust that fucker out, because that shit hurts all of us collectively, what we're trying to do collectively, when you got someone just making fake scoops all the time.
But if you watch enough Ryan,
all of us.
If you watch enough Ryan on FNT, after the first hour and a half, he's checked out. He's like, I'm bored. I don't want to be on this stream anymore. He looks so out of it. And then, Jim, you've seen it enough where he just finally, somebody will say, hey, Ryan, what do you think? He's like, huh? What? Like, I'm Jim Satala. I'm checking out fucking another stream right now. I don't even know what's going on.
I'm listening.
I'm saying that's Ryan, though. That's Ryan, though. That's what I'm saying. Like, you have the whole Ryan face right now.
I've been having fun, guys, but I do got to get to work in a few hours, so I gotta close this. Fuck. All right. Let me say hi to Red, though. Thank you for the super chat. It says, wait, what does this say?
Oh, I didn't get to ask Obama. Is it Abomination or Abomination?
Bro, Abomination is a joke that's funny as shit. It's Abomination.
Okay. All right. Well, I didn't get to ask you my question. You're a dog trainer, right?
Yes, sir.
So finally, someone can ask this question: who the fuck let the dogs out?
How? Oh my goodness! I don't fucking know, bro. I don't know. I can't help you with that one.
Abomination. Do you think shock collars work for barking problems?
There's a difference between a shock collar and an e-collar. What are you asking about specifically?
So my dogs bark every time somebody farts in the house. So, like, how do I stop it?
am not a fan of slapping tools on dogs if
Me
a person
neither.
has not done everything that they can with the relationship and simple tools, as in a collar and a leash. You probably don't want to have the dog walk around with a leash, and every time it barks, you pick it up and give it a correction.
I got 5 of them, dude. It's like I can't do that.
So that's going to be wild because
y'all have to continue this in Twitter or another stream or something.
Bro, there's no amount of sleep that you can get that's going to get you prepared for tomorrow. Just fuck it, bro.
No, trust me. I've done like 30, 40 hours straight no sleep. I went on a stream after doing 24 hours straight with BTM. I can manage, but I want to get at least a nap before
BTM. Clap real loud and tell them to quiet.
No,
and then they're gonna respond to you, and they'll be quiet. And then once they do, say, "Good
Black
dog."
Angus, go to bed.
Red, thank you for the
Abomination.
Men are
You're
better
welcome
than
on
women.
my stream anytime. I'll send you the link if you want to show up. Please show up.
Yes, sir. I appreciate it. Holler at me.
Yeah,
of course.
Red says Men Are Better Than Women by Dick Masterson is better than anything from Rippaverse. I did buy a copy on eBay, so I will be checking that out. And thank you.
It's a funny book. It's a funny book.
Here's a nice little stinger for you to get out of here. Thank you for the $2. Appreciate it.
Ah, the sweet smell of an all-day sucker.
All right, talk to y'all later.
Thanks for having us on.